Your spiritual power is exhausted, isn't it? Let's see how you keep running now. Hu Qianlong and the others leaped to surround Chen Han, enclosing him from all sides. After such a long chase, the spiritual power within their bodies had also been greatly depleted. Chen Han's cultivation had always been lower than theirs, so he would naturally be the first to run dry. With his spiritual power completely spent, how could he possibly fight them? Indeed, I am rather tired, he said. Chen Han shook his head with a faint smile. Hu Qianlong hefted his great saber onto his shoulder and strode toward Chen Han in large steps. All the injuries suffered by his fourth brother he intended to reclaim from Chen Han. Just as he had taken only a few steps, a terrifying radiance suddenly erupted from beneath Hu Qianlong's feet. An 8th rank spirit array, the 6th brother cried out, and in the next instant the array enveloped them all. An 8th rank spirit array was enough to give even a Ling Zun realm powerhouse a splitting headache. Although the few of them had already reached the peak of the Ling Fu realm, they were utterly helpless before such an array. Do not panic. Chen Han has already exhausted his spiritual power. This array will not last long, the 6th brother shouted. Hu Qianlong immediately turned his gaze toward Chen Han, his eyes brimming with fury. Once this array dissipated, he would surely tear Chen Han's body into countless pieces. Yet at that very moment Chen Han took out a jade bottle and swallowed an 8th rank pill. An 8th rank pill? The expressions on Hu Qianlong and the others' faces froze. A single 8th rank pill was nearly worth their entire commission for this mission. Chen Han's extravagance was truly astonishing. Suppress, he murmured softly as his spiritual power was fully restored, a slight lift of his brows accompanying the command. An overwhelming pressure descended upon the 6 of them, forcing all of them to the ground, their faces contorted in pain. We surrender. We surrender, they cried out repeatedly. Hu Qianlong roared, we admit defeat. Though he loved money, he would not wager his life on it. Chen Han smiled faintly. You sought to kill me, and yet you still hope I will let you go? Gritting his teeth, Hu Qianlong said, this was all because I was blinded by greed. If you must kill someone, kill me alone. Please spare my other brothers. Boss, the others shouted one after another. Chen Han glanced at Hu Qianlong and smiled faintly. I did not expect you to be a man of such deep affection and loyalty. Very well, I can give you a chance. If you agree, I will spare your lives. As long as it does not harm my brothers, I will agree to anything. Hu Qianlong shouted hastily. With a light tap of his finger, Chen Han caused a sigil to appear upon Hu Qianlong's forehead. This is the 10,000 insects bone-eroding seal. Should you defy my will, it will gnaw at your brain, leaving you wishing for death, Chen Han said coldly. Hu Qianlong's expression tightened. Though unwilling with his life in the other's hands, he could only obey. With a hum, Chen Han withdrew the spirit array. The others immediately gathered around Hu Qianlong, their eyes filled with fury as they stared at Chen Han. What do you want us to do? Hu Qianlong asked through clenched teeth. They had come to hunt Chen Han, yet had not expected to be turned around and played by him instead. Chen Han smiled faintly. Since the Su family sent you to deal with me, you should already know what I intend to do. Hu Qianlong froze, his brows furrowing deeply. The Su family is powerful. We are no match for them at all. To hunt members of the Su family is nothing but courting death. Chen Han cast him a sidelong glance. Did I ever say I wanted you to go and hunt members of the Su family? Hu Qianlong scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Raising his brows, Chen Han spoke in a heavy tone. To deal with the Su family relying on myself alone would be far too troublesome. I need your help. If you assist me in exterminating the Su family, I guarantee that every one of you will step into the Ling Zun realm. Hu Qianlong and the others trembled, staring at Chen Han in disbelief. How can we trust you? The 6th brother asked. They had lingered at the peak of the Lingfu realm for many years. Because the spirit palace they had opened was only of the earthly grade, the only way to step into the Lingzuan realm was by relying on high-grade pills. How could Chen Han, a mere young man, speak with such audacity? Chen Han smiled and shook his head. With a tap of his finger, dozens of bottles of 8th grade pills appeared before him. My heavens! Hu Qianlong and the others' eyes sparkled with fervent light. These were all 8th grade pills, more than enough for them to advance into the Lingzuan realm. Fine, we are willing to help you. Hu Qianlong gritted his teeth. Since their lives were already in Chen Han's hands, they might as well gamble once. Chen Han nodded and took out 4 spirit talismans from his inch-sized pouch. Take these 4 spirit talismans. Hu Qianlong and the others received the talismans, looking somewhat puzzled at Chen Han. Chen Han gave a faint smile. Now escort me to the Su family. Hu Qianlong and the others stared at Chen Han in confusion, shock gradually spreading across their faces. Marching to our deaths. We're not going. Hu Qianlong shook his head hurriedly. Chen Han shot Hu Qianlong a sidelong glance. How would that be, marching to your deaths? Once we enter the Su family estate, you will place these 4 spirit talismans at the 4 corners of their grounds. Make absolutely sure you are not discovered. Do you understand? Hu Qianlong blinked, then nodded repeatedly. But the Su family has a Lingzuan realm expert sitting in town. Even an 8th grade spirit formation may not be effective. Old 6th added an 8th grade spirit formation can deal with an ordinary Lingzuan realm expert, but against one at the peak of the Lingzuan realm it may not be enough. I am well aware, Chen Han replied. So after you finish arranging the talismans you need only stay outside and await my command. Chen Han nodded. He naturally knew that the Su family possessed a powerhouse at the peak of the Lingzuan realm. In the past Chen Han truly would not have had full confidence. But now with a 10th grade demon pill in his possession and several 9th grade pills as well, it might not be impossible for him to fight such a foe. All right, we understand. Hu Qianlong nodded. At worst they would go crazy with Chen Han once. If the situation turned sour they could always flee. In the worst case they could simply leave the imperial capital. With their strength, wherever they went they could still live in comfort and excess. According to Chen Han's plan, Hu Qianlong and the others seized him and brought him to the Su family to claim the reward. You actually managed to capture him? Su Ziqing's expression showed clear surprise when he saw the restrained Chen Han. Hu Qianlong nodded. To catch this brat, old 4th suffered serious injuries. When will we receive our reward? Su Ziqing gave a faint smile. Your reward will naturally be given, but only after I obtain what I require. With that he walked step by step to stand before Chen Han, gazing at him with utter contempt. Who would have thought that the last descendant of the Chen family possessed such terrifying talent? Unfortunately, you should never have been allowed to live in this world. Su Ziqing's smile was laced with icy malice. Chen Han fixed his gaze on Su Ziqing. Beneath his feet lay what had once been the Chen family estate. The Su family had occupied this place for years for the sake of the Chen family treasure vault. So it really was on you. Su Ziqing searched Chen Han's body and drew out the Chen family's jade treasure, his face lighting up with excitement. With this jade he could open the Chen family treasure vault. With the Chen family treasure vault in their possession, the Su family might well produce several powerhouses of the King realm. From then on the Su family would stand at the very summit of the imperial capital. If they could even surpass the royal clan. As this thought surfaced, Su Ziqing's expression grew more and more distorted. The Su family's ambition was far greater than Chen Han had imagined. Su Ziqing, you've already taken the item. What about our money? Hu Qianlong shouted. Su Ziqing glanced back and bared his teeth in a grin. Money? Oh, I did promise you, but I think it would be better if you join this Chen family remnant and die together. As his words fell, several figures encircled Hu Qianlong and the others, among them even a first-stage Lingzuan realm expert. Su Ziqing? You despicable! Hu Qianlong roared. Su Ziqing had no intention of paying from the very beginning. If the Su family was indeed so untrustworthy, simply despicable. Despicable? This guy liked that word. Kill them all. Su Ziqing's expression turned exceptionally cold, and then he entered the secret chamber. He was heading to the Chen family's treasury. Boss. Lao Lu stood beside Hu Qianlong while the other 4 were not present. Hu Qianlong gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Chen Han. Chen Han's face showed no sign of panic whatsoever. Capture them. The Su family's powerful figure at the spiritual respect level spoke coldly. The Su family's guards sprang into action, attempting to subdue Hu Qianlong and the others. At that moment the entire Su family trembled, followed by being enveloped by a spiritual formation. 8th grade spiritual formation? Who set this up in the Su family? The Su family members exclaimed in shock. Although the Su family was powerful, they still had a pinnacle spiritual respect level expert station. But the 8th grade spiritual formation posed a considerable threat to the Su family. Damn it, quickly notify the family head. The Su family members began to panic. Chen Han slowly stood up, placing a spiritual talisman on the ground. Buzz. The spiritual formation activated officially, and a heavy pressure instantly fell upon all the Su family members, their screams resonating throughout the entire Su family. Bastard, it's you who's causing trouble. The spiritual respect level expert of the Su family shouted, pointing at Chen Han. Chen Han's expression remained indifferent as his gaze swept across the surroundings, ultimately landing on the secret chamber door. Leave these people to you too. With this spiritual formation they won't be your match. Chen Han spoke calmly, taking measured steps toward the secret chamber door. You seek death? The spiritual respect level expert roared, throwing a punch at Chen Han. Hu Qianlong punched out directly, sending the opponent flying. Boss, you're amazing. Lao Lu laughed heartily. The opponent was a spiritual respect level expert, yet was sent flying by Hu Qianlong with a single punch. This was a feat worth bragging about for a long time. Hee, that's right, I feel full of power. Hu Qianlong flexed his muscular arms, his face brimming with pride. Chen Han smiled and shook his head, stepping into the secret chamber. A dark passage led downwards with the Chen family treasury located beneath. It was precisely because the Chen family treasury was underground that it had not been damaged back in the day. Rumble. Sounds came from below and Chen Han immediately quickened his pace. It seemed Su Ziqing had opened the treasury. Soon Su Ziking's laughter echoed throughout the secret chamber. Hearing Chen Han's footsteps, Su Ziqing immediately turned around, finding Chen Han already behind him. Su Ziqing turned to face Chen Han, revealing a solemn expression. I must say you do have some skills. This 8th grade spiritual formation could potentially destroy ordinary families in the imperial capital. However, this is the Su family. Su Ziqing suddenly displayed a cunning smile and then stepped into the treasury. Chen Han was startled. What did Su Ziqing mean, and why had the pinnacle spiritual respect level expert of the Su family not yet appeared? Without much hesitation, Chen Han chased into the treasury. Upon entering the Chen family treasury, both revealed astonished expressions. The treasury housed numerous treasures, the lowest grade being at least 7th grade. In addition, there was a crimson gold sword standing prominently in the center. Candle Shadow Sword. Su Ziqing exclaimed in delight. This Candle Shadow Sword was indeed the personal sword of Chen Ming from back in the day, a 9th grade artifact. Even a king-level expert would be tempted by this sword, let alone him. Chen Han narrowed his eyes. Yet this Candle Shadow Sword was indeed the weapon used by his father back in the day. Copy successful, evolution successful. Buzz. In Chen Han's palm a similar sword suddenly appeared, but the aura it exuded was exceptionally cold. The Candle Shadow Sword originally had 3 golden gems that emitted a crimson glow. After Chen Han's evolution, the crimson glow dissipated, replaced by a chilling blue light. Evolution successful. Black grade spiritual treasure, Shadow Devourer Sword. Chen Han's eyes flickered as he gazed at Su Ziqing, who had already drawn the Candle Shadow Sword ready for a decisive battle. But when he saw the Shadow Devourer Sword in Chen Han's hand, his expression turned complex. How is that possible? Could it be that the Chen family still possessed another divine artifact back then? The aura of the Shadow Devourer Sword was in no way inferior to that of the Candle Shadow Sword. In fact, it was even slightly stronger. Seeing Chen Han wielding the Shadow Devourer Sword, Su Ziking's face naturally showed despair. You are not worthy to hold my father's sword. Chen Han narrowed his eyes and stepped towards Su Ziqing. Su Ziking's cultivation was not profound, merely at the 4th level of the Spirit Mansion realm. Coupled with the suppression of the spirit array, Su Ziqing posed no threat to Chen Han at all. Boom! A terrifying wave of spiritual power swept through the entire treasury. Chen Han's eyes narrowed sharply as he quickly retreated to the side. This aura? It was the King Realm? Grandfather? Su Ziqing rejoiced. His grandfather must have emerged from seclusion. Immediately after, a figure landed beside Su Ziqing. It was Su Zhida, the head of the Su family. Su Zhida stared coldly at Chen Han, his aura immensely powerful. It seems that after consuming the demon pill, Su Zhida had successfully reached the King Realm, which was an entirely different level from the Spirit Venerate Realm. This is troublesome. Chen Han narrowed his eyes. Now that Su Zhida had reached the King Realm, the spirit array's influence on him was negligible. Grandfather? This is that Chen family remnant, Chen Han. Su Ziqing hurriedly moved behind Su Zhida, a sly smile on his face as he looked at Chen Han. Su Zhida nodded and spoke coldly. Hand it over. Su Ziqing was startled and quickly presented the Candle Shadow Sword with both hands. Taking the sword, Su Zi's face showed a satisfied smile. As expected of Chen Ming's former sword, truly formidable. Grandfather Chen Han still has another divine sword in his hand. Though its origin is unknown, it is also very powerful. Su Ziqing quickly added. Su Zi's gaze naturally fell upon Chen Han, and he became intrigued by the Shadow Devourer sword in his hand. The Su family was in need of divine artifacts. With these 2 Chen family artifacts, the Su family's status would surely rise several notches. Boy, hand over your sword and I'll grant you an intact corpse. Su Zhida said indifferently, seeing Chen Han as no threat at all. He was merely a minor Spirit Mansion realm cultivator. How could he possibly kill him? An intact corpse. Chen Han raised an eyebrow, standing his ground. The Su family had taken over the Chen family's mansion and now sought to plunder their treasury. As a member of the Chen family, how could Chen Han tolerate this? Rumble. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Chen Han's body. However, Chen Han's cultivation was ultimately only at the spirit mansion realm, utterly insignificant in the eyes of a king realm powerhouse. When Su Shida saw Chen Han produce a 10th grade demon pill, his expression became extremely complex. A 10th grade demon pill, if he could obtain it, he would surely break through to the saint realm within 10 years. Boy! Give me the demon pill and they'll let you leave. Su Shida roared, determined to obtain that 10th grade demon pill at any cost. Chen Han smiled faintly. Just now you wanted me dead and now you want me to leave. As a king realm expert, you are quite amusing. Su Zide's expression darkened. He knew well the significance of the 10 grade monster pill. Even Guo Fengtian would fight desperately to seize a 10 grade monster pill. The value of this 10 grade monster pill cannot merely be calculated in spirit coins. Even if the Su family exhausted all their wealth, they might not be able to buy this monster pill. I will say it again, give me the monster pill and you can live, otherwise you will die. Su Zide's eyes were icy cold. Obtaining this monster pill might allow the Su family to surpass the royal family. At that time the Su family could stand at the pinnacle of Jinling and even establish a new dynasty. You won't get it. Chen Han laughed heartily, swallowing the monster pill directly. Following that, he consumed another 9 grade pill. Without the 9 grade pill's mitigation, Chen Han's body could not withstand the spiritual power of the 10 grade monster pill. Seeing Chen Han swallow another 9 grade pill, Su Shida and Su Ziqing displayed expressions of immense shock. Just how many treasures does Chen Han possess? The treasures he revealed are things the Su family wouldn't even dare to dream of. Damn it, capture him. I will use your flesh and blood to refine pills. It will surely be a great supplement. Su Shida roared, lunging towards Chen Han. Su Shida was well aware of the rarity of the 10 grade monster pill. Now that Chen Han had swallowed the monster pill, how could he bear to let it go? Roar! Before Su Shida could get close, a powerful storm surged around him. Su Shida grunted coldly and quickly retreated a few steps, staring at Chen Han with a look of shock. At this moment, Chen Han had also reached the king realm. After consuming the 10 grade monster pill, although his aura surged to the king realm, it would only last for a brief period. I don't believe that relying on external power to reach the king realm can surpass my true king realm. Su Shida roared, wielding the candle shadow sword and slashing towards Chen Han. Chen Han raised his gaze, his eyes filled with blood vessels. Fight! With a furious roar, Chen Han raised the shadow-devouring sword high and slashed down. The overwhelming sword energy surged in all directions, all striking towards Su Zide's body. Su Shida howled. Even having reached the king realm, he could not withstand this endless sword energy. How is this possible? Su Shida trembled, looking at Chen Han with eyes full of fear. Moonfall! With a light shout from Chen Han, the shadow-devouring sword fell, slicing through the armor on Su Zide's body. Su Shida spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole being wilting. Grandfather! Su Ziqing shouted in panic. He did not expect that Su Shida, having reached the king realm, was actually no match for Chen Han. Su Ziqing wanted to escape but saw Chen Han swing his sword and his body fell to the ground with a thud. Chen Han stepped forward, coldly gazing at the fallen Su Shida, whose previous arrogance had vanished, replaced by fear. Occupying the Chen family's residence and attempting to seize the Chen family's treasury, you deserve to die. Chen Han enunciated each word clearly, raising his sword to strike down, and Su Shida immediately ceased to breathe. Chen Han rose, feeling a surge of pain in his chest, a choking sensation rising in his throat. Indeed, the body at the spirit mansion realm could not withstand the power of the 10 grade monster pill. Chen Han collapsed to the ground unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes, finding himself leaning against the wall, still within the Chen family's treasury. Chen Han, are you alright? Hu Qianlong and others approached. They had dealt with the other members of the Su family and came down to assist Chen Han. Seeing the corpse of the Su family head, Hu Qianlong and the others were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. This was a peak expert of the spirit venerable realm, yet he had died at the hands of Chen Han. If they knew that Su Shida had already reached the king realm but was still killed by Chen Han, one can only imagine their expressions. It's nothing, just a backlash. A short rest will suffice. Chen Han swallowed an 8th grade pill, beginning to restore his body. Hu Qianlong and the others, seeing him casually consume such a high-grade pill, couldn't help but swallow hard. Being wealthy and bold was truly enviable. After exhaling a breath, Chen Han rose only after confirming his body was fine, collecting all the remaining treasures in the treasury into his spatial pouch. Not a single item was missing from the treasury. It seemed that Hu Qianlong and the others had principles in their dealings. The property of the Su family belongs to you. Chen Han looked at Hu Qianlong and said, "Belongs to us?" Hu Qianlong's face revealed an expression of immense joy. This was the property of the Su family. There must be over 100 million spirit coins here, they couldn't be dreaming. And these few bottles of pills are what I promised you. With a wave of his arm, 7 8th-grade pills landed before Hu Qianlong and the others. Hu Qianlong put away the pills, looking at Chen Han with a serious expression. Only now did they realize who had truly helped them. The Su family had broken their word, wanting to kill Hu Qianlong and the others. If it weren't for Chen Han's spirit array, the 7 of them would have truly died at the hands of Su Ziqing. Chen Han was indeed their benefactor. We 7 wish to follow you. Hu Qianlong and the others all clasped their hands in respect. Chen Han looked at them with slight astonishment. He had never expected this. Follow me? What is there to follow? Chen Han shook his head with a smile. His future certainly would not lie within the Jinling dynasty. How could Hu Qianlong and the others follow him? Hu Qianlong was momentarily at a loss for words and couldn't find a good reason. The 6th brother, Hu Ziying, quickly spoke up. Young Master Chen Han, your annihilation of the Su family surely means you will rebuild the Chen family. However, there is only you left of the Chen family. You can't be burdened with all the tedious matters. We brothers are willing to become guests of the Chen family, dedicating ourselves to it. After Hu Ziying finished speaking, Hu Qianlong and the others all gave a thumbs up. The 6th brother was indeed wise. Chen Han couldn't help but laugh. All right, from now on you will be guests of the Chen family, and naturally you won't be treated poorly. Thank you, young Master Chen Han. Hu Qianlong and the others were overjoyed. Chen Han's future was limitless. To be guests of a figure of the King realm, how impressive it would sound. The news of the Su family's destruction spread throughout the imperial capital. The return of the young master of the Chen family became a topic of conversation among many nobles in the capital. However, when everyone learned that the young master of the Chen family, who had been taken away years ago, was none other than the alchemy competition champion Chen Han, it stirred quite a wave. People praised that Chen Han not only had an extraordinary talent in alchemy but was also an exceptional genius in cultivation. He truly was the son of Chen Ming, completely comparable to him. Some speculated that Chen Han would rebuild the Chen family, bringing it back to the pinnacle of the Jinling dynasty. However, Chen Han had no such intentions. There was only him left in the Chen family. What good would rebuilding do? The plaque of the Su residence was replaced with that of the Xiao residence, and many people showed puzzled expressions. What force was the Xiao residence? Never heard of it. Is this the imperial capital? It's so vast. On the carriage, Xiao Muqing looked at the scenery of the imperial capital with astonishment. Compared to the imperial capital, Jinan City was simply a bird's nest. There was no comparison. From now on we will be residents of the imperial capital, Xiao Yuyan said with a smile. After receiving news from Chen Han, she concluded her cultivation and successfully reached the first stage of the spirit mansion realm. The Xiao family's convoy naturally attracted the attention of many. What kind of background does this Xiao family have to have moved into the residence that once belonged to the Su family? You don't know? This Xiao family is indeed the family of Xiao Yuyan, Chen Han's wife. After Chen Han annihilated the Su family, he allowed the Xiao family to move in. Chen Han is truly a good son-in-law. The Xiao family is indeed fortunate. I envy them greatly. As the Xiao family's convoy arrived at the residence, the 3rd son, Hu Baiqing, hurried out saying, Master, young lady, please come inside. Xiao Daitian and the others looked at Hu Baiqing with astonished expressions. He was a powerful figure at the spirit sovereign realm, yet he had become a guest of the Xiao family. What level had Chen Han reached? You all go about your business, Xiao Yuyan said with a smile. Hu Baiqing quickly nodded and stepped aside. The group entered the courtyard, where they saw Chen Han chatting and laughing with Ma Yi and others, and Dong Linjun was also present. TSK, tisk, the person has finally arrived. Ma Yi grinned. Ever since Yingmu was released, Ma Yuangang had instructed Ma Yi to get closer to Chen Han. With Chen Han's talent, his future prospects must be limitless. Dong Linjun and others stood up, declaring that from this day forward the territory of the Su family could be considered as having changed its surname to Xiao. The royal family showed no action regarding the extermination of the Su family. Currently, Chen Han was a favored figure in the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Even the national master praised him highly. The royal family had no reason to suppress Chen Han for a family that had already disappeared. Well, let's call it a day. We will take our leave first. Dong Linjun and the others cupped their hands toward Chen Han. Chen Han nodded, saying, "Until we meet again." "Definitely," Ma Yi and others grinned as they left. After Ma Yi and the others left, Chen Han instructed Xiao Daitian to handle the matters of the residents. For Chen Han, these trivial matters were quite bothersome. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the Xiao family had gained considerable fame in the imperial capital. Hu Qianlong and others, with the help of Chen Han's elixirs, had all stepped into the spirit sovereign realm. Having 7 powerful figures at the spirit sovereign realm was indeed a significant force in the imperial capital. With Chen Han a future king, the number of visitors to the Xiao family naturally increased. "Son-in-law." Xiao Zhen hurried in again, but this time her face was no longer flushed and she wasn't out of breath. With Hu Qianlong and others guiding her, Xiao Zhen's progress was quite rapid. "What is it?" Chen Han asked, frowning at Xiao Zhen. "Son-in-law, it's an invitation from Dong Linjun asking us to attend the wedding of Dong Linjun and the little princess." Xiao Zhen quickly said. "Oh." Chen Han's lips curved slightly. He didn't expect these two to hold their wedding so soon. "All right, I understand." Chen Han nodded. Dong Linjun and Guo Lingxin were both Chen Han's friends in the imperial capital, and he would naturally not miss the occasion. The wedding of the national master's disciple and the little princess had become a joyous event for the entire imperial capital. Guo Feng ordered a citywide celebration, hanging up red decorations. But behind this celebration, several figures quietly infiltrated the imperial capital. At the Eagle Mountain royal residence, several figures knelt before Guo Wuing, their expressions tense. "Tisk, I didn't expect my brother to agree to that old coot by Linfeng so quickly." Guo Wuing said, his face extremely gloomy. "My lord, if Dong Linjun marries Guo Lingxin, will there be any issues with our plans?" A martial artist below frowned and spoke. Guo Wuing snorted coldly. "The current Jinling dynasty is weak inside and out. Even if Dong Linjun marries that girl Guo Lingxin, it won't change anything. Such a dynasty must be changed by us." The wedding banquet of Dong Linjun and Guo Lingxin is undoubtedly a significant event for the entire dynasty. All the powerful officials and aristocrats in the city attended this grand occasion. Only those reclusive figures of the royal realm dared not to attend. The palace was adorned with red decorations, and the palace maids and guards donned red attire to signify the joyous celebration. Before the banquet began, many nobles entered the palace, for they dared not be late to the little prince's wedding. Chen Han led Xiao Yuyan into the palace, while the members of the Xiao family were not accustomed to such grand occasions and did not follow. Chen Han. Ma Yi approached, followed closely by Ma Yuangang and Ma Yuangu. "Greetings, esteemed Prime Minister," Chen Han said respectfully, cupping his hands. Ma Yuangang smiled and waved his hand. "No need for such formalities. However, after our last meeting, you have accomplished quite a few astonishing feats that have left me impressed. Truly the offspring of that esteemed individual, your talent is indeed exceptional." Chen Han replied with a polite smile, "Thank you for the praise, Prime Minister." Ma Yuangang nodded with a smile and then sat down with Ma Yuangu at their respective seats. The entire wedding banquet was orderly arranged. The powerful officials and those of high cultivation naturally sat near Guo Fengtian, while ordinary noble families could only occupy the more remote areas at the back. Perhaps due to their friendship with Dong Linjun and Guo Lingxin, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan's seats were not far from the main table. When Guo Fengtian arrived, everyone stood to greet him respectfully. Soon the two protagonists of the day, Dong Linjun and Guo Lingxin, appeared before everyone. Guo Lingxin wore a stunning red dress radiating beauty. Dong Linjun was dressed in a red ceremonial robe, handsome in appearance. They truly make a remarkable couple. Their story will surely be a cherished tale in the future. The disciple of the national master possesses extraordinary talent, indeed a fitting match. But today, why is the national master not here? The crowd was puzzled, for Dong Linjun, being the disciple of the national master, should have him present. Guo Fengtian raised his hand, signaling for silence. "As you all know, the 100 Dynasties Summit will commence in a few months. The national master has gone to Lingzhou Central Region to understand matters concerning the summit. It is indeed regrettable that he cannot attend this banquet." Dong Linjun quickly added, "My master has indeed gone to Lingzhou Central Region to understand the matters regarding the 100 Dynasties Summit. Please do not speculate further." The crowd nodded with smiles, their previous doubts naturally dissipating. At the banquet, everyone raised their glasses and enjoyed the festivities. "The king of Eagle Mountain has arrived." The guards shouted loudly, causing the laughter to abruptly cease. Guo Fengtian also lifted his gaze, looking forward to see Guo Wuying walking towards the main table with a hearty laugh. Following Guo Wuying were several young individuals all possessing the cultivation of the spiritual mansion realm. Among them was Guo Yan. Wuying, you have come. Guo Fengtian spoke calmly. Guo Wuying was Guo Fengshan's elder brother. Years ago Guo Fengtian ascended to the royal realm first, thus passing the throne to him. It took Guo Wuying 2 more years to reach the royal realm. Being the eldest prince of the Jinling dynasty, he naturally felt discontent. Many powerful officials were aware that this king of Eagle Mountain might still have ambitions towards the throne. Is the third brother not here? Guo Wuying looked around. The third brother referred to their younger brother Guo Yinsheng, who was conferred the title of Yinsheng Wang. The young prince Guo Nanmo was the son of Guo Yinsheng. Guo Fengtian raised an eyebrow and smiled. The third brother went to address the turmoil in the eastern territories, so he could not attend. Guo Wuying nodded and directly sat down beside Guo Fengtian. This was the king of Eagle Mountain, second only to Guo Fengtian in status within the entire dynasty, who would dare to provoke him. Greetings, King of Eagle Mountain, Donglin Jun approached respectfully. Guo Wuying smiled and lifted his head, looking at Donglin Jun with an amused expression. Indeed, the disciple of the national master possesses an extraordinary demeanor, but Guo Wuying's words abruptly ceased, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It's not that I'm speaking ill of you, but staying in the greenhouse for too long has made you lose the demeanor of a man. Wuying. Guo Fengshan's tone was serious. He knew his brother well, having fought at the border for many years surrounded by seasoned warriors. The East Forest Lord, who focused on alchemy, naturally did not hold Guo Wuying in high regard. Fengtian, I have mentioned before that our younger generation in Jinling must experience the battlefield, otherwise what use are they if they behave like women? Guo Wuying grinned and looked at the young nobles of other powerful families, revealing a disdainful expression. Guo Yan and others burst into laughter, their spiritual energy emanating, seemingly flaunting their strength. King of Eagle Mountain, your words seem somewhat incorrect. Although our young ones grew up in the imperial capital, their strength is exceptional. When have they ever been as weak as you claim? A minister spoke up, and many present shared his displeasure with the King of Eagle Mountain's words. Guo Wuying let out a cold laugh. Oh, I don't believe it. Since I'm back in the imperial capital, I happen to have brought some young ones. Why not call them out to spar with your disciples? The ministers exchanged glances, and the strong members of the major families showed difficult expressions. They could see that the people Guo Wuying brought were all fierce-looking, having fought on the battlefield for a long time, making them unmatched in their realm. If the disciples were to spar with these individuals, it would be too dangerous. Why not? Are you afraid? Guo Wuying smiled coldly while Guo Fengtian frowned. Could it be that no one among the young disciples in the imperial capital dared to stand up? Senior King of Eagle Mountain, this is my wedding banquet. I hope you will give my master some face. The East Forest Lord gritted his teeth and spoke. After all, he was still a junior. Who was he to argue with the King of Eagle Mountain? Yet this was a significant event in his life. He couldn't allow the King of Eagle Mountain to ruin it. The King of Eagle Mountain looked at the East Forest Lord, his expression cold. I am speaking with the ministers. You may stay aside, my dear nephew. By the way, dear nephew, you are also at the spiritual realm, right? Why not give it a try? I will instruct my subordinates not to use their full strength. Wuying. Enough. Guo Fengtian admonished softly. Only then did Guo Wuying cease his words. He could disregard anyone else's face, but he genuinely needed to give Guo Fengtian some respect. After all, Guo Fengtian was the emperor of the Jinling dynasty, the true master. But would the noble youths from the entire imperial capital just let Guo Wuying's ridicule pass? Guo Wuying stopped speaking while Guo Yan laughed. Father, I see that these young disciples raised in the imperial capital are not impressive, otherwise why would not a single person dare to step forward? Guo Wuying let out a cold laugh, completely agreeing with Guo Yan's words. I have heard that Prince Guo Yan has killed countless enemies at the border. Li Pengyang from the Li family is willing to spar with the young prince. A disciple from the Li family stood up. The Li family, being imperial relatives, naturally had to support Guo Fengtian, ensuring that the King of Eagle Mountain and his company did not ruin the young prince's wedding banquet. Guo Yan glanced at Li Pengyang with disdain and said, You're not worthy, you'll let Tomo take action. Guo Yan directly let Tomo take the stage, and the two found an open area to begin their duel. Everyone turned to watch, wondering whether the disciples of the imperial capital could match these young generals from the border. Bang! In less than 10 moves, Li Pengyang was sent flying by Tomo. These disciples from the imperial capital are truly incapable of withstanding a single blow. Tomo grinned, his gaze sweeping towards Chen Han. Having lost to Chen Han in one move last time, he intended to reclaim his honor this time. The ministers' faces turned ashen. Li Pengyang's talent was among the finest within the Li residence. If even Li Pengyang could not match Tomo, how terrifying must Tomo truly be? Who else dares to step forth and fight? Tomo pounded his fists, unleashing a wild roar. The other generals laughed heartily, a stark contrast to the solemn alchemists beside Lord Donglin. Yet none of the other ministers dared to intervene. They were not of the Li residence and dared not easily offend the king of Yingshan. Even dispatching young disciples might not guarantee victory against the likes of Guoyan and others. Damn it! Lord Donglin intended to act but was stopped by those nearby. As the groom at this wedding feast, how could he intervene at such a moment? I have already taught you a lesson last time. I never imagined you would have such a poor memory. Chen Han rose, drawing much attention. Tomo cast a cold gaze upon Chen Han, his expression indifferent. Boy, last time I lost to you in a move. This time you won't be so fortunate. With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from Tomo, his cultivation astonishingly reaching the 4th tier of the Lingfu realm. No wonder he is so confident. He must have broken through. Chen Han smiled calmly, his face unshaken by the revelation. After absorbing a 10th grade demon pill in the Chen family treasury, Chen Han instantly reached the King realm. Though his cultivation gradually waned, it halted at the 10th tier of the Lingfu realm. Now just one step away from the Lingzuan realm, Chen Han naturally did not regard Tomo as a threat. Prepare yourself. Tomo roared and charged fiercely toward Chen Han. Many wore expressions of concern, knowing Chen Han was skilled in spiritual arrays, yet this moment was hardly suitable for crafting one. Could Chen Han hold his ground? Bang! Before anyone could react, Tomo was sent flying backward, collapsing onto the ground. An eerie silence fell over the entire banquet. With just one move, Chen Han had defeated Tomo. How could this be possible? 10th tier of the Lingfu realm? Guoyan's face was etched with shock. The last time they met, Chen Han was only at the 1st tier of the Lingfu realm. Now possessing power at the 10th tier, could he have acquired a great opportunity in these past days? Not only Guoyan but Guo Fengtian and others also revealed astonishment. Given Chen Han's cultivation, defeating Tomo in a single move was indeed plausible. No wonder he is so confident, such strength indeed. Yang Lai, show the people of the imperial capital the might of our border generals. Guoyan commanded sharply. Behind him a robust man stepped forward, his cultivation matching Chen Han's at the peak of the Lingfu realm. Yang Lai strode toward Chen Han, releasing an imposing aura at Lingfu realm's zenith. A chilling murderous intent clung to him. Any ordinary disciple confronted by Yang Lai would likely be terrified beyond words. It is said Yang Lai once fought through more than 10 experts of equal realm, proving nearly invincible within the Lingfu realm. I heard that too. Yang Lai is truly formidable, facing over 10 opponents alone and slaying several. He is nothing short of a monster. I wonder if Chen Han can cope with him. Yang Lai's strength far surpasses Tomo's. Many wore worried expressions. Yang Lai had campaigned far and wide, accumulating numerous astonishing feats. Though Chen Han was strong, he still fell short compared to Yang Lai. Boy, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I will let you strike first with 3 moves. Yang Lai grinned broadly, his gaze full of contempt as he looked at Chen Han. How formidable could a disciple raised in the imperial capital truly be? Yang Lai, do not underestimate the enemy. Guoyan frowned, fully aware that Chen Han, while at the 1st level of the spirit mansion realm, had suppressed 2 Mo who was at the 3rd level. Chen Han's strength could by no means be judged by the standards of an ordinary spirit mansion realm cultivator. King Lingxi, it matters not. I, Yang Lai, have spoken my words and shall not retract them. What harm is there in receiving 3 of his strikes? Yang Lai laughed heartily, utterly dismissing Chen Han. Chen Han fixed his gaze on Yang Lai, a pair of iron fists materializing over his own. 3 strikes. You will only defend and not attack. Yang Lai's brow furrowed slightly as he studied Chen Han's expression, a flicker of unease stirring within him. Yes, only defense, no offense. Come at me? Perhaps. Chen Han raised his eyes slightly, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. 3 strikes won't be necessary. Hearing Chen Han's words, Yang Lai burst into laughter. How absurd. With those slender arms and legs of yours, even 10 strikes couldn't harm me. The moment Yang Lai's laughter ceased, he found Chen Han's figure already before him, his iron fists blasting forth with a thunderous impact. Ugh! Yang Lai roared, a searing pain erupting in his abdomen. This punch from Chen Han had completely surpassed his imagination. Bastard! Yang Lai gritted his teeth, hurriedly raising his arms to block Chen Han's fists. But Chen Han was too swift. Before Yang Lai could even lift his arms, another fist slammed into his chest. Then came a 3rd punch. With this final blow, Yang Lai's entire body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Chen Han shook his arms, a slight frown on his brow. It still took 3 punches. The generals of the border do have some skill after all. The crowd stared at Chen Han, swallowing hard. With 3 punches, Yang Lai had been rendered utterly defenseless. Just how formidable was Chen Han's true strength? This young man's strikes are clean and decisive. Guo Wuying watched Chen Han, a chill glinting in his eyes. Though Chen Han was only at the Spirit Mansion realm, even this King Realm powerhouse sensed a sliver of threat. Guo Wuying knew Yang Lai's strength better than anyone, yet before Chen Han he was so pitifully inadequate. This Chen Han was no ordinary disciple. Yang Lai. Guo Yan let out a furious roar. He had already warned Yang Lai, never expecting him to be so reckless. What a disgrace. King Lingxi, allow me to fight him. Let me. Several other young generals stepped forward, eager to challenge Chen Han. Stand down, all of you. This is a wedding feast, not a place for your mischief. Guo Wuying spoke coldly, silencing the generals. Guo Fengtian glanced at Guo Wuying and said calmly, let the feast continue. Wuying, come with me for a moment. Guo Wuying spat out the food from his mouth and strode after Guo Fengtian. The onlookers watched the retreating figures of Guo Fengtian and Guo Wuying, their faces etched with concern. The Jinling imperial court was not as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. Chen Han returned to his seat and Ma Yi immediately scooted over. Impressive. You knocked Yang Lai senseless. Guo Yan's face is black as thunder now. Chen Han shook his head with a smile. If he hadn't been so arrogant, it might have been a bit more troublesome. But offering me 3 free strikes. That was far too conceited. Ma Yi gave a thumbs up. As expected of you, kid. Staying by your side, I feel invisible. Chen Han and Ma Yi exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Dong Linjun and Wu Lingxin approached, gazing at Chen Han with profound gratitude. Today I thank you, brother Chen Han. Dong Linjun raised his wine glass toward Chen Han. Chen Han waved his hand with a smile. We are all friends here, we must help one another. Dong Linjun nodded in response. Chen Han's rate of growth had utterly surpassed their expectations. A young martial artist at the peak of the Spirit Mansion realm, such a prodigy was a monstrous existence even within Lingzhou. Within a hall of the Imperial Palace, 2 figures stood at the center, the atmosphere profoundly still. These 2 were none other than Guo Fengtian and Guo Wuying, who had just departed. Second brother, I know you have discerned it, so we brothers need not conceal anything from each other. Guo Wuying spoke directly. Guo Fengtian frowned deeply, turning to look at Guo Wuying. Elder brother, why did you do this? Have you forgotten father's words? That Guo is the very culprit who caused father's death. Why did you release him? Guo Fengshan's emotions grew agitated. Guo was none other than the former patriarch of the Night Shadow sect. The old emperor's death was precisely the work of Guo. Without the old emperor, Guo Fengtian and the others could not kill Guo and had no choice but to imprison him in the celestial dungeon. Yet just a few days prior, all the guards watching over Guo had been brutally slain and Guo had vanished without a trace. As the emperor of Jinling, nothing could escape Guo Fengshan's eyes. Guo disappearance was orchestrated by Guo Wuying? Guo Wuying smiled at Guo Fengtian. Second brother, we could have long set aside our grudge with the Night Shadow sect. Why not join forces to confront the Myriad Gu dynasty? Do you know how many forces the Myriad Gu dynasty has allied with? Their target is undoubtedly our Jinling. Without the help of the Night Shadow sect, how can we stand against the Myriad Gu dynasty? Guo Fengshan's countenance darkened. He was naturally aware of the Myriad Gu dynasty's movements. Their recent activities had grown increasingly frequent, and the day of the 100 Dynasties Summit was drawing near. Where has Guo gone? Guo Fengtian took a deep breath, his tone calming. I have a deal with him, at least until the transaction is complete I cannot reveal his whereabouts, Guo Wuying said calmly. Guo Fengtian clenched his fists. Though he was the emperor of Jinling, he could do nothing against Guo Wuying. Every King Realm powerhouse in the dynasty was a pillar of the Jinling imperial dynasty. Losing one might allow other dynasties to seize the opportunity and devour Jinling. Now Guo Fengtian was caught in a dilemma, forced to let Guo Wuying act as he pleased. Elder brother, because you are my elder brother, I trust that you have Jinling imperial dynasty's best interests at heart. If Guo does anything to harm Jinling imperial dynasty, I will personally take action. At any cost. Guo Fengtian finished speaking, waved his sleeve and departed with an imposing aura. As the sovereign of the Jinling imperial dynasty, he had the right to say such words. In the hall, Guo Wuying curled his lips and the expression on his face transformed into that of another person. The wedding feast of Dong Linjun and Guo Lingxin lasted for 3 days and finally drew to a close. This tale of matrimonial bliss was widely celebrated in the imperial capital, and Chen Han, who had stolen the spotlight at the banquet, became a topic of conversation among the capital's elite. Chen Han, who had been cultivating at the Spirit Venerable Academy for less than a year, had already reached the peak of the Spirit Mansion realm. How many in the entire Jinling imperial dynasty could boast such talent? Even the 2 princes who had entered the immortal sect might not have achieved this. After settling matters with the Xiao family, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan returned to the Spirit Venerable Academy. As soon as they returned to the academy, they were immediately surrounded by numerous disciples. A cultivation base at the peak of the Spirit Mansion realm, this surpassed even several of the elders. How did Chen Han cultivate? Was he a monster? Boom! A figure descended through the air. It was Fang Beiyan. You rascal, you've been riding high in the imperial capital lately. Fang Beiyan looked at Chen Han and laughed heartily. He never expected that the disciple he had picked up would possess such extraordinary talent, with cultivation nearly surpassing his own as master. Master, you flatter me. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Chen Han said with a smile. Fang Beiyan paused, then burst into laughter along with him. These words pleased him greatly. According to the rules of the Lingzuan Academy, your cultivation level has completely graduated. It is quite rare for a prodigy like Chen Han, who has reached the pinnacle of the Lingfu realm in less than a year of cultivation. I will come back to visit often. Chen Han smiled. Fang Beiyan nodded. Where do you plan to go next? Chen Han hesitated for a moment and said, perhaps I will try the summit of the 100 dynasties. Fang Beiyan smiled bitterly. The summit of the 100 dynasties is indeed a terrifying place. Have you been there, master? Chen Han asked in surprise. Fang Beiyan nodded. The summit of the 100 dynasties is held once every 5 years, selecting the top talents from the 100 dynasties to be sent to the immortal sect for training. Back then I accompanied the second prince to the summit of the 100 dynasties, but only the second prince from the Jinling dynasty stood out and joined the Lingxiao sect. At this point Fang Beiyan showed a helpless expression, as he was just one step away from joining the immortal sect back then. If he had entered the immortal sect, his future would have been vastly different. Perhaps he could have stepped into the king realm and traveled far and wide instead of being summoned by that old man to become the next candidate for the dean. I didn't expect the summit of the 100 dynasties to be so frightening. Chen Han felt a lingering fear, especially after hearing Wu Fengtian say that this time the summit of the 100 dynasties would be even more difficult. Without reaching the 5th stage of the Lingfu realm, one would have no qualifications to join. You need not worry too much with your qualifications. Entering the summit of the 100 dynasties shouldn't be difficult. Fang Beiyan smiled at Chen Han, recalling that when he last went to the summit he was only at the 8th stage of the Lingfu realm and almost made it. Chen Han at the pinnacle of the Lingfu realm would definitely be able to enter the summit of the 100 dynasties. He glanced at Fang Beiyan and hugged Xiao Yuyan's slender waist, saying, if I enter the immortal sect I must go in with my wife. Fang Beiyan's expression turned awkward. Bullying your lonely old master, I won't play with you anymore. He waved his sleeve and strode away just as Jing Bing approached, looking at the flustered Fang Beiyan with confusion. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan stayed at the Lingzuan Academy for several days, during which Chen Han was refining a medicinal bath for Xiao Yuyan. Xiao Yuyan possesses an extreme mean body and has a much higher capacity for absorbing medicinal effects than ordinary people. During the day they practiced and took medicinal baths, while at night they cultivated together. Xiao Yuyan's aura gradually began to rise. Chen Han also stabilized his spiritual power at the pinnacle of the Lingfu realm, with all disciples of the academy striving to cultivate hard in preparation for the upcoming summit of the 100 dynasties. The summit of the 100 dynasties is a grand event for the entire Lingzhou. Those from the 100 dynasties wishing to enter the most prosperous center of Lingzhou can only do so through the summit of the 100 dynasties to become disciples of the immortal sect. 3 months later, within the imperial palace, a group of young disciples gathered. These disciples were all top talents from the Jinling dynasty, hailing from various factions. Among this group, the lowest cultivation level was at the 5th stage of the spiritual mansion realm. Guo Fengtian had previously stated that without reaching the 5th stage of the spiritual mansion realm there was no need to participate in the summit of 100 dynasties, which was naturally taken to heart by all factions. Is everyone here? Bai Linfeng strode out, his expression far from pleasant, indicating that he had encountered considerable trouble during his trip to Lingzhou. I greet the National Master. The crowd respectfully spoke, as the National Master had summoned them to address the matters of the summit of 100 dynasties. Bai Linfeng nodded and continued, this year's summit of 100 dynasties is different from previous years. This summit of 100 dynasties will be exceptionally perilous. If anyone wishes to withdraw, they may leave now. The crowd exchanged glances. They had diligently trained for so many years for this day. How could they possibly give up? We will not withdraw. The crowd's spirit was grand, each person brimming with confidence. Bai Linfeng nodded, waving his sleeve, causing rings to fall into each person's hands. These are the rings issued by the immortal sect, used to record the participants' scores. As long as one accumulates 100 points, reaching the central region of Lingzhou within a month will qualify them for advancement. By removing an opponent's ring and injecting spiritual energy, one can seize the points contained within it. Each participant starts with a score of 1 point. After Bai Linfeng finished speaking, many showed expressions of shock. 100 points for advancement, and each person only has 1 point. Does that not mean that among 100 people only one can advance? Moreover, Bai Linfeng continued, his tone becoming serious. The crowd perked up, not wanting to miss a single word from Bai Linfeng. From the moment you receive the ring, you have already begun the summit of 100 dynasties. However, until you step out of our dynasty, attacking anyone from your own dynasty is prohibited. Violators will be executed. As soon as his words fell, the disciples below displayed looks of panic. They hadn't even prepared themselves, and it had already begun. Chen Han looked at the ring on his wrist, which displayed the number 1, indicating his score. Chen Han had tried many methods but could not hide the ring, meaning that the participants' scores would be exposed to everyone's gaze. Ahem. Bai Linfeng coughed, and the crowd quieted down. There is one more thing. This year's summit of 100 dynasties has no venue restrictions, and it is inevitable that unrelated individuals may appear. If someone threatens your life, you may crush your ring and the participant will be teleported back to the place they left from. Of course, doing so will result in disqualification. Is that understood? The crowd erupted in chatter. Bai Linfeng's words implied that outsiders could interfere with the summit of 100 dynasties. This had never happened before. However, the immortal sect has decreed that experts at the Wang realm are prohibited from participating. Bai Linfeng added. This caused many to breathe a sigh of relief, grateful that experts at the Wang realm could not participate. Yet this was not friendly for young loose cultivators. The disciples from noble families would have several spirit master realm experts protecting them, making their journey smooth and unimpeded. Together, Dong Linjun approached Chen Han. If the participants traveled in pairs, it would significantly reduce the risks. Sure. Chen Han nodded. Among the competitors, he was most familiar with Dong Linjun. Furthermore, due to his training over this period, Dong Linjun had also reached the peak of the spiritual mansion realm, his strength definitely not weak. After Bai Linfeng finished speaking, each disciple returned home to request external support. Bai Linfeng cast a glance, landing in front of Chen Han and the others. Do you need me to send someone to escort you? Bai Linfeng furrowed his brows and spoke. Dong Linjun shook his head. This is our own trial. Naturally, we must rely on our own strength. If we depend on outsiders, even if we pass the first obstacle, it would be difficult to overcome the subsequent challenges. However, there are no real restrictions on the venue for this Baichao summit. Before reaching the central area of Lingzhou, you will arrive at Sanxian City, which is the only route to the central region for Baichao. But the 3 great sects have decreed that no one outside of the competitors is allowed to enter Sanxian City. After Sanxian City, there will be no outside interference in the Baichao summit. Chen Han's face revealed a look of surprise. It seems that the most troublesome part of the journey would be the road to Sanxian City. A group of powerful beings at the spiritual master realm escorting their own genius would certainly be quite a spectacle. In this case, it would be better to keep a low profile. If they attracted the attention of a peak spiritual master, it would not be pleasant. After bidding farewell to Bai Linfeng, Chen Han and the others set off for Sanxian City. Sanxian City is far from the Jinling dynasty. Even riding an eagle pun would take more than 10 days, and they would have to stop at towns along the way to rest. Baiyan City affiliated with the Bailong dynasty. In a tea house, 3 figures calmly sipped tea, not in a hurry to continue their journey. What a grand display to have over 10 spiritual masters escorting one person. Chen Han took a sip of tea and spoke with a smile. Dong Linjun smiled lightly. Most of these disciples protected by spiritual masters have not even reached the late stage of the spiritual mansion realm and can only rely on their family's power to reach Sanxian City. That was when the real beginning would occur. Those with weaker strength would simply become stepping stones for others, even if they relied on their family's power to gain points. That was when the real beginning would occur. Those with weaker strength would simply become stepping stones for others, even if they relied on their family's power to gain points. Alright, it's about time to rest. We should set off now. Chen Han adjusted his clothing and stood up while Xiao Yuyan immediately summoned Xiao He. Xiao He transformed into a black dragon and with Chen Han and the others on its back it sped towards Sanxian City. The speed of the black dragon was several times that of an eagle peng. In less than 10 days they would reach Sanxian City. On the dragon's back Chen Han glanced back nonchalantly, his eyes cold. Are we being followed? Dong Linjun spoke from the back. Chen Han nodded. There were several presences of spiritual masters behind them indicating that their pursuers were not to be underestimated. Behind several figures closely followed Chen Han and the others. Third uncle, I must get that black dragon. In the center of the group a plump man gazed at Xiao He with greedy eyes. This person was named Wen Yi, a member of the Wen family from the Bai Long dynasty. Ever since he saw Xiao He and Chen Han with his own eyes in Bai Yan City he had developed ulterior motives. Seeing that Chen Han and the others had no strong guardians beside them, Wen Yi planned to take action, not only for the black dragon but also for the armlets of the three. Rest assured, with your third uncle here I will surely help you capture the black dragon. Wen Hai laughed heartily and quickened his pace to pursue Chen Han and the others. What the Wen family did not know was that Chen Han had already detected their presence and was well aware of the strength of the Wen family members. 3 spiritual masters, with the strongest one reaching the 4th stage of the spiritual master realm. Chen Han spoke calmly, his face showing no signs of fear. Not easy to deal with. Dong Linjun frowned, replying that spiritual masters were not something he could handle. I will deal with those 3 at the spirit sovereign realm, the rest are up to you all. Chen Han said as he drew the shadow-devouring sword. As for the candle shadow sword, Chen Han left it in the Chen family's treasury. Dong Linjun looked at Chen Han in astonishment, but before he could speak Chen Han had already leaped out. Dong Linjun blinked, glancing at Xiao Yuyan. Has brother Chen Han always been this confident? The opponent is a powerhouse at the spirit sovereign realm. He never takes on tasks he cannot guarantee success in, so you can rest assured. Xiao Yuyan replied with a light laugh. Dong Linjun nodded, yet he was still immensely shocked. He was well aware that Chen Han had not broken through to the spirit sovereign realm. How could someone at the spirit mansion realm contend against a spirit sovereign powerhouse? A top-tier divine sword? Uncle. A top-tier divine sword? Upon seeing the shadow-devouring sword in Chen Han's hand, Wen Yi let out a loud shout. Wen Hai frowned slightly, not expecting that the opponent possessed a top-tier divine sword. Could he be the young master of some major power? Uncle, he's charging at us. Help me seize that top-tier divine sword, I want it. Wen Yi displayed an eager expression. A top-tier divine sword was something even the 100 Dragon dynasty might not possess. Wen Hai nodded. For the sake of this little ancestor of theirs, even if the opponent was a scion of a noble family, they had no choice but to offend him. As long as they acted decisively, who would notice? Capture him? Wen Hai said coldly as the 2 other powerhouses at the spirit sovereign realm advanced towards Chen Han. Buzz! Chen Han swung his sword down and the shadow-devouring sword emitted a series of sword cries. Truly worthy of being a top-tier divine sword, it possesses such power. Wen Hai's eyes gleamed. If they obtained this top-tier divine sword, it would definitely require a discussion with the family head. After all, a divine object like the top-tier divine sword was not something an ordinary power could possess. If they attracted a powerhouse of the king realm, the Wen family might not be able to handle it. Capture him? Wen Hai called out softly. He was not worried that Chen Han would crush the bracelet, as such contenders were all aiming for the immortal sect. How could one possibly give up on the immortal sect? Phoenix flying 12 swords. A single sword transformed into 12 flying swords. The 12 flying swords swept across, exuding an immensely powerful aura. How can someone at the spirit mansion realm unleash such an aura? Wen Hai's expression turned shocked. Block it. Wen Hai roared, and the 2 other powerhouses at the spirit sovereign realm simultaneously moved to obstruct the 12 flying swords. The 12 flying swords spun in the air, slicing through the bodies of the opponents. Swish! How is this possible? The 2 powerhouses at the spirit sovereign realm gasped in shock as their clothes were torn into shreds, leaving behind numerous wounds. Slash! Chen Han commanded, and the sword chi surged, instantly penetrating the bodies of the 2. Wen Hai's eyes narrowed as the 2 figures surprisingly lost their breath and fell downward. You seek death? Wen Hai roared, reaching out to grab Chen Han. The powerhouses at the spirit sovereign realm were the backbone of the Wen family. Losing even one would be a great loss to them. Chen Han glanced at Wen Hai, stepped forward, and the shadow-devouring sword released several sword shadows. Wen Hai squinted, wielding a 7th-tier large blade, rapidly rushing towards Chen Han, intent on capturing him. Moonfall. Chen Han slashed down with his sword, unleashing all his spiritual power, and the air around him condensed into countless sword chi. The gathered sword chi pressed down like a mountain towards Wen Hai. Wen Hai raised his gaze to the sword mountain, revealing a shocked expression. How could someone at the spirit mansion realm possess such a formidable aura? Who are you? Wen Hai gritted his teeth, his expression utterly cold. A spirit mansion realm cultivator could threaten someone at the spirit sovereign realm. This Chen Han was certainly not a disciple of an ordinary power. You are someone you cannot provoke. Chen Han's voice descended with the sword mountain pressing down on Wen Hai. Arrogant, just a kid in the spiritual palace realm, truly thinking he can ascend to the heavens. Wen Hai roared, slashing his treasured blade towards the sword mountain. Boom! Wen Hai's strike landed on the sword mountain, erupting with an extraordinarily powerful aura. The surging shockwave rolled out like a terrifying wave, crashing around. Damn it! Wen Hai let out a howl, his entire being pressed down by the sword mountain. Puff! Wen Hai spat out a mouthful of blood sent flying several meters away. Third uncle? Wen Yi shouted, anxiously worried not for Wen Hai's safety but for the shadow-devouring sword. Eager to obtain the shadow-devouring sword. Young master, you should retreat first. Wen Hai gritted his teeth, having personally experienced Chen Han's power. He realized just how terrifying Chen Han truly was. Run! Can you really escape? Chen Han's tone was icy as his figure instantly appeared behind Wen Hai. Wen Hai attempted to resist but was struck down by Chen Han with a single blow. Seeing Wen Hai fall silent, Wen Yi was so frightened that he retreated several steps. Don't come over. I am a member of the 100 Dragon Dynasties Wen family. My father is a minister of the 100 Dragon Dynasty. Wen Yi shouted, trying to intimidate Chen Han, but Chen Han actually stopped in his tracks. Seeing Chen Han halt, Wen Yi thought Chen Han was afraid of the Wen family and immediately pointed at Chen Han and laughed. Kid, do you know fear now? Hand over the grade 10 divine sword in your hand, and that black dragon too. Give it all to me, otherwise I will have my father deal with you. Wen Yi clenched his fists, wearing a proud expression. Chen Han glanced at Wen Yi and shook his head. Foolish pig. After saying that, Chen Han seized Wen Yi by the neck, causing Wen Yi's body to tremble, revealing a struggling expression. You! Let go of me! I am the son of a minister. Wen Yi screamed, his expression twisted. Slap! Without a word, Chen Han took the wristband from Wen Yi's wrist and directly tossed it to Xiao Yuyan. This free point I want, let it go. As for Wen Yi, Chen Han paid him no further attention, gracefully riding away on the black dragon. This is how it is at the pinnacle of the 100 dynasties. Why care about your noble lineage? Using any means to enter the immortal sect, what can the royal offspring do to him? Little Black was extremely fast, attracting a lot of attention and also drawing numerous enemies along the way. Chen Han gave all the points he had seized to Xiao Yuyan. Xiao Yuyan's points immediately reached 64, while Dong Linjun also earned 13 points through his own efforts. Due to Xiao Yuyan's high score, many competitors began to pay attention to her. However, with Chen Han around, these people could only wait for the right moment to strike. A peak competitor in the spiritual palace realm was not to be trifled with. Before long, the three reached the three immortal city, where many had already gathered. Those brought guards were all blocked outside by the strong contenders of the immortal sect. Those who once acted recklessly with their guards suddenly wilted upon entering the three immortal city. The true pinnacle of the 100 dynasties is just beginning. As the three entered the three immortal city, they attracted many gazes. Inside the city, contestants wearing wristbands were carefully observing those entering. To say they were observing people is better described as observing prey. This is a gathering place for contestants, and if they don't seize points now, then when? However, who is the hunter and who is the prey is still uncertain. Many revealed greedy looks upon seeing the 64 points on Xiao Yuyan's wristband. Xiao Yuyan was merely at the 6th stage of the spiritual palace realm, only considered average at the pinnacle of the 100 dynasties, and could easily be targeted by others. Feeling these gazes, Chen Han merely smiled calmly. Prey was coming. Tisk 2 at the peak of the spirit mansion realm from the Jinling dynasty. Soon the identities of Chen Han and his companions were recognized by those present. Though the 100 dynasties appeared independent, each had its own circles and knew of the other's affairs. For instance, most dynasties were aware of how the alchemists of the Wangu dynasty had suffered a setback in the Jinling dynasty, even using it as a jest. How little girl at the 6th level of the spirit mansion realm carrying points, quite audacious. The speaker was a robust young man flanked by several contestants, presumably from the same dynasty. Your Highness, shall we seize that woman? A man beside him asked softly. 64 points were already a substantial sum to those present. If obtained, it would quickly bring them to 100 points. The man smiled, his gaze full of contempt as he looked at Chen Han's group. No rush, while devour this prize soon enough. Chen Han, standing in the distance, naturally overheard their words. The strength at the peak of the Spirit Mansion realm was indeed formidable, but among the various dynasties there were also a few auras at the Spirit Venerable realm. For contestants at the Spirit Venerable realm, those in the Spirit Mansion were nothing but walking points. However, most Spirit Venerable contestants had already gathered enough points and were heading toward the central region. This was merely the first stage, enough points sufficed, why waste time? That's Ling Zijian, the prince of the Linhe dynasty, who just reached the Spirit Venerable realm not long ago. Dong Linjun spoke calmly. After witnessing Chen Han's prowess, he had completely relaxed. Even a cultivator at the third level of the Spirit Venerable realm had been slain. Chen Han's strength would surely rank him among the top 10 in this summit of 100 dynasties. With such power, there was no need to worry about ordinary dynasty princes. When they come to us, we're still short on points. Chen Han smiled. Xiao Yuyan stood by his side. With Chen Han present, she had no need to think of anything else. Yet with her own strength in the Spirit Mansion realm, even if she couldn't win, she could easily escape. Moreover, Xiao Hei's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Spirit Mansion realm. Even without Chen Han and Dong Linjun, Xiao Yuyan was fully capable of protecting herself. The Three Immortal City was established here solely for the summit of 100 dynasties, serving as the only passage for the three great immortal sects to receive disciples from the dynasties. The residents of this city were all members of the three great immortal sects. If any contestant dared to lay a hand on them, they would face a siege from the three sects. Years ago, a prince from a certain dynasty killed a woman in the city. The Lingxiao sect annihilated that entire dynasty. After that precedent, no one from the 100 dynasties dared to provoke the city's residents. The residents in turn profited from the contestants during the summit. Here, an ordinary 4th grade rejuvenation pill sold for 100,000 spirit coins. Even a dynasty prince couldn't afford such extravagant expenses. Thump thump thump. Ling Zijian and his men soon approached Chen Han. Such incidents were nothing new to the onlookers. The prize of 64 points tempted even them. Without a Spirit Venerable expert to protect them, teams had to skulk in the shadows, unlike Chen Han's trio, who strode about boldly. The prince won't force you. Just hand over your wristbands and they'll let you go. Ling Zijian smiled at Chen Han's group. Chen Han raised an eyebrow, looking at Ling Zijian's smug face. Why should I give you my wristband? Who do you think you are? Chen Han's words turned Ling Zijian's face ashen. As a prince of the Linhe dynasty, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Kid, make sure you understand this. He is a prince of our Linhe dynasty. If you do not hand over the bracelet, you will regret it. The subordinates of Ling Zijian shouted in unison. Sorry, I don't know him. Chen Han shrugged. Everyone who came to the summit of the 100 dynasties had some kind of background. A prince. Sorry, there are over 100 princes just within the three immortal city. To pressure others with the title of prince at the summit of the 100 dynasties is the most foolish thing. If you don't respect the wine, you'll be forced to drink the punishment wine. There is nothing this prince desires that cannot be obtained. Ling Zijian snorted coldly and reached for Xiao Yuyan. What he wanted was naturally Xiao Yuyan's bracelet with 64 points of contribution. If he obtained it, he could head directly to the central region. Seeing Chen Han and Dong Linjun stand up, the people around Ling Zijian rushed to take action. Such matters were second nature to them, it had become a reflex. Bang! Chen Han threw all the obstructing guys out with one hand each. The people of the Linhe dynasty had no ability to resist. Ling Zijian didn't even touch Xiao Yuyan and was directly blocked by Chen Han. Do you think you can stop me? Ling Zijian snorted coldly. Although Chen Han had formidable strength in the spiritual abode realm, he was still just in the spiritual abode realm. How could he compare to someone of the spirit sovereign realm? Chen Han smiled at Ling Zijian. Do you really think you can earn points? Ling Zijian was momentarily taken aback by Chen Han's words. How could a guy in the spiritual abode realm be so arrogant in front of him? If you don't teach you a lesson, do you really think this prince is easy to deal with? Ling Zijian shouted loudly, exerting all his strength. Many gazes turned toward him, wondering which unfortunate souls had caught the attention of someone from the spirit sovereign realm. As long as one reached the spirit sovereign realm, they were not someone from the spiritual abode realm could contend with. Those who could fight across realms were extremely rare. It wouldn't be easy to encounter one. Ouch! Ling Zijian cried out loudly, completely losing the arrogance he had before. Everyone showed expressions of surprise. Ling Zijian had actually been defeated. Moreover, from the looks of it, he seemed to have lost thoroughly. Brother, spare me, just tell me what you want and I will satisfy you. Ling Zijian was on the verge of tears. He never expected that the Chen Han before him possessed such terrifying strength. With just one strike, Ling Zijian was defeated without any suspense. Sure, I want your points. Chen Han grinned. Since Ling Zijian had his eyes on Xiao Yuyan's points, Chen Han naturally wouldn't let go of Ling Zijian and the others' points. Although they were only a dozen or 20 points, it was still a good haul. A little mercy goes a long way. Before Ling Zijian could finish, Chen Han took off several people's bracelets and Ling Zijian and the others were directly teleported back to their dynasty. From this point on, their relationship with the summit of the 100 dynasties was severed. After obtaining the points from Ling Zijian and the others, Chen Han first filled Xiao Yuyan's points, then allocated the remaining points to Dong Linjun. Dong Linjun's points quickly rose to 47, which was also a very enticing number. Xiao Yuyan's points directly reached 100 and her bracelet turned red, covered by a mysterious spiritual power. Even if he took off Xiao Yuyan's bracelet, he could no longer plunder the points within it. As long as Xiao Yuyan reached the central region within the stipulated time, she would have completed the first part of the trial. Many envious gazes were cast around. If one could not gather 100 points within the stipulated time, it would be a failure. Afterward, Chen Han and the others directly found an inn to stay in within the city. All the contestants in the city were waiting for an opportunity, waiting for their prey to reveal a flaw. As long as they gathered 100 points, they would quickly leave Sanxian City. It was impossible to stay there for long. Late at night, the entire Sanxian City was eerily silent. Hiding indoors did not guarantee safety. Some people had chosen to leave Sanxian City altogether, preferring to spend these nights in the wilderness rather than remain in the city. One careless move could result in losing the hand ring to someone else. All efforts would naturally go to waste. Chen Han sat cross-legged in the room, not resting at all. Xiao Yuyan's hand ring had been locked at 100 points, and having defeated Ling Zijian during the day caused others to reassess the strength of Chen Han and his companions. Even some top disciples from the imperial dynasties dared not easily provoke Chen Han and his companions. At this rate, we won't be able to earn any points. Chen Han opened his eyes, taking in the movements of Sanxian City. Brother Chen Han. Dong Linjun knocked on Chen Han's door. Chen Han glanced at Xiao Yuyan, who was sound asleep, then stepped outside to see Dong Linjun standing at the door, his expression resolute. It seems we are thinking along the same lines. Chen Han smiled. Dong Linjun replied with a faint smile, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The points will come quickly this way. Chen Han nodded. He had already identified his target, and if successful, the points would increase rapidly. They have moved and we can set out as well. Chen Han spoke quickly, stepping into the air. Dong Linjun hurried to follow. He knew that only by staying close to Chen Han could he ensure his safety. Fortunately, he had forged a good relationship with Chen Han, otherwise this time at the summit of the 100 dynasties would have been truly challenging for him. This summit, even those at the spirit sovereign level could not guarantee their entry into the immortal sect, let alone them. In a corner of Sanxian City, a few figures were stealthily moving. If they were spotted by stronger contestants, it would lead to disastrous consequences. Bang! A crisp collision sound startled the group, and they hurriedly fled, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon discovering it was just a cat. Thank goodness it was only a cat, otherwise we would be doomed. As soon as the words fell, several shadows suddenly appeared behind them. Tisk, 31 points, not bad. Who goes there? The group was startled. Despite their caution, they were still discovered. Attack! The scene descended into chaos as nearby contestants hurriedly concealed themselves, fearing to be found. For at the peak of the Spirit Mansion realm, more than 10 at the late stage of the Spirit Mansion realm, Chen Han said with a calm smile. This level of strength could indeed rule Sanxian City as long as they did not encounter any spirit sovereign contestants. Should we act now? Dong Linjun frowned and asked. It was a good opportunity with the chaos below. No need, let them gather points first, then we will strike. Chen Han shook his head. Soon the area below quieted down and the contestants holding their hand rings revealed satisfied expressions. With these points I now have 78 points. I'm almost at 100. I'm close to. A bunch of trash dares to participate in the summit of the 100 dynasties. It's simply laughable. Alright, let's be a bit low-key. This is Sanxian City and there are many eyes watching. The group quickly silenced. Just as they were about to leave, two figures suddenly appeared before them. Who are you? How dare you block our way? The group looked at Chen Han and Dong Linjun, shouting loudly. They initially thought they were facing contestants at the Spirit Master realm and nearly fled in fear. However, upon sensing the cultivation levels of Chen Han and Dong Lin Jun, they quickly regained their confidence. After all, they had 4 peak Spirit Mansion Realm fighters and over 10 mid-tier Spirit Mansion Realm contestants. How could they fear just 2 peak Spirit Mansion Realm individuals? Let's make our move. Chen Han and Dong Lin Jun exchanged glances, and in an instant their figures vanished from sight. The group was stunned. They were surrounded by these 2 individuals. Don't panic. With so many of us, how could we fear just the 2 of them? Once we spot them, we should act together to show them our strength. Before he could finish his shout, a fist came crashing down on his face. Unsurprisingly, he spun in the air several times before crashing into the wall, looking utterly wretched. The expressions of the others froze. If even the peak Spirit Mansion Realm fighter couldn't retaliate, how could they fight back? Run! It was unclear who shouted, but the group began to flee in a panic, their cries desperate. 52 points, still a bit short. Chen Han collected the wristbands with ease, his expression relaxed. Like a hungry wolf among a herd of sheep, no one could stop him. Dong Lin Jun, on the other hand, faced some trouble, feeling overwhelmed by the several Spirit Mansion Realm enemies surrounding him. However, with Chen Han's arrival, these foes immediately scattered, unable to muster any will to resist. Alright, that's 100 points now. Chen Han grinned as the wristbands gradually turned red. Dong Lin Jun also successfully accumulated 100 points. This journey to the 3 immortal cities was indeed fruitful. With this, we can set off for the central domain tomorrow. Dong Lin Jun spoke, feeling quite pleased. Without Chen Han, gathering 100 points would have been quite troublesome. Bang! The explosion caught the attention of Chen Han and Dong Lin Jun. Looking in the direction of the sound, they found it was coming from the inn where Xiao Yuyan was staying. Let's go. Chen Han narrowed his eyes and quickly rushed toward the inn. The inn was already in ruins, yet the landlady seemed unfazed, quietly sitting to one side. The losses here would be covered by the 3 great immortal sets. I didn't expect a little girl to have such abilities. This is quite interesting. A remarkably robust man stood in front of Xiao Yuyan. His reason for targeting Xiao Yuyan was simple. A woman at the 6th stage of the Spirit Mansion Realm had somehow gathered 100 points, which he found intolerable. However, after engaging with Xiao Yuyan, he realized he had underestimated her. Though she was only at the 6th stage of the Spirit Mansion Realm, she did not fall behind against him, a 9th stage Spirit Mansion Realm fighter. Such combat power was indeed terrifying. Swish! Xiao Yuyan wielded the dragon smoke sword, her eyes revealing a cold glint. The man glanced at her, his peripheral vision catching Chen Han and Dong Lin Jun. Seeing the 2 return, the man had no reason to continue. Faced with the pressure of 2 peak Spirit Mansion Realm fighters, he could not hold his ground. I misjudged you, but if I want to leave, you little girl won't be able to stop me. The man laughed heartily and stepped into the air to depart. Dong Lin Jun was about to chase after him, but was stopped by Chen Han. Aren't you going to pursue? Dong Lin Jun looked at Chen Han in surprise. He knew that Chen Han cared deeply for Xiao Yuyan. How could he just let it go after she was bullied? Dong Lin Jun was about to chase after him, but was stopped by Chen Han. Aren't you going to pursue? Dong Lin Jun looked at Chen Han in surprise. He knew that Chen Han cared deeply for Xiao Yuyan. How could he? Phoenix dance. With a light shout from Xiao Yuyan, the Longyan sword erupted with a phoenix cry. A fiery phoenix swiftly lunged toward the man. The man let out a tragic scream and fell directly to the ground. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Xiao Yuyan at the 6th stage of the Spirit Mansion Realm possessed such terrifying combat power. Once Xiao Yuyan sheathed her sword, Chen Han and Dong Lin Jun approached her. Chen Han was well aware of Xiao Yuyan's strength. After her time in medicinal bathing, her power had risen several levels. If Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan were at the same level, he truly had no confidence in defeating her. The following morning, Chen Han and the others departed from Sanxian City. Seeing that Chen Han and the others' wristbands had all reached 100 points, many looked on with envy. For capable contestants, points were simply not an issue. Before long, Chen Han and the others arrived at the central region. Many figures were already waiting there, and Chen Han recognized several familiar faces. Everyone waited here for the instructions from the 3 great sects. Buzz! A figure stepped through the air, looking down at the crowd with a cold expression. You first batch of people, follow me. After speaking, the person stepped into the air and left, exchanging glances. The crowd followed suit. Soon they arrived at a celestial bridge. The crowd showed puzzled expressions, as people who could walk through the air, did they really need to cross a bridge? Noticing the confusion on their faces, the man cleared his throat. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuqi, a disciple of the Night Killer sect. Everyone looked at Yi Qi, revealing expressions of shock. They had initially thought he was an elder from the three sects, but unexpectedly he was merely a disciple of the Night Killer sect. Yi Qi appeared quite young yet possessed peak cultivation in the Spirit Sovereign realm, which was truly terrifying. Yi Qi continued, "What you need to do is cross this celestial bridge. However, let me remind you, the celestial bridge is not as easy as you imagine. Once you enter the bridge, life and death are uncertain." The crowd was alarmed. It seemed the celestial bridge was not as simple as they had thought. Quickly, some contestants who had reached the Spirit Sovereign realm stepped onto the celestial bridge. Some attempted to leap over it directly but fell instead, letting out miserable cries. The crowd gasped. It seems there were restrictions on the celestial bridge, making it impossible to leap over. "Let's go as well," Chen Han said calmly. Xiao Yuyan and Dong Linjun followed closely behind. Since this was a test from the three sects, it would surely not be simple. The moment they stepped onto the celestial bridge, an immense pressure descended upon Chen Han. Chen Han grunted, raising his head heavily. Xiao Yuyan and Dong Linjun's expressions were also grim. It seems that the pressure of the celestial bridge was that of the King realm. "This is just the beginning. Pay attention to your surroundings." Chen Han took a deep breath. Under such pressure, let alone walking through the air, even taking a few steps required gasping for breath. Moreover, the deeper they went, the stronger the pressure became. Many contestants had already stopped, unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure. "Bastard! What kind of power is this? It's simply too terrifying." Some contestants began to curse. The pressure of the celestial bridge had another characteristic. The higher the cultivation of a disciple, the more terrifying the pressure they endured. For those in the Spirit Sovereign realm, if the pressure were placed on Spirit Mansion realm contestants, they would likely be crushed to death. Roar! Just then a roar echoed throughout the celestial bridge. Everyone looked forward only to see fierce beasts roaring toward the contestants on the bridge. 7th grade ferocious beast. Night King Demon Hound. The 7th-rank fierce beast Night King Demon Dog is formidable enough to rival the peak powers of the Spirit Mansion realm. Most of the contestants present could handle it, but now on the immortal bridge, affected by the oppressive aura of the King realm, everyone was unable to unleash their full strength. "How should we deal with these demon dogs? Do not lose your composure." Chen Han squinted, sensing that these Night King demon dogs were somewhat different. Dong Linjun forced a bitter smile. "Brother Chen Han, it seems we are in quite a predicament. We cannot afford to lose our lives here." Chen Han narrowed his eyes as he noticed many people fleeing. They only wanted to enter the immortal sect, not die on the immortal bridge. "Concentrate." Chen Han took a deep breath, drawing a spiritual formation beneath his feet, enveloping Xiao Yuyan and Dong Linjun within it. An 8th-rank spiritual formation? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. 8th-rank spiritual formation masters are even rarer than powers of the Spirit Sovereign realm. In this situation, a spiritual formation master is immensely valuable. Where are the Night King demon dogs? Upon entering the formation, they discovered that there were no Night King demon dogs around. The previous Night King demon dogs must have all been illusions. This is a test. It is impossible for the Night King demon dogs to actually appear. Under such oppressive pressure, even contestants in the Spirit Sovereign realm would find it difficult to cope with such a number of Night King demon dogs. Chen Han spoke calmly. If large-scale deaths occurred at the peak of the 100 dynasties, even the 3 great immortal sects would struggle to withstand the pressure of over 100 dynasties. With over 100 dynasties and nearly 1,000 King realm experts, even the major forces of Lingzhou would find it extremely troublesome. Many people have withdrawn from the immortal bridge due to the illusions of the Night King demon dogs. Xiao Yuyan added. Dong Linjun nodded. Those with wavering resolve had been eliminated. Instead, those unafraid of death remained. Seeing that the Night King demon dogs were all illusions, those who fled displayed unwilling expressions. However, Yi Qi would not allow them to re-enter the immortal bridge if the rules of the 100 dynasties peak were not to be broken. Chen Han and the others quickened their pace, crossing the immortal bridge despite the pressure. Yet some were unable to withstand the oppressive force of the bridge and collapsed upon it. Stepping off the bridge revealed another scene. 3 elders sat calmly in 3 positions. The contestants who passed the immortal bridge test walked to the center, observing the appearances of the elders. What is this stage testing? Dong Linjun shook his head helplessly. He truly could not comprehend the tests of the 3 sects. Moreover, he had heard from his master that this 100 dynasties peak was somewhat different from before. However, up until now there had been no particularly strange items. Could it be that his master misunderstood? 100 people assembled. One of the elders spoke indifferently, his tone cold. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that only 100 people would be allowed to pass this second stage of the Immortal Bridge. In this stage you must think carefully. If you cannot withstand it, the only outcome is death. The elder of the Huangming sect spoke indifferently. The crowd looked at the elder of the Huangming sect in surprise, somewhat confused. A contestant of the Spirit Sovereign realm frowned and asked, "Aren't the three great immortal sects recruiting disciples? Why must we be subjected to such persecution for those of us who wish to enter the immortal sect?" The crowd nodded in agreement. If they were not selected, they could simply not enter. Did it really require risking their lives? The elder of the Huangming sect smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 100 contestants. The three great immortal sects never accept trash. If anyone has objections, you may leave now. Trash. Leave. Everyone exchanged glances filled with deep reluctance. They were all prodigies of various empires, adored by the masses. Yet here they were labeled as trash. How could they leave like this? However, the three elders before them were all powerful figures of the Wang realm. Under the assault of the Wang realm experts, how could they withstand it? "I'll go first." Finally a figure stepped forward. This person was robust in stature and handsome in appearance, the crown prince of the Divine Combat Empire, Shen Wujian. "Alright, you stand here." The elder of the Night Shaman sect spoke indifferently. Shen Wujian stepped up and a subtle fluctuation appeared on his face. He was facing an expert of the Wang realm. Could he truly endure such pressure? "Go." With a soft shout, the elder of the Night Shaman sect conjured a cauldron in midair, pressing down towards Shen Wujian. "Ugh!" Shen Wujian let out a muffled groan, his expression grave. The pressure from this cauldron was immensely heavy. At this moment it felt as if a mountain was weighing down on him, rendering him immobile. Nevertheless, Shen Wujian managed to hold on, not disgraceful of his title as prince. Impressive as expected of the prince of the Divine Combat Empire, truly formidable. So young yet possessing second-tier Lingzuan cultivation, indeed remarkable. Shen Wujian will surely enter one of the three great sects. It seems like it isn't too difficult. Could we also have a chance? Many began discussing among themselves, their worries gradually dissipating. The elder of the Emperor Ming sect scanned the crowd coldly and smiled faintly, then waved his hand, summoning a golden tower to press down on Shen Wujian. PFF. Shen Wujian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, one knee already on the ground. The sudden attack from the elder of the Emperor Ming sect shocked many. It turned out that this test did not involve just one Wang realm expert. Boom. Shen Wujian was on the brink of collapse, his legs trembling. The three elders exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, and withdrew their assaults. Shen Wujian collapsed directly to the ground. Though he did not die, he was seriously injured. Shen Wujian of the Divine Combat Empire with superior quality of the second tier passes. The elder of the Emperor Ming sect spoke indifferently. The crowd gasped. Superior quality of the second tier, that should be quite exceptional. With Shen Wuxian's success, many were eager to try. However, most people present did not possess Shen Wuxian's strength. Most failed the test, and some even fainted at the very start. Those at the Lingzuan realm had to struggle to withstand such an assault. How could the disciples of the Lingfu realm manage? Among those who passed, most were of third tier or lower second tier quality. Occasionally a few second-tier middle or second-tier upper talents appeared, but no first-tier talents had yet emerged. Boom. Another figure began the test, and many gazed over. So impressive, two elders have already made their moves, yet this person hasn't reached his limit. Quick look, the third elder is taking action. So powerful, he must be a first-tier talent. The crowd exclaimed. It was their first time witnessing the third elder in action. He Tian Hai of the 10,000 Gu Empire, middle first tier. The result drew numerous gasps. Unexpectedly, the 10,000 Gu Empire produced such a prodigy. The 10,000 Gu Empire? Chen Han and Dong Linjun exchanged glances, their expressions grave. The test continued, and there were also people from the Jinling Empire passing the test. The brothers Guo Lin and Guo Qi were both of middle second-tier quality, truly not weak. Moreover, Guo Wuying's son Guo Mao even obtained lower first-tier quality. This couldn't help but draw Chen Han's attention. It seemed Guo Mao had made ample preparations this time. The East Forest monarch of the Jinling dynasty, possessing intermediate second-grade talent. Passed. The East Forest monarch smiled at Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan before walking towards the other side. With the strength of the East Forest monarch, passing was not difficult, but intermediate second-grade talent was not considered excellent among the three great sects. I will go first. Xiao Yuyan squeezed Chen Han's hand and smiled. Chen Han nodded gently, believing that Xiao Yuyan could achieve outstanding results. Buzz. The test began, and Xiao Yuyan faced immense pressure. Due to the varying levels of cultivation, the three elders would also correspondingly reduce their power. Xiao Yuyan of the Jinling dynasty. Intermediate first grade talent. Passed. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. The Jinling dynasty already had one with intermediate first grade talent and now another one with intermediate first grade talent. Does the Jinling dynasty have so many geniuses this time? I didn't expect your woman to have such talent. A figure slowly approached. Chen Han instantly recognized the identity of the person he Lingqiu from the Wangu dynasty. You came to find me. It can't be this simple just to praise me, right? Chen Han replied with indifference. After defeating He Lingqiu at the last alchemist conference, He Lingqiu had been particularly attentive to Chen Han. The two would undoubtedly have a contest at this 100 Dynasties summit. He Lingqiu smiled. I lost to you last time, but I won't count that again this time. Chen Han chuckled. You are overconfident. He Lingqiu snorted coldly and stepped forward. Although He Lingqiu's cultivation was at the peak of the spirit mansion realm, his aura was not weaker than an ordinary spirit sovereign realm powerhouse. He Lingqiu of the Wangu dynasty, intermediate first grade. While another intermediate first grade from the Wangu dynasty. The Wangu dynasty and the Jinling dynasty have always had disputes. I didn't expect them to clash at the 100 Dynasties summit as well. However, it seems that the Wangu dynasty is slightly superior this time. The crowd nodded, indicating that the Jinling dynasty would lose to the Wangu dynasty this time. Guo Lin and Guo Qi's faces darkened. As princes of the Jinling dynasty, they only possessed second-grade talent, becoming mere embellishments. It's your turn now. He Lingqiu looked at Chen Han and smiled. The crowd turned their attention to Chen Han, seemingly anticipating another powerhouse from the Jinling dynasty. However, Chen Han appeared unremarkable. Could he achieve intermediate first-grade talent? Chen Han slowly walked forward, directing his gaze towards the three elders and cupping his hands in salute. The three elders nodded and began to release their pressure. The cauldron fell with a loud crash, smashing towards Chen Han. Chen Han snorted coldly, condensing the myriad calamity destruction god body to its peak. Buzz. An elder from the Night Slaughter sect was slightly surprised. He didn't expect his attack to have no effect on Chen Han. Go. Immediately after, an elder from the Royal Ming sect also acted swiftly. The myriad turn Jinling art was activated and Chen Han effortlessly held his ground. The crowd gasped. Having already blocked the attacks of two elders, Chen Han might indeed achieve intermediate first-grade talent. Boom. An elder from the Lingxiao sect raised his hand and a flying sword swiftly stabbed downward. At this moment, Chen Han finally showed a serious expression, realizing the terrifying power of the attacks from three kings of the realm. As time passed by, Chen Han showed no intention of retreating. How could mere kings suppress me? Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Chen Han, and the spiritual energy within him stirred at that moment. While under such pressure, he's actually about to break through. The Jinling dynasty people are also somewhat monstrous. This person will definitely possess intermediate first-grade talent. Look at the expressions of the three elders, they seem a bit different. The three elders exchanged glances, nodding, then simultaneously released their pressure. Moreover, it was even stronger than the previous attacks. Break for me! Chen Han roared, and the spiritual power within him successfully reached the realm of spiritual sovereign. The attacks from the three elders were all completely thwarted by Chen Han. Collect. The three elders withdrew their pressure, nodding in agreement. Chen Han of the Jinling dynasty possessing top-tier talent. Passed. The entire venue erupted in exclamations. The first top-tier candidate was actually from the Jinling dynasty. The visitor from the Jinling dynasty was truly a prodigy. He Lingqiu's expression was not pleasant. He hadn't expected Chen Han to possess such terrifying talent in cultivation. Who exactly is Chen Han? Out of 100 people, only 37 passed. The pass rate seemed high, but these 100 were selected from tens of thousands of outstanding individuals. This demonstrates how stringent the requirements are for selecting disciples by the three great sects. The three elders led the 37 individuals into a room. Several figures were sitting quietly in the room, observing the incoming disciples. They were all elders from the three great sects, and the time had come for the three sects to vie for the disciples. This is the list of those who passed. Each elder received a list, and upon seeing the names, they were shocked to find that 13 individuals had top-tier talent. There was even one with superior top-tier talent. The eyes of the elders shimmered with excitement. If such talent was rare in 100 years, and they must recruit him. Those with lower qualifications chose their sects first. Guo Lin and Guo Qi both went to the Huangming sect. The crown prince of the Jinling dynasty was in the Huangming sect, making it a good choice for support. Dong Linjun went to the Yisha sect known for its alchemy which suited him better. Next were the 13 with top-tier talent. The elders displayed various expressions while looking at them. Do you have a sect you wish to join? The one speaking was Huang Ying, the Grand Elder of the Huangming sect. As the Grand Elder, his aura had already reached the pinnacle of the King realm. His aura was even more terrifying than Guo Fengshen's. The 13 hesitated for a moment and many began to name their desired sects. He Lin Xiu and He Tianhai both chose the Yisha sect. Only Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan remained. Everyone could tell they were a couple. Moreover, judging by Xiao Yuyan's expression, she would follow Chen Han into the same sect. Due to Chen Han's superior top-tier talent, the elders of the three sects placed significant emphasis on his choice. Superior top-tier talent could potentially reach that level in the future. Chen Han, which sect do you choose? The Grand Elder of the Yisha sect, Lin Zhuhai, asked. Chen Han hesitated. He hadn't thought about which sect to go to. If you can't decide, why not come to our Huangming sect? We can secure you a position as a direct disciple. Huang Ying smiled as he spoke. The crowd gasped. Entering a sect as a direct disciple was an incredible opportunity. This condition was simply too tempting. Our Yisha sect can also guarantee a direct disciple position. Lin Zhuhai quickly chimed in. He did not want to miss out on a prodigy with superior top-tier talent. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with envy. Before Chen Han could respond, an elder from the Lingxiao sect suddenly spoke up. The Grand Elder from Lingxiao sect was a woman named Yang Yifeng. Although she was a woman in a male-dominated world, her strength was no less than that of the Grand Elders from the other two sects. Our Lingxiao sect cannot guarantee a direct disciple position, but I am willing to take this girl as my disciple. As she said this, Yang Yifeng's lips curled slightly. I have a connection with her. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed expressions of shock. How insidious is Yang Yifeng? Huang Ying and Lin Zhuhai's faces turned ashen. They never expected that Yang Yifeng would directly target Xiao Yuyan. Alright, I choose to join the Lingxiao sect. Chen Han spoke without hesitation. Yang Yifeng smiled, a wise choice. Huang Ying and Lin Zhuhai snorted coldly, yet they had no way to deal with Yang Yifeng. Follow me. The elders leading their disciples began to leave. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan followed Yang Yifeng toward the Lingxiao sect. A 9-phoenix spirit bird picked everyone up, flying towards the Lingxiao sect. On the back of the spirit bird, Yang Yifeng smiled at Xiao Yuyan. Aren't you coming to pay your respects? Xiao Yuyan was stunned for a moment, glancing at Chen Han, then hurriedly stepped forward. Xiao Yuyan pays her respects to master. Yang Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Individuals with grade A talent are indeed rare, and females with grade A talent are even rarer. Xiao Yuyan possessed grade A lower tier talent, which was already sufficient to be her disciple. Many people revealed envious gazes. To become the disciple of the Grand Elder right upon entry was truly an immense stroke of luck. After you enter the Lingxiao sect, there will be a small test to determine the residences assigned to you for cultivation. The better your scores, the higher the grade of the residence assigned. Yuyan, you need not worry about that. You may cultivate in my residence, and it will give you a chance to meet your senior sisters. Yang Yifeng said, her smile filled with charm. Many male disciples nodded vigorously. Soon a mountain peak came into view. The Lingxiao sect is divided into 3 peaks: Inner Goose Peak, Outer Goose Peak, and No Goose Peak. As new arrivals to the Lingxiao sect, you will all cultivate at Outer Goose Peak, but remember, do not enter No Goose Peak. Only direct disciples are allowed inside. Yang Yifeng explained. Everyone nodded, feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy of the Lingxiao sect. Many swallowed hard. This was the Lingxiao sect, one of the 3 great sects of Lingzhou. As the spirit bird landed, everyone disembarked. Xiao Yuyan was directly taken away by Yang Yifeng. At this moment, Xiao Yuyan was indeed Yang Yifeng's direct disciple, her status far surpassing that of Chen Han, the nominal disciple. New disciples, come here. A figure landed in front of the group. This person wore a white robe and exuded a steady aura, likely one of the more outstanding disciples of the Lingxiao sect. Chen Han followed others and approached, surrounding the person. My name is Shihan, the head of your entrance examination and also your senior brother. Shihan spoke indifferently, then waved his arm and a golden spirit stone appeared in his hand. This is the trial stone of the Lingxiao sect. You inject spiritual energy into it, and the denser the glow, the higher the testing grade, allowing for a higher grade residence assignment. Everyone blinked, showing eager expressions. High-grade residences greatly aid in cultivation. It is said that the 3 great sects even offer 9-grade residences to their disciples. Those places are only accessible to those at the King realm who have the qualifications to enter. If they could cultivate there, their cultivation would surely increase significantly. Come on. Shihan said, placing the trial stone in front of everyone. The group exchanged glances, then their eyes fell on Chen Han. Chen Han possessed grade A upper-tier talent. It was uncertain what grade of residence such talent could obtain. Seeing everyone looking at him, Chen Han could only shrug, then stepped in front of the trial stone. Xihan glanced at Chen Han, his eyes filled with disdain. Don't get too excited. Ordinary disciples can at most obtain a 7th-grade residence. Those 8 or 9th-grade residences are not meant for you. Everyone revealed expressions of disappointment, yet a 7th-grade residence was still quite sufficient. The spiritual energy contained within the 7th-grade residence was certainly more abundant than that within the imperial court, providing considerable assistance for cultivation. Chen Han casually placed his hand on the training stone, and immediately a beam of golden light erupted, causing many to turn away, unable to bear the brilliance. Seeing this, Xihan almost let out a curse. He had been responsible for testing several times, yet he had never witnessed such an intense golden light. 9th grade? Xihan was shocked at heart. The grade displayed by the training stone was indeed 9th grade. How could a new disciple possibly obtain a 9th grade residence? Ahem, it might be that the training stone has malfunctioned. I will report this to the elder. Xihan hurriedly took the training stone and left. Chen Han frowned slightly. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the training stone. It was Xihan who had a problem. After a while, Xihan returned looking serious as he said, the elder stated that the training stone has a problem. However, your results are quite impressive and you will be awarded an 8th grade residence. Many people showed expressions of shock. Although it was a pity not to receive a 9th grade residence, an 8th grade residence was already quite commendable. Good. Chen Han said nothing further and instead walked to the side. He was very clear that Xihan had not reported to the elder and his results were definitely supposed to be 9th grade. The remaining individuals also completed their tests, with the majority scoring at 7th grade and a few with slightly weaker strength only reaching 6th grade. This is your residence token. As long as you channel your spiritual energy into the token, you can enter your residence. Xihan distributed all the tokens to the disciples except for Chen Han's. Senior brother, what about mine? Chen Han frowned and asked. Xihan glanced at Chen Han. 8th grade residences are relatively few. The elder is still arranging them. I will send someone to bring it to you later, just wait. Chen Han did not speak further, but he could confirm that there was something wrong with Xihan. The disciples who received their tokens immediately infused them with spiritual energy and entered their respective residences. However, Chen Han was left on the sidelines. Xihan did not care about Chen Han either and quickly departed. Peak of the Spirit Venerable Realm, I cannot confront him directly. Watching Xihan's back, Chen Han narrowed his eyes. It was only his first day at Lingxiao sect and there were still many things he did not understand. If he were to confront Xihan directly, it would only be Chen Han who would suffer. Without a residence, Chen Han could only wander around outside Yan Peak for now. Along the way, he occasionally saw a few disciples rushing towards the training room with martial arts books in hand. Aside from that, it was quite difficult to see other figures. Although the 3 great immortal sects were flourishing, the number of disciples within was no more than 1,000. Moreover, most disciples were out on missions, leaving even fewer people within the sect. Newcomer. A few figures blocked Chen Han's path. Chen Han raised his head and scanned the group. The auras of these individuals were not weak, with the strongest reaching the 9th stage of the Spirit Venerable Realm. This level of strength would be considered formidable even in Lingzhou. Yes, I just entered Lingxiao sect today. Do you seniors have any matters? Chen Han replied. The leading girl blinked and revealed a sly smile. Junior brother, there's a favor I wonder if you can help me with. Chen Han was taken aback. I only just entered Lingxiao sect. In terms of both cultivation and experience, I am not as good as senior sister. What can I help with? The girl frowned slightly, clearly displeased, and said, so you're not planning on helping? Chen Han shook his head with a smile. Why should he help? The woman snorted coldly. If you don't help, you won't be able to survive in the Lingxiao sect. Chen Han smiled. Senior sister, this Lingxiao sect is not owned by your family, so why say that? As soon as she finished speaking, those behind the woman burst into laughter. Chen Han looked puzzled, not understanding what they were laughing at. Junior brother, do you know who this is? This is the daughter of the sect master of Lingxiao sect, Ling Yi. Do you think her family owns it? A male disciple behind her said with a laugh. Chen Han was taken aback, not expecting that Lingxiao sect was indeed owned by her family. Junior brother, will you help me now? Ling Yi said with a smile. Chen Han took a deep breath, his attitude resolute. I want help. Ling Yi and the others looked astonished. How could Chen Han still refuse after saying that? Why want you help? Do you think what we're saying is false? Ling Yi shouted angrily. Chen Han shook his head. That's not the case. I believe you are the sect master's daughter. However, we are not related by blood. If you ask me to help and it costs me my life, that would be a loss for me. Ling Yi shot Chen Han a glance. What a joke with me around. How could you lose your life? Chen Han hesitated for a moment, then tell me what you need help with. Ling Yi smiled. It's not a big deal. If you help senior sister, she will look out for you in the future. Chen Han nodded. Go ahead and tell me. Ling Yi immediately spoke. I want you to help me retrieve something. That place has been set with restrictions by that despicable guy, and only disciples below the third stage of the spiritual sovereign realm can enter. Chen Han furrowed his brows slightly. Isn't it dangerous? Ling Yi thought for a moment. There is some danger, but don't worry, we have ways to get you out. Even if we can't get that item, I will still look out for you in the future. What do you say? Chen Han smiled. Deal. Seeing Chen Han agree, Ling Yi quickly grabbed his hand. Let's go, let's hurry. A group of people rushed into the Li Yan Peak. The spiritual energy there was even more abundant than outside. That's it. Ling Yi pointed to a clear pond which was eerily silent, revealing nothing within. What's inside? Chen Han instinctively asked. Could it be that he had to go into the water? A spirit pond grass, a male disciple behind them quickly answered. Spirit pond grass. Chen Han looked at Ling Yi in surprise. Spirit pond grass is a 9th grade spiritual herb, quite precious. Ling Yi nodded hastily. This place has been set with restrictions by my third uncle. We can't get it, which is why we asked junior brother for help. Chen Han's gaze fell on the clear pond. Indeed, a spiritual formation had been laid upon it. Moreover, the level of this formation had reached the 8th grade, making it quite difficult to break. Just as Chen Han was examining the clear pond, several figures also arrived at the pond. The young sect master is indeed here, but the restrictions set by the third elder are not something you can break. The one speaking was a man with a cold appearance. Ling Yi glanced at the man and snorted. Daisy-Cheng, whether I can break through the restrictions is none of your business. That spirit pond grass is definitely mine. Daisy-Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Ling Yi, don't think that just because you are the sect master's daughter I would be afraid of you. With your meager background, how can you compete for the spirit pond grass? With these useless people behind you? As he spoke, Daisy-Cheng's gaze swept over Chen Han, noticing that Chen Han only had the cultivation of the first stage of the spiritual sovereign realm, and he directly ignored him. Humph, mind your own business. Ling Yi turned her head away, unwilling to see Daisy-Cheng. Daisy-Cheng approached with his men, his gaze falling on Chen Han. This is the person you brought? A mere first-stage spirit lord dares to venture into Lingxi Pond. Daisy-Cheng's tone was dripping with contempt. Chen Han looked at Daisy-Cheng, surmising that the latter must hold considerable status to speak to Ling Yi in such a manner. Kid, I advise you to leave now or else you'll be sorry. A rough disciple behind Daisy-Cheng pointed at Chen Han and shouted. Chen Han glanced at the man. Whether I stay or go, what business is it of yours? The crowd was startled. A newcomer dared to speak with such arrogance. Ling Yi smiled with delight. She enjoyed people who courted trouble. You're asking for death. The rough disciple was about to strike, but Daisy-Cheng stopped him. Mo Yong, there's no need to waste words on a worthless wretch. If he dares to descend into Lingxi Pond, he should be prepared never to come back up. Daisy-Cheng sneered, utterly dismissing Chen Han. Humph. Mo Yong snorted and stepped back. Daisy-Cheng swept his gaze over Chen Han and said calmly, Lin Meng, it seems you found yourself a rival. Immediately a figure emerged from the crowd, releasing the full aura of a third-stage spirit lord. Lin Meng. Ling Yi's face fell with dismay. They hadn't expected Daisy-Cheng to bring someone to dive into Lingxi Pond as well, and a third-stage spirit lord disciple at that? Sir digests. With mere first-stage spirit lord cultivation, how could he possibly be my opponent? Lin Meng laughed heartily, his gaze full of scorn as he looked at Chen Han. Ling Yi quickly leaned close to Chen Han. Junior brother, how about we call it off this time? Rest assured I'll still have your back in the future. Ling Yi said, patting her chest. Chen Han coughed lightly and smiled. Don't worry, senior sister. They'll get the Lingxi grass for you. Daisy-Cheng and his men burst into laughter upon hearing this. Kid, you clearly can't read the situation. With such meager cultivation, you'd better practice for a few more years. Oh, but by the time you reach the third stage of Spirit Lord, that Lingxi grass will have long been refined into pills by us? Lin Meng roared with laughter. Chen Han glanced at Lin Meng and shook his head. Idiot. You dare insult me? Lin Meng glared at Chen Han furiously. A newly inducted disciple of Ling Xiao sect dared to call him an idiot. It was a death wish. Lin Meng, don't waste words on this good for nothing. Let's seize the Lingxi grass first, Daisy said coldly. Ling Yi quickly turned to Chen Han, no longer wanting him to enter Lingxi Pond. Given what had just happened, Lin Meng would surely bear a grudge against Chen Han. Inside Lingxi Pond he might even try to kill him. Fine. Lin Meng nodded, then fixed his gaze on Chen Han. Kid, if you've got the guts, follow me down. With that, Lin Meng plunged headfirst into Lingxi Pond. Chen Han gazed calmly at the pond, then pointed a finger, summoning a spirit array around himself. A spirit array, master? The crowd looked at Chen Han in astonishment, never expecting him to be a spirit array master. After completing the array, Chen Han leaped into Lingxi Pond. Thanks to the spirit array, the waters of Lingxi Pond never even touched Chen Han's body. This also put him in a more favorable position for combat. On the shore, Ling Yi watched the pond with concern, uncertain if Chen Han would emerge safely. Senior sister Ling, can Chen Han obtain the Lingxi grass? A disciple behind Ling Yi asked hesitantly. Ling Yi clenched her teeth. How was she supposed to know? Daisy Cheng sneered from the side. Are you still counting on a new disciple at a time like this? He'll be lucky if he doesn't die in Lingxi Pond. Ling Yi, you're still far from being a match for me. Goyala. At the bottom of Lingxi Pond, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. It seemed there were no living beings within, not even a trace of aquatic plants. You really followed me? Lin Meng coldly snorted upon seeing Chen Han approaching from behind, a sinister expression crossing his face. Whoosh! A shadow darted past in the depths, causing Lin Meng to furrow his brows, yet the murky water obscured his vision, leaving him unable to see clearly. No more hesitation, let's deal with this reckless brat first. Lin Meng snorted coldly and suddenly turned, launching a punch at Chen Han. Seeing Lin Meng strike first, Chen Han did not back down and met his punch head-on. The collision sent shockwaves through the entire Lingxi Pond, causing the water's surface to churn. Those on the shore gazed at the roiling water, their expressions filled with astonishment. They hadn't expected that after such a short time the two had already started fighting. You actually withstood my punch. Lin Meng looked at Chen Han in disbelief, feeling a burning sensation in his fist. Chen Han gazed indifferently in Lin Meng's direction, but his focus was not on Lin Meng, rather it was on the dark shadow that was gradually enlarging behind him. Watch out behind you! Chen Han shouted urgently. There was no way he could be mistaken, that shadow must be a beast lurking in the water. You think to trick me with such a lowly tactic? Do you take me for a fool? Ha! Before Lin Meng could finish laughing, a massive monstrous fish opened its gaping maw behind. Only then did Lin Meng realize the danger, hastily fleeing. Damn! How could a fifth-tier monster beast of the Spirit Sovereign realm be here in Lingxi Pond? Lin Meng bellowed as he hurriedly escaped. The monstrous fish pursued relentlessly, unwilling to give up on the two delicious prey. Let's team up and take down the monster fish first. Chen Han spoke, gripping the Longying sword in his hand. He did not want to reveal the Shuying sword, a treasure coveted even by those of the King realm. It was not something he could take out carelessly. Lin Meng glanced at Chen Han and quickly nodded. All right, let's go together. Chen Han shot a glance at Lin Meng. Was he lacking sincerity? Roar! The monstrous fish charged rapidly. Underwater, its movements were far more agile than those of Chen Han and Lin Meng. Chen Han swung his sword, sending a torrent of sword chi slicing toward the fish. With a swift flick of its tail, the monstrous fish unleashed a dreadful wave that dispersed Chen Han's sword chi entirely. Chen Han frowned, turning his gaze to Lin Meng, only to find that Lin Meng had already fled toward the surface. What nonsense about the spirit pond grass! My life is far more important. I won't throw my life away here for it. Lin Meng gritted his teeth and shouted. A fifth-tier monster beast of the Spirit Sovereign realm was certainly beyond their capability to handle. It was not worth sacrificing their lives for a single spirit pond grass. Chen Han looked at Lin Meng with indifference. Such a cowardly person was truly disappointing. The monstrous fish also noticed Lin Meng's attempt to escape and immediately abandoned Chen Han to chase after Lin Meng. Lin Meng leapt out of the water, landing on the surface of the pond. Lin Meng? Why are you out? Did you get the item? Daisy Cheng asked in confusion. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Meng. Why had he emerged so quickly? Daisy Cheng? Why didn't you tell me there were monster beasts at the bottom of this pond? I'm done with this. Lin Meng shouted angrily, trying to leave the shore. Suddenly the entire Lingxi Pond began to tremble and water soared into the air like towering columns. What is happening? Ling Yi revealed a worried expression. Could there really be a monster beast at the bottom, and was Chen Han still alive? Damn it, why is it coming after me? Lin Meng, seeing the monstrous fish pouncing toward him, hurriedly shouted. Thinking that the strange fish would be held back by Chen Han, he was caught off guard when it pursued him directly. He must quickly reach the shore. Seeing the situation was dire, Dai Zicheng urgently shouted, "Lin Meng, you go up first." Lin Meng gritted his teeth and hurriedly dashed toward the shore. However, before he could take a few steps, a massive bloody maw instantly swallowed Lin Meng whole. Lin Meng? Dai Zicheng looked at the strange fish in shock, wanting to take action but unable to break through the restrictions. What is this? Ling Yi seemed to recognize the identity of the beast, her expression growing increasingly grave. You go find Elder San. Hurry! Ling Yi shouted to a man behind her. The disciple was taken aback for a moment and quickly ran to Elder San's residence. The strange fish resurfaced and the Lingxi pool returned to tranquility. Senior sister, is this strange fish so powerful? Will Chen Han be alright? The disciple behind Ling Yi hastily asked, his expression filled with worry. Ling Yi furrowed her brows. Had she known this creature was here, she wouldn't have let Chen Han enter the water. No wonder Elder San had set up restrictions here. It turned out he was imprisoning such a creature. Chen Han, are you still alive? Dai Zicheng's face turned ashen. Lin Meng's death was closely tied to him. If even Lin Meng couldn't stop this strange fish, the kid you brought must have long since perished in its mouth. The strength Chen Han revealed was merely at the first stage of the spirit sovereign realm, even inferior to Lin Meng. How could he survive in the mouth of the strange fish? I can still sense Chen Han's aura. Ling Yi let out a soft breath. She could feel that Chen Han was still in the water. But why wasn't he coming out? She would rather forego the Lingtan grass than see Chen Han come to harm. He is not far from death. Dai Zicheng snorted coldly. Underwater, Chen Han was observing the strange fish before him. The strange fish had a massive mouth and whiskers on both sides. Third uncle? Ling Yi quickly spoke up. I pay my respects to the third elder. The crowd bowed in unison. Ling Weitian nodded. I will. The strange fish swirled around Chen Han, seemingly observing him as well. Let's deal with it first. Chen Han took a deep breath and swapped the Longyin sword for the Shuriying sword. As he took out the Shuriying sword, the strange fish's movements became frantic, charging at Chen Han. It seemed the Shuriying sword posed a significant threat to the strange fish. Phoenix Flight, 12 swords. With a light shout, 12 flying swords shot towards the strange fish. The strange fish roared its tail, whipping up tremendous waves. The entire Lingxi pool churned once more, and the people on the shore revealed expressions of shock. Could it be that Chen Han was fighting the strange fish? Ling Yi gritted her teeth, her expression anxious. Chen Han, hold on a little longer, the elder will be here soon. Bang! With one sword strike, Chen Han repelled the strange fish, making it wary of approaching easily. Human, your strength surprises me. The strange fish emitted a deep voice. Chen Han was taken aback. It was his first time hearing a beast speak. You are not bad yourself. Chen Han replied calmly with a smile. However, I promised my senior sister that I must obtain the Lingtan grass. The strange fish stared at Chen Han, its movements suddenly slowing down. Human, if you take me away, I will help you obtain the Lingtan grass. Chen Han looked at the strange fish in astonishment. Was it trying to make a deal with him? How can I take you away? Chen Han said with a bitter smile. The restrictions here were likely in place to prevent the strange fish from escaping. Although Chen Han was also an 8th grade spirit formation master, it was still somewhat difficult to break these restrictions. You only need to form a contract with me and take me into your spiritual abode, and then you can take me away. The strange fish spoke. Chen Han narrowed his eyes. It was indeed possible for humans and demon beasts to form a contract and become partners. I can't trust you so easily. During the process of forming the contract, how can you guarantee that you won't attack me? Chen Han said. The strange fish blinked, a hint of doubt flickering in its small eyes. How about this, you take this pill and then you'll form the contract with you. Chen Han produced a 7th grade pill. The strange fish glanced at it. If it swallowed this pill, its cultivation would drop by several levels. Fine, you'll take it. The strange fish called out to Chen Han, but if you try any tricks, I'll use my 1,000 years of cultivation to bury you at the bottom of this pool. Chen Han involuntarily swallowed. This strange fish had actually cultivated for 1,000 years. It seemed it had encountered some problem, which was why its cultivation was only at the 5th level of the spirit sovereign realm. The strange fish swallowed the pill and swam over to Chen Han. A faint golden light flickered atop its head. That was its demon core. A 10th grade demon core. This strange fish is indeed more than just at the spirit sovereign realm. Chen Han looked at it in astonishment but still infused a drop of his essence blood into the demon core. Boom! The strange fish let out a roar, its entire body shrinking as it dove directly into Chen Han's spiritual sea. Kid, why is your spiritual sea so fast? The strange fish now inside Chen Han's spiritual sea wore an expression of shock. Chen Han couldn't help but smile. This was a celestial grade spiritual sea, how could it not be fast? Dive down. The spirit pond herb is at the bottom. Chen Han nodded and immediately swam toward the depths. Found a golden-grade spiritual treasure, the spirit pond herb. Copy successful. Evolution successful. Obtained a black-grade spiritual treasure, the 10,000-year spirit pond herb. Chen Han gasped. This spirit pond herb was only 1,000 years old, but after evolution it had reached 10,000 years, absolutely terrifying. After plucking the spirit pond herb, Chen Han swam upward. On the shore, Ling Yi and the others were still waiting anxiously, but now the spirit she pond was completely still. I think he couldn't hold on and was eaten by that beast. Let's go. Losing 2 disciples this time, we'll have to report it to the elder. Dai Zicheng shook his head. However, Chen Han's death did bring him some comfort. Even if the sect master punished someone, Ling Yi would also be punished. With the sect master's daughter suffering the punishment alongside him, what did he have to lose? Ling Yi shook her head helplessly, regretting having brought Chen Han here. Gurgle gurgle. Suddenly there was movement on the water's surface. The crowd stared in shock, and then Chen Han's figure burst out from the water. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Han leaped onto the shore and handed the spirit pond herb to Ling Yi. The spirit pond herb. The crowd's faces were filled with astonishment. Dai Zicheng's face twisted into an expression as if he had eaten something foul. He had thought Chen Han would die in the strange fish's jaws, but not only had Chen Han survived, he had also obtained the spirit pond herb. How is this possible? Did you kill that strange fish? Impossible, with your level of cultivation you couldn't possibly be a match for it. Or maybe that fish was brought by you and you murdered Lin Meng. Dai Zicheng's tone grew colder, his gaze toward Chen Han filled with treachery. Chen Han glanced at Dai Zicheng. Think what you will. I only got the herb for senior sister. Ling Yi also turned to Dai Zicheng, her attitude instantly becoming haughty. Dai Zicheng, if you keep slandering junior brother Chen Han like this, do you believe I'll have my father send you to the Lingzhou martial grounds? Hearing this, Dai Zicheng's face turned ashen. Ling Yi was the sect master's daughter. If she truly wanted to make trouble for him, he wouldn't have it easy. However, the forces behind him were not afraid of Ling Yi. Ling Yi, as the daughter of the sect master, should be well aware of the sect's rules. Hurting fellow disciples can result in the loss of cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Dai Zicheng gritted his teeth and spoke up. Since the relationship had soured, he no longer had to fear Ling Yi. Ling Yi snorted coldly. Which of your eyes saw Chen Han kill Lin Meng? Lin Meng was clearly killed by the monstrous fish. Dai Zicheng laughed coldly. How ridiculous. Chen Han is merely at the first stage of the spirit master realm, yet he managed to survive the jaws of a beast. Isn't that suspicious? I believe this monster was summoned by Chen Han specifically to harm his fellow disciples. Before Ling Yi could retort, Chen Han smiled and said, what a fine accusation of harming fellow disciples. While you may lack other abilities, your talent for slander is indeed remarkable. If this monstrous fish was not summoned by me, then if Lin Meng died at its jaws, wouldn't the one harming fellow disciples be you, Dai Zicheng? Dai Zicheng's brows tightened. Chen Han, stop your nonsense. How would I know there were monstrous fish in Lingxi Pool? Of course Lin Meng's death has nothing to do with me. Chen Han laughed coldly. If it weren't for you, how could Lin Meng have died? Now you shift the blame onto me. What are you even worth? Dai Zicheng turned red with anger. Kid, are you threatening me? Without Ling Yi protecting you, what are you worth? Dai Zicheng, say that one more time. I will have my father send you to Lingzhou martial arena. Ling Yi pointed at Dai Zicheng, cursing at him. Just as the two sides were arguing endlessly, a disciple who had just run off came hurrying back with the third elder. Third uncle? Ling Yi quickly spoke up. I pay my respects to the third elder. The crowd bowed in unison. Ling Weitian nodded. I will now lift the restrictions and rescue the people. Saving them is urgent. Before Chen Han and the others could speak, Dai Zicheng hurriedly stepped forward. Third elder, no need for that. This monstrous fish must have been released by this kid Chen Han. Lin Meng died at the jaws of the fish. This Chen Han is the murderer. Ling Weitian paused, looking at Chen Han. Were you also one of those who went into the water? Chen Han nodded. What about Yuan Peng? Ling Weitian continued to ask. Chen Han answered truthfully, he is within my spirit abode. The crowd displayed shocked expressions, not expecting the monstrous fish to truly be related to Chen Han. Dai Zicheng immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Chen Han, you have indeed exposed yourself. You killed Lin Meng. Third elder quickly strip him of his cultivation and expel him from Ling Xiao sect. Ling Weitian completely ignored Dai Zicheng and walked up to Chen Han, patting him on the shoulder and laughing heartily. Kid, you have some skills. This old fellow refuses to yield to me. I had no choice but to imprison him here. Today, since you have captured him, consider it a gift from me. The crowd looked at Ling Weitian in shock while Dai Zicheng's expression froze. The Yuanpan that even the third elder couldn't subdue was actually tamed by Chen Han. Who exactly is this Chen Han? By the way, are you called Chen Han? Are you the one among this year's new disciples who received the top-tier qualification? Ling Weitian suddenly realized something and turned to Chen Han. Chen Han humbly clasped his hands and said, that would be me. The crowd gasped in astonishment to think this Chen Han's qualifications were so monstrous. Ling Weitian nodded in satisfaction, looking at Dai Zicheng and the others. You cannot escape responsibility for Lin Meng's death. Those who are sensible should go to the seventh elder to receive their punishment. Dai Zicheng's face turned ashen as he left with his men in shame. Ling Yi playfully clung to Ling Weishan's arm, saying, hee, thank you so much, third uncle. Ling Yi stuck out her tongue. She was quite sensible, really. Chen Han suddenly stepped forward, looking at Ling Weitian and clasping his hands. Senior, there is something I would like to ask for your assistance with. Ling Weitian frowned slightly, saying, go on, tell me. Chen Han took a deep breath and recounted everything that Shiheng had done. What? That Shiheng is utterly outrageous. Come, senior sister will protect you, let's go settle the score with him. Ling Yi shouted loudly. Ling Weitian waved his hand. Wait a moment. After speaking, Ling Weitian took out a golden spirit stone, the very one that Shiheng had used for testing before. Try again. Ling Weitian said calmly. Chen Han nodded and placed his hand on the spirit stone. A brilliant golden light erupted and numerous gasps echoed around them. A ninth-grade mansion that was a residence only qualified for elders, yet Chen Han, a newcomer, could possess one upon entering the Ling Xiao sect. It was simply terrifying. Ling Weitian nodded. Let's go, I will take you to find Shiheng. If this child has tarnished the sect's rules, and I will handle it personally. Chen Han was overjoyed. Thank you, third elder. Ling Weitian waved his arm and the group vanished from the spot. Within the Ling Xiao sect, in a certain mansion, the spiritual energy was exceptionally abundant. Several figures were seated inside, with Shiheng being the one at the forefront. Shiheng, senior brother, where did you get this ninth-grade mansion? It's simply incredible. 1 day of cultivation here is better than 10 days in my 7th-grade mansion. A female disciple said enviously, her expression towards Shiheng filled with flirtation. Shiheng smiled and waved his hand. The elders appreciated my dedication to the sect and rewarded me with this 9th-grade mansion. Nearby disciples displayed envious expressions. As expected of Shiheng, he truly had the capability. Shiheng, you come out here. A heart-wrenching shout suddenly erupted from outside the mansion. Shiheng furrowed his brows, wondering who was shouting outside. Who dares to be so presumptuous outside Shiheng's senior brother's mansion? Seeking death. A male disciple stood up angrily. Just as he was about to open the door, the entrance was kicked open and the male disciple was sent flying out, looking utterly pitiful. You Shiheng, how dare you snatch Chen Han's mansion? Do you really think I Ling Yi am easy to bully? Ling Yi pointed at Shiheng, speaking with an incredibly arrogant attitude. Shiheng frowned, and upon seeing Chen Han behind Ling Yi, he immediately understood the situation. Ling Yi, when did I snatch his mansion? You should consider the fact that a new disciple could never possess a 9th-grade mansion. Shiheng said with an indifferent smile, completely unfazed. The nearby disciples nodded. Indeed, senior sister Ling, how could a new disciple have a 9th-grade mansion? This guy must be lying to you. Ling Yi snorted coldly. Who is lying to me? Can't I see that? This 9th-grade mansion, you must return it to Chen Han. Zai Heng's face darkened. He hadn't expected Chen Han to have such a powerful ally as Ling Yi. She was the daughter of the sect leader with a status far superior to his. Ling Yi, you've truly been deceived by this kid. I Shiheng have been testing new disciples for so many years. How could I do something like this? Shiheng spoke with a grim face, trying to persuade Ling Yi. Chen Han stepped forward, smiling at Shiheng. So how's the comfort of living in someone else's mansion? Zai Heng's face turned ashen, pointing at Chen Han and shouting, You brat, don't slander me. I've told you, your mansion is an 8th grade one and it will soon be handed over to you. Why are you still trying to steal my mansion? You're just greedy. Nearby disciples nodded in agreement. Not satisfied with an 8th grade mansion, he actually wanted to rob Xihan's mansion. Chen Han was simply scum. You Xihan, I initially intended to let you return the estate without pursuing the matter. I didn't expect you to remain so stubborn, truly believing that the rules of the Lingxiao sect are mere fabrications. Ling Wei Tian stepped into the estate and a powerful aura swept through the entire place. Third Elder. Xihan's face turned ashen. He never anticipated that even the third elder had been stirred. The disciples beside Xihan looked towards him, wondering if it were true that Xihan had seized the estate of a new disciple. For a new disciple to obtain a 9th grade estate, what terrifying talent must he possess? Xihan has unlawfully appropriated the estate of a new disciple. According to sect rules, he shall be expelled from the Lingxiao sect. Ling Wei Tian coldly snorted, waving his sleeve, and Xihan vanished from the spot. The crowd of disciples revealed shocked expressions. They initially thought Xihan was recognized by the sect and granted a 9th grade estate. Little did they know he had unlawfully taken Chen Han's estate. Such actions brought great disgrace to the Lingxiao sect. However, now that Xihan had been expelled from the Lingxiao sect, he had received the punishment he deserved. You all should leave this place quickly as well. Ling Wei Tian glanced at the disciples, spoke, and then left the estate. The token of this estate naturally returned to Chen Han's hands. The disciples who had come with Xihan hurriedly left, not daring to linger. Ling Yi'er and the others observed from within the estate, amazed that Chen Han, a newcomer, could obtain a 9th grade estate. Such monstrous talent was simply astonishing. No wonder, junior brother Chen Han, you are able to obtain a 9th grade estate. It is far superior to any of our estates. A group of disciples behind Ling Yi'er expressed their envy. Chen Han smiled lightly. If you seniors do not mind, feel free to come to me anytime. A group of people revealed excited expressions. Thank you, junior brother Chen Han. Ling Yi'er blinked her eyes, curiously looking at Chen Han. Superior talent of the grade and 9th grade estate. What on earth is Chen Han's background to possess such terrifying talent? Ling Yi'er and the others stayed for a while before leaving. After all, this was Chen Han's estate, and it would be somewhat improper to linger too long. Chen Han sat quietly in the estate, feeling the rich spiritual energy, and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. This 9th grade estate had a richness of spiritual energy that surpassed any treasure land of the Jinling dynasty. After practicing here for some time, Chen Han's cultivation would undoubtedly increase significantly. Taking a deep breath, Chen Han retrieved several 9th grade pills. Now that he had reached the spiritual sovereign realm, he could easily bear the burden of the 9th grade pills. Moreover, with the rich spiritual energy of this estate, his cultivation would surely soar. After a full month, Chen Han had consumed several 9th grade pills. The spiritual power within him surged to the 6th stage of the spiritual sovereign realm. This level of strength was absolutely not weak among the disciples of the Lingxiao sect. Junior brother Chen Han. A figure stepped into the estate. This person was named Xiao, a follower of Ling Yi'er. Xiao, senior brother. Chen Han inquired, what brings you here? Xiao smiled lightly. You have been in the sect for a month. The 5th elder has summoned the new disciples to the Huayan Peak to listen to the teachings. Chen Han felt a bit surprised. The 5th elder of the Lingxiao sect was certainly a powerful figure at the Wang realm. A Wang realm expert teaching would be of immense benefit to the disciples at the spiritual sovereign realm. Alright. Chen Han nodded and followed Xiao towards the Huayan Peak. At Huayan Peak, many disciples had already gathered, including several who had been in the sect for many years. They remained at the spiritual sovereign realm and naturally wished to listen to the 5th elder's teachings, having already reached the Wang realm. Only by reaching the Wang realm could one truly become a powerful figure in Lingzhou. Everyone has arrived. On the main seat, an elderly figure swept his gaze over the disciples. This person is the 5th elder of the Lingxiao sect, Yin Fengyan. Although he did not release his spiritual energy, Chen Han could sense the immense aura within Yin Fengyan. Discovering the red rank martial art, Falling Wild Goose 1000 Flights. Replication successful. Evolution successful. Acquired the golden rank martial art, Falling Wild Goose 1000 Flights. In addition, Chen Han also replicated several purple and orange rank martial arts from Yin Fengyan. These are all top-tier martial arts of the Lingxiao sect. Mastering several is already sufficient to handle warriors of the same realm. Chen Han sat in the corner and did not see the figure of Xiao Yuyan. It seems that Xiao Yuyan is following Yang Yifeng and does not need to come here to listen to the teachings like the other disciples. Yin Fengyan began to impart his teachings, and the disciples all perked up, afraid of missing anything. Is there a disciple named Chen Han present? Yin Fengyan suddenly called out Chen Han's name, catching him off guard. I pay my respects to the fifth elder. Chen Han stood up and hurriedly spoke. Looking at Chen Han, Yin Fengyan revealed a look of surprise. Having entered the sect for only a month, he had already reached the 6th stage of the spiritual master realm. Chen Han truly is the most extraordinary figure among the new disciples this time. The gazes of the other disciples also fell upon Chen Han, but they could not see through his cultivation. They only knew that when Chen Han entered the sect, he had only been at the 1st stage of the spiritual master realm. Among the disciples of the external Goose Peak, this level of cultivation is nothing special. Chen Han, you performed excellently upon entering the sect. Now that a month has passed, do you have any questions? Yin Fengyan spoke with a smile. Chen Han was taken aback, hesitating before speaking. Fifth elder, may I dare to ask about the strength of the Xing family in Lingzhou? Everyone showed a look of surprise. Chen Han actually asked about another force. Is he looking for trouble? Chen Han's question was quite simple. He wants to find his mother. His mother must be among the Xing family now, and he is determined to go there. Yin Fengyan frowned slightly. The question he had Chen Han ask was certainly not of this nature. However, since Chen Han brought it up, he would answer. The Xing family is the top force in Lingzhou, slightly stronger than our Lingxiao sect. Is this answer satisfactory to you? Yin Fengyan's tone in answering was not pleasant. Although Chen Han is a standout among the new disciples, asking such a question is disrespectful. Thank you, fifth elder. Chen Han nodded and sat down. He did not expect the strength of the Xing family to be so formidable. If he wants to find his mother, he must first cultivate to the king realm. Yin Fengyan no longer looked at Chen Han but turned to the other disciples. The martial arts I mentioned earlier from the Lingxiao sect, you should have encountered them this month. Why not have 2 people come up now to demonstrate for everyone? Yin Fengyan was naturally speaking to the new disciples. If those senior disciples had already cultivated for several years and could master many of the martial arts. At this moment a figure stood up. Fifth elder, I Qingli am willing to give it a try. When Qingli entered the Lingxiao sect, his aptitude assessment was upper grade B, which is already quite impressive. Yin Fengyan nodded with satisfaction. Who else will come? Before others could speak, Qingli suddenly called out, Fifth elder, you just said that Chen Han is the most outstanding among the new disciples this time. Why not let Chen Han spar with me so that the brothers can see the capabilities of this top disciple? Chen Han couldn't help but frown. Is Qingli targeting him? Yin Fengyan nodded and then looked at Chen Han, speaking in a tone that was almost a command. Chen Han, do you wish to battle? Everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Han and someone softly spoke. I heard that Qingli has gained the favor of Elder Lu. Over this month he has mastered quite a bit of martial arts with senior brother. It seems Qingli wants to make Chen Han look foolish. Chen Han achieved the highest score upon entering the sect, but he has never truly competed. Even I am not convinced. Why should this guy be entitled to a 9th grade mansion? Right, this time Qingli will definitely teach Chen Han a good lesson, letting him know that the entrance test is nothing at. Naturally, Chen Han heard the whispers around him, a slight smirk appearing on his lips as he stood up, saying, I am willing to compete with Qingli. The disciples around looked at Chen Han in disbelief, not expecting him to actually accept Qingli's challenge. If Chen Han were to be defeated by Qingli, the position of top new disciple would likely change hands. Seeing Chen Han agree, Qingli stepped forward confidently, eager to trample Chen Han underfoot. Defeating Chen Han would swiftly elevate Qingli's status. The notion of superior qualifications would become a mere joke. Chen Han, I heard that you have been in seclusion at the mansion these days. Don't say I am bullying you. Whatever martial art you are best at, just compete with me in that. Qingli snorted coldly. He had learned a thing or two about the foundational martial arts of Lingxiao sect, more than enough to deal with someone like Chen Han. Many disciples admired Qingli's demeanor, as he clearly was giving Chen Han a chance. If Chen Han were to lose under such circumstances, it would truly be a disgrace. Chen Han glanced at Qingli and casually smiled, saying, How about we compete in the Lingjianju? Upon hearing Chen Han's words, many people showed expressions of shock. Qingli's expression also turned serious. The Lingjianju was an 8th grade sword technique of Lingxiao sect with astonishing lethality. He never expected Chen Han to propose such a profound martial art right off the bat. However, it was just right. The Elder Lu had personally taught him the moves of the Lingjianju. Qingli was filled with absolute confidence. Lingjianju? You really dare to say that? This is an 8th grade sword technique of Lingxiao sect. Even if you learned 1 or 2 moves, you could never fully unleash its power. Are you sure you want to compete with me? Qingli smiled coldly. Chen Han nodded. You talk too much. Since you believe you will surely win, then show me your true skills. Chen Li's face turned pale upon hearing this. Chen Han was truly arrogant. He wanted to see just how far Chen Han's Lingjianju could go. Sword come. With a light shout from Chen Li, the heavy sword behind him fell into his hand, humming with energy. The 8th grade Dingxin sword. I never expected Elder Lu would even bestow this sword to Chen Li. I heard Chen Li possesses exceptional skill in sword techniques. How could Chen Han dare to compete with him? This is truly asking for trouble. Just right, I want to see what abilities this Chen Han has and why he is entitled to a 9th grade mansion. Upon mentioning the 9th grade mansion, many disciples revealed envious expressions. That is the 9th grade mansion, the highest tier residence. Chen Han obtaining the 9th grade mansion naturally stirred jealousy in many. Chen Han drew the Longyin sword, and the aura it released was no less than that of the Dingxin sword. Yin Feng nodded. Keep it to a minimum, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Li let out a light shout and swung his sword. Where the sword passed, sword energy burst forth like a tornado, continuously slicing through the surrounding space. Lingjianju. The sword energy coiled around Chen Li like a flying dragon rushing towards Chen Han. Chen Han also executed a sword move, but it lacked the grandeur of Chen Li's sword energy. Out. The sword energy that Chen Han released also coalesced into a flying dragon, but compared to Chen Li's sword energy it seemed quite insignificant. Impressive. Chen Li's Lingjian technique has probably reached the minor success stage. Truly deserving of the 6th elder's attention, he is indeed a prodigy. Yet Chen Han is not that remarkable. How can such weak sword energy compete with Chen Li? That may be true, but Chen Han has independently cultivated the Lingjian technique. Although not as strong as Chen Li, reaching this level is already commendable. Everyone nodded. Chen Han is indeed a prodigy, but he still pales in comparison to Chen Li. Chen Han, with your Lingjian technique, how can you fight against me? Chen Li grinned, swinging his heavy sword down as the fierce sword energy surged towards Chen Han, aiming to shatter his sword moves. Chen Han looked up, wielding the Longyin sword, his face betraying no hint of panic. The flying dragon formed by the condensed sword energy circled around him. Suddenly the aura of the flying dragon explosively intensified. The sword energy surged into the air, expanding continuously. It skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy that Chen Han had condensed increased several times. The aura emitted was completely on par with Chen Li. Lingjian technique at minor success. How could you possibly achieve such a level? Chen Li looked at Chen Han in disbelief. He had invested considerable effort to reach minor success with the Lingjian technique, while Chen Han managed to attain it solely by himself. Is he really such a prodigy? I don't believe it. You must be putting on an act. Chen Li shouted in anger, striking down with his sword. Chen Han raised his eyebrows, shaking his head at the flustered Chen Li. Then he swung the Longyin sword, the sword energy soaring into the sky. It burst forth with an even more powerful aura. Swish! The sword energy released by Chen Han instantly obliterated Chen Li's sword move before he could even react. Chen Han sheathed his sword, stopping just short. He did not want to be the subject of gossip. With his sword move instantly shattered, Chen Li collapsed onto the ground, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Chen Han. Not only Chen Li but the other disciples, even Yin Fengyan, felt utterly astonished. This was an 8th grade martial art considered top-tier swordsmanship in the Lingxiao sect. Chen Han, relying solely on himself, had mastered it to great success within a month. What a monstrous talent! Thank you for your guidance. Chen Han smiled calmly and then returned to his position. The surrounding disciples fell silent. They had previously thought Chen Han would embarrass himself, but unexpectedly, with a single move of the Lingjian technique at great success, he left everyone speechless. Is this the strength of Chen Han? Yin Fengyan nodded, his eyes filled with profound meaning as he looked at Chen Han. Just based on this one sword, even some older disciples might not be able to achieve it. Chen Han's understanding of the Lingjian technique could even rival that of some elders. Chen Li, defeated, returned to his position, reflecting that challenging Chen Han was indeed a colossal joke. Yin Fengyan continued speaking, but many were still immersed in Chen Han's previous sword move. If it truly were a duel, that sword of Chen Han could definitely have taken Chen Li's life. Once the lecture concluded, Chen Han exited the room without lingering. The content shared by Yin Fengyan had indeed greatly benefited him. Yet merely these words were insufficient for anyone to step into the King realm. To enter the King realm, one must rely on oneself. Junior brother Chen Han. Ling Yi approached with her entourage, smiling brightly at Chen Han. Senior sister Ling. Chen Han clasped his hands and smiled as Ling Yi walked over, causing many disciples to make way. It seems this little tyrant of Lingxiao sect truly lives up to the title. Is this the genius junior brother you mentioned? A young man beside Ling Yi frowned and spoke, his expression clearly dismissive of Chen Han. Ling Yi rolled her eyes and said, Xia Yuan, can you keep your distance? What happens to me, Ling Yi, is none of your business. Chen Han glanced at the man, sensing the king-level cultivation emanating from Xia Yuan, and couldn't help but show an expression of surprise. Xia Yuan appeared to be just over 30, yet he possessed king-level cultivation, indicating that his status in Ling Xiao's sect must be significant. Xia Yuan frowned. I'm worried about your safety. Mixing with some young rascals every day, how can you step into the king level? You are the daughter of the sect leader, you need to think carefully about these matters. Xia Yuan's words angered many who followed Ling Yi. However, as a king-level disciple and the direct disciple of the second elder, they did not dare to refute him. Moreover, this new disciple has only just entered Ling Xiao's sect for a month. Who knows what kind of intentions he has in approaching you? Xia Yuan glanced at Chen Han, a trace of chill flashing in his eyes. Chen Han naturally sensed the chill in Xia Yuan's eyes. Was this a warning to him? I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Ling Yi exclaimed impatiently. Xia Yuan's brow tightened, then he turned to Chen Han. Junior brother, you must have entered Ling Xiao's sect to cultivate diligently. I can provide you with abundant cultivation resources, but I hope you keep your distance from Yi. Not just anyone can stay close to Yi. Chen Han was taken aback. He hadn't expected Xia Yuan to be so direct, which was rather amusing. Xia Yuan. Get lost. Ling Yi shouted impatiently. Xia Yuan grit his teeth, his expression complex, but he still revealed a trace of king-level pressure towards Chen Han. If you continue to follow Yi, don't blame me for not considering our sect ties. Chen Han smiled faintly. Sorry, my senior sister told you to leave. Please disappear from our sight quickly. The other disciples looked at Chen Han in astonishment. They wouldn't even dare to utter a word in front of Xia Yuan. This Chen Han had only just entered the sect for a month, yet he dared to challenge Xia Yuan. Truly, a young calf is not afraid of tigers. Ling Yi was also taken aback by Chen Han's words, but showed an expression of admiration. As expected of the junior brother, I, Ling Yi, have my eye on. This is how it should be. Xia Yuan, did you hear that? Get away quickly. Xia Yuan's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected that a new disciple would dare to speak to him like this. Xia Yuan snorted coldly and waved his sleeve as he left. Seeing Xia Yuan depart, Ling Yi huffed, placing her hands on her hips like a little demon king. Junior brother, don't be afraid. If Xia Yuan dares to trouble you, just come to me. Chen Han chuckled and did not respond. However, being targeted by a king-level disciple was somewhat uncomfortable. By the way, junior brother Chen Han, in a while the sect will send disciples to the mountains to hunt monsters. Would you like to join us? Ling Yi grinned. Hunting monsters? Chen Han asked in surprise. Next to him, Xiao quickly added, the sect sends some disciples every year to Lingxiao Mountain to hunt monsters and clear beasts for those gathering herbs nearby. Because the outer perimeter of Lingxiao Mountain mostly has 8th grade monsters, the sect only sends disciples at the spirit venerable level. Every year during the monster hunt, senior sister Ling always obtains a team leader position. If junior brother Chen Han is interested, you can join us just to get a glimpse of the strength of the senior brothers and sisters of Lingxiao sect. Chen Han nodded. Such a monster hunt would likely not require new disciples to take action. After all, disciples in the early stage of Spirit Venerable would not be very useful during a monster hunt. Ling Yi inviting Chen Han along was merely to let him see the world. Alright, I also want to see the prowess of the senior brothers and sisters, Chen Han replied with a smile. Ling Yi nodded happily, adding one more person to the team. Humph. A mere new disciple dares to show me disrespect. Does he truly think I, Xia Yuan, am easy to provoke? Xia Yuan slammed his fist onto the table in anger. The disciples around him chimed in. Senior brother Xia Yuan, do not be angry. Chen Han is merely a paper tiger. Without Ling Yi, what is Chen Han worth? Xia Yuan took a deep breath and nodded. Indeed, it is not worth getting angry over someone like Chen Han. At that moment, a stunning woman in red spoke up. Senior brother Xia Yuan, I heard that Ling Yi has also invited Chen Han to Lingxiao Mountain for demon hunting. Why not let me teach that kid a lesson and make him remember it? Xia Yuan looked at the woman in surprise. Ning Lian, are you speaking the truth? Ning Lian smiled seductively. Senior brother, when have I ever deceived you? I will also lead a team to Lingxiao Mountain for the demon hunt. With just a few of those useless followers Ling Yi brought, how could they be our opponents? The other disciples nodded in agreement, puzzled as to why Ling Yi, the daughter of the sect leader, would bring along such useless followers to roam within the sect. Xia Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Junior sister Ning Lian, make sure to teach Chen Han a good lesson. When you return I will definitely reward you well. With that Xia Yuan playfully lifted Ning Lian's chin. Ning Lian smiled lightly. Rest assured, senior brother. You should know my capabilities. Even if Ling Yi is present, she is certainly no match for me. Xia Yuan frowned slightly. You may act against others, but do not harm Yi. She is the daughter of the sect leader, and if anything happens I cannot bear the responsibility. Ning Lian nodded. Understood, senior brother Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan couldn't help but smile. A new disciple thinks he can contend with me. He does not know the meaning of death. On this day many disciples gathered at the outer Goose Peak. All these disciples were at the spiritual lord realm. Today was the day for entering Lingxiao Mountain to hunt demons, and over 100 disciples at the spiritual lord realm came. Groups of 10 or so formed small teams to look out for each other. There were also capable individuals who entered the mountain alone. Hunting demons not only allowed them to obtain demon cores but also high-quality medicinal herbs from Lingxiao Mountain. Only at this time did Lingxiao sect allow disciples to enter the mountain. At other times entry was prohibited. Chen Han had also arrived early to wait here with Ling Yi and a few others. As soon as the elder gives the order we can enter Lingxiao Mountain. Ling Yi, I didn't expect you to bring such a few good-for-nothings into Lingxiao Mountain this year. Ning Lian led a group of people swaggering towards Ling Yi. The disciples behind Ning Lian were all at least at the 7th stage of the spiritual lord realm. In contrast, aside from Ling Yi, who was at the peak of the spiritual lord realm, the other disciples were only at the 5th or 6th stage of the spiritual lord realm. As for Chen Han the newcomer, he had been completely overlooked by the others. Ning Lian, have you come here to mock me on behalf of Xia Yuan? You think too highly of yourself. With your kind of lowly character, do you think I would care about your words? Ling Yi shot Ning Lian a disdainful glance, her words offering no courtesy. Ning Lian's face turned pale. Although she disdained Ling Yi, she could not act against her, for Ling Yi was the daughter of the sect leader. Ling Yi, you are the daughter of the sect leader, so I will not hold it against you. However, the people around you do not possess your capabilities. Ning Lian smirked, her smile both charming and sinister. Ling Yi frowned slightly, pointing at Ning Lian and shouting, Ning Lian, dare you touch my people? Ning Lian chuckled, I never said such things, but let me kindly remind you, don't think that just because you have a master you can be safe and sound in Lingxiao sect. With that Ning Lian led her group away. The people behind Ling Yi all lowered their heads. Without strength, even following Ling Yi cannot guarantee their own safety. In Lingxiao sect, strength is what truly matters. Ling Yi quickly turned around, saying, everyone do not listen to Ning Lian's nonsense. Those I protect no one dares to touch. The crowd nodded in agreement, willing to follow Ling Yi precisely because of the sense of security she provided. Chen Han stood at the back, casually observing the figures of Ning Lian and the others, finding them not particularly formidable. Among the crowd, Chen Han also spotted the figures of Dai Zicheng and his companions. Noticing Chen Han's gaze, Dai Zicheng's face darkened, displaying an expression that suggested he wanted to make things difficult for Chen Han. It seems that entering Lingxiao Mountain will not be peaceful. Chen Han shook his head, yet his expression showed indifference. He almost hoped these people would take action, saving him the trouble of seeking them out. As the Lingxiao Mountain opened, many disciples surged in. After all, the medicinal herbs in Lingxiao Mountain are limited, and it's first come first served. Ling Yi dashed into Lingxiao Mountain as well. Last year they had obtained an 8th grade spiritual herb. She wondered if they would have such a good opportunity this time. Along the way, Chen Han also saw a few low-grade demon beasts, the highest being only of the 6th grade. The accompanying disciples dealt with them effortlessly. Why are there so few demon beasts this year? Xiao Gu smiled bitterly. As they progressed, the group had only slain one spiritual lord-level demon beast and obtained an 8th grade demon core, which could hardly be considered a significant haul. If we go deeper, we should be able to find higher-grade demon beasts and medicinal herbs. Ling Yi blinked and looked deeper into the mountain. The remaining disciples urged her senior sister Ling, our cultivation levels are low, it may be dangerous to go deeper. Ling Yi quickly waved her hand, don't worry, with me here you won't be in any danger. The crowd exchanged glances and could only follow Ling Yi deeper into the mountain. Once they entered the depths of Lingxiao Mountain, the number of spiritual lord-level demon beasts indeed increased. Chen Han smiled faintly, sorry, my senior sister told you to leave. Please disappear from our sight quickly. The other disciples looked at Chen Han in astonishment. They wouldn't even dare to utter a word in front of Xia Yuan. Roar! A low growl caught Chen Han's attention. It seems a demon beast is coming toward us. Chen Han frowned and spoke. Such a presence definitely was not that of an ordinary demon beast. Ling Yi looked at Chen Han in surprise, not expecting his perception to be even stronger than hers. Don't worry, no matter what demon beast it is, senior sister will protect you. Ling Yi grinned broadly at Chen Han. That's right, with senior sister Ling here we fear nothing. The group of disciples nodded in agreement, displaying an air of fearless determination. Chen Han's expression turned serious as he directed his gaze toward the source of the low growl. Thump thump thump. The ground suddenly trembled and everyone finally sensed that something was amiss. Such a commotion could not be caused by an ordinary demon beast. Don't be afraid, I am here. Ling Yi huffed coldly, drawing her sword and charging directly toward the direction of the sound. Senior sister. The crowd shouted in haste, bracing themselves to follow Ling Yi. Chen Han furrowed his brows but still followed the group, keeping pace with Ling Yi. The demon beast that appeared this time seemed a bit unusual. The noise was clearly directed at them, or perhaps it was being manipulated. Chen Han thought no further and hurriedly kept up. If that were true, it would be troublesome. Roar! Before them a gigantic demon beast was roaring, crushing the surrounding trees. This demon beast resembled a gigantic tortoise nearly the size of a small mountain. However, this giant tortoise had 3 heads and its appearance was exceedingly fierce. It is a 3-headed crocodile tortoise. At the pinnacle of the spirit venerable realm. Xiao Clan shouted urgently, a serious expression appearing on his face. Clearly the power of this 3-headed crocodile tortoise far exceeded that of the demon beasts encountered earlier. Even Ling Yi found it difficult to deal with. Don't panic, watch me destroy it. Ling Yi shouted as she stepped forward, sword in hand, directly slashing at the 3-headed crocodile tortoise. The others quickly took action. Though they were afraid, they could not let Ling Yi fight alone. Xiao Clan glanced at the 3-headed crocodile tortoise, then turned to Chen Han. Junior brother, your cultivation is lower. It's better if you don't participate in the battle. Wait here for us. After saying this, Xiao Clan charged at the 3-headed crocodile tortoise, the treasure blade in his hand gleaming with sharpness. Although Ling Yi and the others were attacking fiercely, the defense of the 3-headed crocodile tortoise was extremely formidable. Was this 3-headed crocodile tortoise brought here by someone? Chen Han stared at the creature, unable to hide his shock. Usually 3-headed crocodile tortoises inhabit rivers and lakes, so how could it be here to ambush Chen Han and the others? Roar! The 3-headed crocodile tortoise let out a roar, unleashing a powerful wave of air that sent Ling Yi and the others flying. In the next moment, the 3-headed crocodile tortoise's eyes locked onto Chen Han's body, charging towards him with a roar. Junior brother Chen Han, be careful. Xiao Clan shouted urgently. The 3-headed crocodile tortoise's attack was fierce, and even Ling Yi did not dare to directly take on a strike from it. If Chen Han were hit, he would either die or be severely injured. Damn it, hold it off. Ling Yi quickly took action, but she couldn't break through the 3-headed crocodile tortoise's defense. Chen Han's gaze sharpened as he noticed something unusual in the creature's eyes. So that's how it is. Chen Han narrowed his eyes, then pointed, swiftly retreating. Although the 3-headed crocodile tortoise was a tortoise, its speed was not any less than Chen Han's, fiercely launching an attack against him. Chen Han. Ling Yi gritted her teeth. If Chen Han died here, she would feel guilty. Senior sister Ling? It's a spirit array? Chen Han actually drew a grade 8 spirit array. A disciple exclaimed. Ling Yi looked on in astonishment, not expecting Chen Han to have such talent in spirit arrays. Array activate. With a soft shout from Chen Han, a grade 8 spirit array instantly enveloped the 3-headed crocodile tortoise. The creature roared angrily, unable to break free from the confines of the spirit array. Break for me? Chen Han's eyes sharpened and he pointed at the 3-headed crocodile tortoise's eyes. The demonic energy in its eyes completely dissipated. The 3-headed crocodile tortoise became quiet, appearing to pose no threat whatsoever. Ling Yi approached Chen Han in surprise, looking at the docile 3-headed crocodile tortoise, utterly confused. Chen Han spoke. The 3-headed crocodile tortoise is not a ferocious demon beast. It was under an illusion cast by someone, which is why it acted this way. Moreover, that target should be me. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that someone wanted to kill Chen Han? Who could it be? It must be that wretched Ning Lian. That wretched girl excels at illusion. Ling Yi gritted her teeth. Chen Han frowned. It seemed like it really was Ning Lian. Let's go settle the score with her. Ling Yi shouted angrily, but was stopped by Chen Han. Senior sister, there's no need to rush. I'll ask the 3-headed crocodile tortoise first. After saying this, Chen Han looked at the 3-headed crocodile tortoise. Senior, why did you attack us? The three-headed crocodile tortoise blinked at Chen Han, revealing a helpless expression. My child was stolen by a woman. That woman cast an illusion on me, and when I saw you it was her appearance. Chen Han furrowed his brows and pointed with his finger, causing Ning Lian's visage to appear in the air before him. Is this the person? Upon witnessing Ning Lian, the three-headed crocodile turtle displayed an expression of anger. It's this woman. Chen Han's expression instantly darkened. It was indeed Ning Lian scheming behind his back. Senior Crocodile Turtle, we can help you retrieve your child, but please return to your original place. This Lingxiao mountain is dangerous. You shouldn't be here. Chen Han took a deep breath and spoke. The place where the three-headed crocodile turtle resided should be in the lake beside Lingxiao mountain, not on the mountain itself. If it continued to stay on Lingxiao mountain, it could be hunted by other disciples of the Lingxiao sect. A three-headed crocodile turtle at the peak of the Spirit Master realm is a treasure in itself. The three-headed crocodile turtle blinked at Chen Han, not trusting him. How could it know whether Chen Han was deceiving it? Chen Han naturally noticed the doubt in the eyes of the three-headed crocodile turtle and promptly said, Rest assured, Senior, I will definitely help you reclaim your home. Ning Lian is using you against me. I can't possibly help her. After a moment of hesitation, the three-headed crocodile turtle nodded. Thank you. If you find my child, please deliver it to the banks of Lingyan Lake. I reside over there. Having finished speaking, the three-headed crocodile turtle dragged its enormous body toward Lingyan Lake. Ling Yi and the others quickly surrounded Chen Han, revealing angry expressions. It truly is Ning Lian causing trouble. At this time I must make her pay. Ling Yi exclaimed in anger. Chen Han took a deep breath. Senior Sister Ling, this matter does not concern you. Ning Lian is coming for me. I will handle this matter myself. Ling Yi is the daughter of the sect master of the Lingxiao sect, and if she acted too rashly, it would surely invite gossip. Ling Yi quickly waved her hand. What are you saying, junior brother? Senior sister will protect you. How can I allow you to face that vixen Ning Lian alone? Chen Han smiled bitterly. Given Ling Yi's character, it was indeed somewhat implausible to ask her to ignore this matter. Alright, senior sister, once we encounter Ning Lian, we will ensure she pays for it. Chen Han said with a smile. Ling Yi nodded cheerfully. Of course, senior sister will personally teach that vixen a lesson. Xiao Ge suddenly stepped forward, his expression serious. I might know where Ning Lian and the others are. Both Ling Yi and Chen Han turned to look at Xiao Ge, wondering how he knew the location of Ning Lian and the others. Xiao Ge continued, I heard from an elder that a herbalist discovered the trace of a millennium ginseng on Lingxiao mountain. Ning Lian and her group must be aware and are definitely searching for the millennium ginseng? Chen Han quickly inquired, where is the millennium ginseng located? The millennium ginseng is one of the most precious among the 9 great spirit herbs. A single millennium ginseng could be sold for nearly 100 million spirit coins. Such a treasure Chen Han did not want to miss out on. Xiao Ge hesitated for a moment before speaking. It should be near the Donglin Jinshe Peak. That's not far from us. Let's hurry over. Ling Yi quickly said. The group nodded and hurried toward Donglin Jinshe Peak. Along the way, Chen Han's eyes glimmered with coldness. If he did not pursue this matter, did they really think he was easy to deal with? On Jinshe Peak, several figures were gazing downward, searching for traces of the millennium ginseng. Senior Sister Ning, where is the millennium ginseng? A disciple asked in confusion. Ning Lian shot a glance at that disciple. How would I know? Search diligently for it, and we must find the millennium ginseng. Such a treasure, we must acquire it. A few disciples rolled their eyes and continued their search. Sister Ning, are you sure it's safe to lure the three-headed crocodile turtle to Chen Han? Several people looked towards Ning Lian. Ning Lian smiled, for she still had a young three-headed crocodile turtle in her inch bag. If this crocodile turtle were sold, it would fetch at least several tens of millions of spirit coins. Don't worry, that Ling Yi is not as simple as you think. However, the strength of the three-headed crocodile turtle is enough to teach Chen Han a lesson. Anyone who dares to provoke senior brother Xia will face consequences. Several people nodded in agreement. After all, who is senior brother Xia? He is the top genius of Lingxiao sect. For a mere new disciple like Chen Han to provoke senior brother Xia is simply courting death. You all quickly find me a 10,000-year-old heavenly ginseng. If you can't find it, we won't go back. Ning Lian glanced at the others and called out. They nodded repeatedly, diligently searching around. Ning Lian, you shameless woman, how dare you use a three-headed crocodile turtle to attack us? Ling Yi rushed over with her group full of anger. Ning Lian quickly stood up, seeing that Ling Yi and her companions were unharmed. Her expression turned to one of surprise. However, she couldn't admit to such things, otherwise if reported to the sect she would surely face punishment. What are you talking about? When did I use the three-headed crocodile turtle to attack you? Don't slander me. Ning Lian snorted coldly, refusing to admit it. Moreover, Ling Yi and her companions might not even be her match. Chen Han stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Ning Lian, imploring divine sense if the turtle's child was indeed in Ning Lian's inch bag. Ling Yi angrily rushed forward. The three-headed crocodile turtle has already told us that you stole its child and then used illusion techniques to make it attack us? How could you be so malicious? Ning Lian glanced at Ling Yi and couldn't help but smile. It's laughable. You need to provide evidence when speaking. Where's the evidence? Chen Han raised his eyebrows. The child of the three-headed crocodile turtle is in your inch bag, isn't it? Ning Lian was taken aback, her expression momentarily dazed. Chen Han continued, if you truly haven't done anything, then open your inch bag and let us see. Ling Yi hurriedly chimed in, exactly. Open it and let us see. The disciples behind her clamored, unable to tolerate the situation. The disciples beside Ning Lian stepped forward, releasing powerful auras. Ning Lian slowly approached, smiling at Chen Han and his group. Why should I show you my inch bag? If you continue to slander me, don't blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. Oh, I see you are trying to seize the 10,000-year-old heavenly ginseng, right? To go so far as to drive us away for the sake of the heavenly ginseng, I think you are the truly malicious ones. If you lack the ability to compete with us, just roll aside quickly. Ling Yi, with these weaklings you brought, do you think you can compete with us? You are far from it. Ning Lian spoke without holding back. Ning Lian, you are asking for trouble. Ling Yi gritted her teeth, brandishing a thin sword as she charged at Ning Lian. The disciples beside Ning Lian immediately took action, their auras all at the late stage of Spirit Sovereign. Individually they weren't a match for Ling Yi, but together they could easily subdue her. Sister Ling. The other disciples rushed forward, wanting to assist Ling Yi. Ning Lian glanced around, and two disciples at the 8th stage of Spirit Sovereign directly approached Chen Han and his group. Daring to trouble us, I see you are tired of living. The two disciples looked at Chen Han and his group with cold smiles. With these pathetic creatures they could easily handle them. Let us join forces and assist Senior Sister Ling. Xiao Clan took a deep breath. Their cultivation levels were not high, and facing the two opponents they had to act together to stand a chance. This matter started because of me, I will handle it. Chen Han stepped forward, the dragon's roar sword already in his hand. Junior brother Chen Han. Do not act rashly. They are disciples at the 8th level of the Spirit Venerate realm, and you have just joined the Lingxiao sect. You are no match for them. Xiao Clan hurriedly tried to dissuade him, but saw Chen Han had already charged forward. The two disciples sneered contemptuously as Chen Han rushed toward them. A newly inducted disciple, yet so arrogant as to think he could take them both on alone. Truly knowing neither heaven nor earth. An insolent brat who doesn't know his place, he'll finish you with one punch. One of them laughed and threw a punch at Chen Han. Sensing the force of that punch, Xiao Clan and the others wore grim expressions. Even they might not be able to withstand such a blow. Chen Han's face revealed no emotion. He swung the dragon's roar sword, and the Ling sword art erupted instantly. This is the Ling sword art. And he has mastered it to the grand completion stage. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Even they had only reached the minor completion stage. How could Chen Han have already achieved grand completion in the Ling sword art? It was impossible. With a swift and decisive strike, Chen Han sent the disciple who had thrown the punch flying. As the other tried to intervene, Chen Han kicked him unconscious. In a single exchange, Chen Han had defeated two disciples at the 8th level of the Spirit Venerate realm. Was this truly a newly inducted disciple? How is this possible? How can you possess such combat power? Ning Lian's face also showed disbelief. Not only Ning Lian but even Ling Yi wore a stunned expression. Chen Han was usually so low-key, no one expected him to display such astonishing strength. Return the child of the three-headed crocodile turtle and I will let this matter rest. Chen Han spoke coldly. Since he had promised the three-headed crocodile turtle to return its child, he would see it through. Ning Lian sneered, do you truly think I fear you? With that, a purple spiritual energy gathered around Ning Lian. Her alluring figure moved with enchanting grace. It's an illusion art. Be careful, junior brother Chen Han. Ling Yi quickly called out. Illusion art was Ning Lian's specialty. It was said she had defeated many seasoned disciples with it. Chen Han nodded, his eyes focusing as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Copy successful. Evolution successful. Obtained red grade martial arts celestial demon illusion art. Seeing Chen Han frozen in place, Ning Lian smiled seductively and swayed her slender waist as she approached him. Her fingers lightly traced his cheek, her smile growing more radiant. Tisk tisk tsk. No wonder you're the most outstanding among the new disciples, even I find you intriguing. But daring to oppose senior brother Xia Yuan? Don't say I didn't warn you, you're not qualified. With that, Ning Lian snorted coldly and slapped Chen Han across the face. But it was Ning Lian who cried out in pain. When Ning Lian focused her gaze, she realized she had struck a massive boulder. Impossible. She knew she had fallen under an illusion. Could Chen Han possess such extraordinary skill in illusion art? Does your hand hurt? A figure appeared behind Ning Lian. She whirled around and struck out with her palm. The figure stumbled back several steps and collapsed to the ground. You little brat, trying to show off before me. Ning Lian turned her head only to realize the one on the ground was her own ally. How is this possible? Ning Lian panicked, completely ensnared in Chen Han's illusion, a sense of helplessness washing over her. Ning Lian? Are you alright? It was Xia Yuan's voice. Ning Lian looked and saw Xia Yuan standing behind her, gazing at her with concern. Senior brother? Why are you here? Ning Lian remained wary. Xia Yuan quickly spoke. I was worried that Chen Han might have tricked you, so I came to see what happened. Lowering her guard, Ning Lian hurriedly embraced Xia Yuan. Senior brother, please take action. Chen Han is utterly despicable. He must be taught a lesson. Xia Yuan smiled faintly, gently pinching Ning Lian's chin with his fingers. Don't worry, I'll make sure that fellow receives the punishment he deserves. Thud. Xia Yuan's sudden palm strike caught Ning Lian completely off guard. Her body flew backward and crashed to the ground while Xia Yuan held Ning Lian's storage pouch in his hand. Ning Lian scrambled to her feet and took another look. It wasn't Xia Yuan at all, it was Chen Han. Chen Han glanced at Ning Lian, then retrieved the three-headed turtle hatchling from the pouch. The little turtle chirped at Chen Han. Caught red-handed? What do you have to say for yourself? Chen Han stared coldly at Ning Lian, his tone overbearing. Ning Lian collapsed to the ground, her expression dazed. She could never have imagined that a new disciple like Chen Han would possess such monstrous combat prowess. The others gathered around Ning Lian. With her defeat, they could no longer continue their struggle against Ling Yi. Helping Ning Lian wasn't worth sacrificing themselves. Ling Yi approached panting and pointed at Ning Lian. Ning Lian, what do you have to say now? That three-headed turtle was lured here by you? Ning Lian remained silent, which was taken as an admission. Leave now. If you dare scheme behind our backs again, you'll regret it, Chen Han said coldly. The disciples quickly helped Ning Lian away. This new disciple was not to be trifled with. Junior brother Chen Han, you're incredible. Even that wretch Ning Lian is no match for you. Ling Yi hurried over. She hadn't expected Chen Han to be so powerful. Ning Lian was certainly among the top spirit venerate disciples in Lingxiao sect. Chen Han's ability to defeat Ning Lian meant his strength was likely on par with hers. Chen Han smiled and shook his head. Not at all, senior sister. I just happened to know a bit about illusions which allowed me to defeat her. Ling Yi and the others rolled their eyes at Chen Han. Did he call that a bit of illusion? Even Ning Lian's illusions couldn't compare to his. Chen Han undoubtedly possessed exceptional mastery in illusion techniques. By the way, since Ning Lian and her group are gone, we can search for the 10,000-year celestial ginseng. Judging by their behavior, they probably haven't found it yet. Xiao Ge suddenly spoke up. The others grew excited. If they could obtain the 10,000-year celestial ginseng, it would be a huge score. The value of the 10,000-year celestial ginseng far surpassed even the spirit pool grass they had found earlier. Alright, let's split up and search, but stay safe. Ling Yi said with a grin. Everyone nodded and fanned out in all directions. Chen Han blinked casually and wandered nearby. Suddenly the system's voice echoed in his mind. Golden-Grade Spirit Treasure 10,000-year celestial ginseng detected. Copy. Chen Han was startled, found it so quickly. Copy. Evolve. Obtained Black-Grade Spirit Treasure 10,000-year immortal ginseng. Chen Han stepped forward and plucked the celestial ginseng. He decided to gift this 10,000-year celestial ginseng to Ling Yi and the others. The 10,000-year celestial ginseng? Junior brother Chen Han, you have actually found the 10,000-year celestial ginseng? A group of disciples stared at Chen Han in astonishment. What Chen Han handed to them was precisely the 10,000-year celestial ginseng. one of the most supreme herbs among the 9th grade medicinal plants. Junior brother Chen Han, this 10,000-year celestial ginseng was found by you. It should rightfully be yours. Ling Yi returned the 10,000-year celestial ginseng. Although the 10,000-year celestial ginseng was precious, Ling Yi would not covet this single plant. Chen Han shook his head. Senior sister, you keep this 10,000-year celestial ginseng. It is of little use to me, and let it also serve as my gratitude for the care you and the other senior brothers and sisters have shown me during this time. Ling Yi blinked and quickly tucked away the 10,000-year celestial ginseng. Then many thanks, junior brother. The disciples nearby all wore excited expressions. This was the 10,000-year celestial ginseng, a tremendous gain. Afterward, Chen Han returned the 3-headed turtle crocodile hatchlings to the mother turtle crocodile. It's getting late. Perhaps we should return to the sect. Xiao spoke with a smile. The beast hunting expedition was now drawing to a close. Everyone nodded in agreement. Thanks to Chen Han, they had reaped a bountiful harvest that day. Especially that 10,000-year celestial ginseng, which could be exchanged for a considerable amount of cultivation resources. The group set off toward the Lingxiao sect, and the atmosphere along the way grew even more harmonious. As they passed by a cave, Chen Han halted his steps. What's wrong, junior brother Chen Han? Ling Yi looked at him with surprise, puzzled by his behavior. Chen Han narrowed his eyes and his tone suddenly turned icy. We are being watched. Ling Yi and the others scanned their surroundings but found no trace of an enemy. Junior brother, you are overthinking. We are disciples of the Lingxiao sect. Who would dare to target us? Xiao chuckled, dismissing the notion. Chen Han did not reply but instead turned his gaze behind him. The dense forest behind them was eerily silent, as if something terrifying could leap out at any moment. Help! A cry for help suddenly echoed from the cave, drawing the attention of Chen Han and his companions. Peering into the cave, they were shocked to discover a group of Lingxiao sect disciples bound inside. Li Ye, what are you doing here? Xiao hurried inside. This Li Ye was also a disciple of the Lingxiao sect, and her strength was not insignificant. How could she have been tied up here? Be careful. A band of outlaws is hiding outside. Li Ye shouted urgently. What? Xiao stared in shock toward the cave entrance. Chen Han and the others had already drawn their swords, and a group of unfamiliar faces had surrounded the cave. These people were at the very least at the 6th level of the Spirit Venerable realm, with many even reaching the peak of the Spirit Venerable stage. Tisk, I didn't expect a few more pretty girls. As usual, kill the men and tie up the women. The chieftain spoke with a lecherous grin, his gaze fixed on Ling Yi and the others. Ling Yi quickly shielded the others behind her, facing these outlaws alone as she always did. Who are you daring to act recklessly on Lingxiao sect's territory? Ling Yi shouted loudly. The Lingxiao sect was an overlord in this region. How could anyone dare to cause trouble here? Who exactly were these people? The outlaws exchanged glances and burst into thunderous laughter. Ridiculous. We are desperados who fear neither heaven nor earth. Why would we be afraid of your Lingxiao sect? Once we kill you, who will ever know it was us? But before we kill you, we must thoroughly enjoy the taste of these little beauties. A group of bandits continuously approached Ling Yi and her companions. For them, adding the Lingxiao sect to their list of targets was hardly a big deal. In Lingzhou, many factions were hunting down this group of people, yet despite the time that had passed, they were still alive and well. Senior sister, what should we do? The other disciples gathered around Ling Yi. This group was far stronger than Ning Lian and her companions. With just their numbers, they were no match for the opponents. Ling Yi also displayed a heavy expression, unsure of how to curry favor. If she fled now to seek help, the enemies would surely kill the others and leave immediately. By the time she returned with the elders, they would find no trace of the enemy. Chen Han, do you have the confidence to break through and not get caught? Ling Yi looked at Chen Han and asked. Given the situation, one person had to rush out to seek help. They had all witnessed Chen Han's strength. Although he had not yet reached the 10th stage of the spiritual lord realm, he was incredibly powerful. If Chen Han could bring back reinforcements, they would still have a chance of survival. Chen Han shook his head. Ling Yi showed a look of despair. Was she really going to die here today? No need to seek help. Chen Han spoke calmly, his tone very flat. The others looked at him in astonishment. Did Chen Han really believe he could handle these bandits on his own? Chen Han, don't be reckless. The other side has several peak spiritual lords with tens of thousands. This will only provoke them further, the other disciples urged. Although Chen Han was formidable and had defeated Ning Lian, The opposing side had numerous peak spiritual lords. How could Chen Han possibly be their match? Chen Han smiled slightly at Ling Yi and the others, then stepped forward, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual power from within. Chen Han. The others expressed their concerns. Was Chen Han being foolishly brave? Hey kid, you have some guts to stand up. Aren't you afraid of being the first to die? The leader grinned. However, Chen Han's strength at the 6th stage of the spiritual lord realm was still not enough in his eyes. Die. Chen Han smiled nonchalantly. With you bunch of worthless fish and shrimps, you can't take my life. The group of bandits roared with laughter upon hearing this. What did this kid just say? He actually believes we can't kill him. I think he's scared silly. What nonsense about being a disciple from a prestigious sect. They're just a bunch of garbage raised in a greenhouse. You'll take them down one by one. Enough talk, let's finish them off. I can't wait to have some fun with those beauties. The group of bandits armed with knives were eager to pounce. After being hunted for so long, they were finally ready to indulge themselves. Chen Han swept his gaze over the bandits, and the long yin sword in his hand hummed ominously. Watch me take him down. A bandit at the 8th stage of the spiritual lord realm strode forward towards Chen Han. Before the man could reach Chen Han, he suddenly swung his sword. The body fell to the ground with a thud, and those nearby barely saw what had happened. What just happened? How did Alan fall down like that? Damn it, this guy is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Everyone charge together and kill him. Kill him and those women will be ours. The bandits rushed forward, unwilling to waste too much time on Chen Han. Seeing the bandits charging like madmen, Ling Yi stepped forward only to find a spiritual formation protecting them. It was set up by Chen Han. Xiao exclaimed in surprise. No, we must go help Chen Han. With so many bandits, how could he possibly cope? Ling Yi attacked the spiritual formation. She promised to protect Chen Han. How could she allow him to perish here? Senior sister? Senior sister, look quickly, Chen Han is killing madly. Ling Yi looked up in surprise only to see Chen Han weaving through the crowd of bandits like a wraith. With every swing of his sword, a figure fell. Even those at the peak of the spirit lord realm could not escape. The once aggressive bandits suddenly scattered and fled. The dragon chant sword transformed into 12 flying swords pursuing these individuals. Just a bunch of worthless scum, why keep them? Kill. With a soft command from Chen Han, those who were fleeing were pierced through by the dragon chant sword. The dragon chant sword transformed into 12 flying swords pursuing these individuals. Just a bunch of worthless scum, why keep them? Kill. With a soft command from Chen Han, those who were fleeing were pierced through by the dragon. However, it seemed that none of these bandits were smart. Looking at Chen Han, the expressions on Ling Yi and her companions became quite complex. A newly admitted disciple possessed such terrifying strength. This had never happened in the history of the Lingxiao sect. After being rescued, Li Ye and her companions hurried over. Thank you for saving us, senior brother. The one they were thanking was of course Chen Han. Chen Han couldn't help but smile. Senior sister, you've got it wrong. I've only been in the sect for a month. I am your junior brother. Li Ye and the others were taken aback, looking at Chen Han with expressions similar to Ling Yi's. New disciple? So powerful. Thank you, junior brother. Since everyone is fine, let's hurry back to the sect. The elders must be worried. Ling Yi took a deep breath and spoke with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement, following Ling Yi towards the direction of the Lingxiao sect. However, today's events also gave them a new understanding of Chen Han. Chen Han was strong, overwhelmingly so. Upon returning to the Lingxiao sect, Chen Han specifically instructed Ling Yi and the others not to speak of his affairs to others. The group looked at Chen Han, nodding blankly. So impressive yet so low-key, this had a certain charm for some of the female disciples. Chen Han. Xiao Yuyan slowly walked towards Chen Han. Chen Han turned to look back, his face breaking into a gentle smile. Junior brother, who is this? Ling Yi blinked as she looked at Xiao Yuyan, noticing that she also seemed to be a new disciple. This is my wife. Chen Han laughed as he wrapped his arm around Xiao Yuyan's slender waist. Xiao Yuyan. Surprised exclamations arose around them as no one expected Chen Han to have a wife, leaving many female disciples disappointed. Xiao Yuyan. Is she the new disciple taken in by the Grand Elder? Xiao recalled something and quickly asked. Xiao Yuyan smiled gently. Yang Yifeng is indeed my master. The crowd gasped in shock once more. Entering the Lingxiao sect meant becoming a direct disciple, indicating that Xiao Yuyan was also a genius. Furthermore, with Xiao Yuyan's stunning beauty, many female disciples lowered their heads. Such a woman was worthy of a prodigy like Chen Han. Then, esteemed senior brothers and sisters, I shall take my leave first, Chen Han said with a calm smile, leaving with Xiao Yuyan. After a month apart, Xiao Yuyan's cultivation had also successfully reached the Spirit Lord realm. It seemed that Yang Yifeng had taken great care of Xiao Yuyan. The martial arts of the Lingxiao sect are significantly more powerful than those of the Jinling Empire. Recently my master taught me several 8th grade martial arts and I have benefited immensely. Upon returning to her residence, Xiao Yuyan quickly spoke about her gains. Following Yang Yifeng, Xiao Yuyan made rapid progress. Chen Han smiled gently, affectionately ruffling Xiao Yuyan's hair. Lingxiao sect is indeed a wonderful place, but this is not where we will linger for long. We must quickly reach the Wang realm to assist His Majesty. Chen Han took a deep breath. Xiao Yuyan furrowed her brows slightly. Is it those people who intend to take action against the Jinling dynasty? Chen Han shook his head. I'm not sure, but my intuition tells me they will act soon. Without the strength of the Wang realm we cannot turn the tide. Xiao Yuyan nodded. If the Lingzuan realm could turn the tide, then Wu Fengtian wouldn't be so troubled all the time. Whether it's Gu Wuying or the Nightming sect, even the Wangu dynasty poses a significant threat to the Jinling dynasty. By the way, isn't the second prince also in the Lingxiao sect? Xiao Yuyan blinked and said. Chen Han was taken aback. He had heard from Guo Lingxin that the second prince was indeed cultivating in the Lingxiao sect, but he didn't know what level he had reached. If we have time, we should pay him a visit, Chen Han suggested. However, he had heard that the second prince Guo Yuan was reclusive, rarely engaging with others. Even with Guo Fengtian he seldom exchanged more than a few words. In Guo Yuan's eyes, the only person he valued was his sister Guo Lingxin. After entering the Lingxiao sect, Guo Yuan had been out of touch. His attitude towards the Jinling dynasty could hardly be described as close. After spending a night with Chen Han, Xiao Yuyan returned to Yang Yifeng's place to continue her focused cultivation. She needed to grow stronger to support Chen Han. Chen Han also entered seclusion in the residence, practicing various martial arts of the Lingxiao sect. Your falling wild geese technique has already reached great success, but it lacks the essence. Suddenly the voice of Yuanping echoed in his mind, followed by a small fish lazily resting on Chen Han's shoulder, its eyes filled with boredom. Essence? What essence? Chen Han frowned and asked. Even with his mastery of several 9th grade martial arts, he had not felt the presence of essence. Yuanping Yond essence is naturally a transformation that occurs when you humans cultivate martial arts to the extreme. If one can condense essence, the power of martial arts will greatly enhance. Even a 1st grade martial art can combat 7th or 8th grade martial arts. Chen Han's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a 1st grade martial art possibly stand against 7th or 8th grade ones? Elder, can you do it? Chen Han asked with a wry smile. He truly had not understood essence. Yuanping shot him a glance. It's said to be your human martial arts. How could I possibly know? The martial arts of demon beasts come from the inheritance of their bloodlines, unlike you humans who have to practice repeatedly. Chen Han looked at Yuanping with frustration. Indeed, demon beasts excelled in this aspect over humans. However, this also has its downsides. Demon beasts can only inherit the martial arts passed down through their bloodlines and cannot learn other martial arts. Thus, in the world of demon beasts, the nobility of bloodlines determines their future. However, there is an old fellow who might be of help to you. You can seek him out, Yuanping said while yawning. Who? Chen Han looked at Yuanping curiously. Could it be that Yuanping knew some great master? It's that Ling Weitian who captured me while I was weak. Once I recover my strength, I will definitely settle the score with that guy, Yuanping said angrily, looking somewhat adorable. Third elder, I really need to pay him a visit, Chen Han murmured. From Yuanping's words, essence greatly enhances martial arts. If he could comprehend essence, his combat power would rise again. If he could comprehend essence in the Lingzuan realm, he might even be able to battle against powerful opponents in the Wang. Ling Weiyan, the 3rd elder of the Lingxiao sect, is also the younger brother of the sect master. His reputation within the Lingxiao sect is exceptionally high. This is not only due to his formidable strength but also his meticulous guidance of disciples, which has earned him the admiration of many. However, becoming Ling Weishan's disciple is not so easy. Even some disciples with top-notch talents have failed to become his apprentices. Ling Weitian has only accepted 3 disciples in total. Nevertheless, there are many who aspire to learn from Ling Weitian, gathering daily at his residence to seek knowledge in martial arts. As Chen Han entered Ling Weishan's residence, he was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy. The intensity of spiritual energy in the third elder's residence surpasses that of Chen Han's own home. Upon entering the main hall, Chen Han found many disciples already seated below. Ling Weiqian sat at the front attentively instructing everyone. Chen Han's arrival caught Ling Weishan's attention. However, Ling Weiqian did not say anything immediately but continued speaking. After finishing his words, he turned his gaze to Chen Han, asking, "Is there an issue with your cultivation?" The other disciples looked towards Chen Han with curiosity, wondering why he, being new to Ling Weishan's place, garnered such attention. Chen Han nodded, saying, "Third elder, I wish to inquire about the concept of an intention." Upon hearing this, many burst into laughter. "Junior brother, that's quite amusing. Even a king-level expert may not condense an intention. You have just entered the Lingxiao sect. Is it too early to contemplate this?" "Indeed, junior brother, cultivation should be step by step. One must not be too hasty." "Are all new disciples this arrogant nowadays?" Chen Han's inquiry drew ridicule from many. Ling Weiqian raised his hand to signal for silence. Ling Weiqian looked at Chen Han with a serious tone, saying, "You have only recently joined the Lingxiao sect. First master our martial arts and reach the king level. Seeking to understand intentions later would not be too late. In the entire Lingxiao sect, only 3 individuals have comprehended an intention. The sect master, the Grand Elder Yang Yifeng, and the remaining one is Ling Weiqian. Many king-level disciples have sought Ling Weishan's guidance on intentions, but after years of cultivation none have succeeded. Chen Han, being only in the 6th stage of the spiritual sovereign realm, is indeed being a bit too hasty." Ignoring the mocking voices around him, Chen Han calmly said, "Third elder, could you let me witness the intention? I am merely curious." People around him scoffed. Did he think he was someone of importance? Why would the third elder perform for him? Ling Weiqian frowned but still rose. "Since you insist, I will demonstrate a move or two, but you must not take the matter of intention to heart. The realm of martial arts intention is not so easily understood." Chen Han nodded respectfully, saying, "Thank you, third elder." Ling Weiqian drew his sword and his figure flashed, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to begin converging towards him. Successfully copied black-grade martial arts intention, obtained sword tomb intention. A massive sword tomb appeared in Chen Han's mind. Endless sword energy flashed through his. Successfully copied black-grade martial arts intention, obtained sword tomb intention. A massive sword tomb appeared in Chen Han's mind. Endless sword energy flashed through his consciousness with an aura that would last forever. Ling Weiqian sheathed his sword and looked at Chen Han, asking, "Did you comprehend it?" Everyone turned to Chen Han, unable to suppress their smirks. Those king-level disciples had taken years to learn this. How could Chen Han grasp it after just one demonstration? To everyone's astonishment, Chen Han nodded. "I've mastered it." Chen Han's tone was indifferent, as if comprehending the artistic conception was a trivial matter. The disciples around immediately burst into laughter. How utterly ridiculous. This new disciple has no shame. How could one grasp the artistic conception with just a glance? Tisk tisk tsk. Too arrogant by half. We dare not even dream of such an artistic conception, yet this fellow claims he's mastered it outright. Hilarious, simply hilarious. Since you've mastered it, why not demonstrate it and let us feast our eyes? A clamor arose among the disciples, and no one believed Chen Han's words. Ling Weishan's expression soured as well. He had initially thought Chen Han was a promising seedling. But now he appeared far too arrogant. Chen Han, the artistic conception is not something to be comprehended after a single viewing. Your talent is exceptional and you may well grasp it in the future, but there's no need to boast now. Ling Weiqian spoke, a hint of anger in his tone. Chen Han pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I understand what the third elder says, but I truly have mastered it." The surrounding disciples laughed even louder, and a peak spirit sovereign disciple stood up. "Come on. Let me, Pang Lin, test your so-called artistic conception." Pang Lin strode forward. The other disciples looked at Chen Han as if he were a joke. Ling Weiqian did not intervene, believing a little hardship would benefit Chen Han's future path. Cultivation could not be rushed. Chen Han cast a glance at Pang Lin, and the dragon's roar sword shot forth in an instant. A familiar aura permeated the air. The crowd was startled. This aura seemed familiar. Ling Weishan's face displayed an expression of utter disbelief. Had he truly learned it after just one look? I still don't believe it. Pang Lin snorted coldly, brandishing his sword, its chi surging in all directions. Though he had not yet condensed an artistic conception, Pang Lin's swordsmanship was profound. How could a newly inducted disciple match him? Chen Han pointed a finger and the dragon's roar sword danced, unleashing the sword-grave artistic conception in an instant. The entire estate fell into a deathly silence. Then cries of astonishment ignited the whole scene. The sword-grave artistic conception, Chen Han had truly comprehended it after just one look. How is this possible? Pang Lin's face turned ashen. The artistic conception was something they had pursued for ages, and not even the King Realm disciples had grasped one. Chen Han had merely watched Ling Weitian release the artistic conception once, and he had mastered it outright. Was the gap between individuals truly this vast? Enough. Ling Weitian said with a wry smile, gesturing for Chen Han to stop. He had truly misjudged it. Chen Han's talent was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Not to mention the King Realm, even those realms that were looked up to Chen Han might very well reach them. The other disciples fell silent, their earlier words now a slap in the face. This newly inducted disciple was anything but ordinary. Thank you, Third Elder. This junior takes his leave. Chen Han clasped his hands in respect, then departed. The remaining disciples watched Chen Han leave, their hearts filled with bitterness and even an inexplicable sense of loss. The news of Chen Han comprehending the artistic conception in a single glance spread like wildfire through Lingxiao sect. Many disciples showed expressions of disbelief and some simply refused to believe it. The artistic conception, something even King Realm experts might not grasp, and Chen Han, a new disciple, had understood it after a single viewing. Impossible. Yet with Ling Weitian as a witness, all the disciples could only marvel at Chen Han's monstrous talent. Chen Han sat alone in his residence, utterly unconcerned with the outside world. He was already in Lingzhou and would inevitably cross paths with the Xing family. He must enhance his strength to be worthy of facing them. It has been 3 months since arriving at the Lingxiao sect. Chen Han's cultivation has reached the 8th stage of the spiritual master realm, no less than some of the veteran disciples. Today the elders of the Lingxiao sect summoned all disciples at the spiritual master realm to gather at the outer wild peak. Except for a few disciples who were out, the rest gathered at the outer wild peak. Chen Han also saw the figure of Xiao Yuyan, but the direct disciples stood behind the elders, separate from the ordinary disciples. Junior brother Chen Han. Xiao Ge walked over and smiled at Chen Han. The news of Chen Han comprehending the intent realm had long spread throughout the Lingxiao sect. Xiao Ge was naturally quite astonished upon hearing this. Senior brother, what is the purpose of gathering all disciples today? Chen Han furrowed his brows and asked. Xiao Ge blinked. Junior brother Chen Han, don't you know? Every year around this time the Lingxiao sect sends disciples to various regions of Lingzhou for trials. The results of these trials will also affect the disciples' future promotion assessments. If the performance in this trial is excellent, one will be directly promoted to core disciple, second only to direct disciples. The core disciples participating in the trials aim to attract the elders' attention and become direct disciples. As for the direct disciples, they purely seek to hone themselves and show the elders their growth. Chen Han nodded, realizing this was the case. No wonder Xiao Yuyan was also participating in this trial. Yang Yifeng stood at the forefront looking at all the disciples with a solemn expression. This trial is divided into 128 locations, and the elders will assign you to your trial locations. Upon reaching your destination, local forces will be there to assist you. These forces are established by the disciples sent out from our Lingxiao sect, so you can rest assured. Your scores will also be judged by the leaders of these forces. The disciples nodded in agreement. Most already understood these rules. Yang Yifeng's words were directed at the newly joined disciples. After that the elders began to assign trial areas. Chen Han received a bamboo slip with the words Left Demon City engraved on it. Left Demon City? Junior brother Chen Han, your luck seems to be somewhat lacking. That place borders Lingzhou and the demon realm, where demon beasts frequently appear, and you might even encounter demon clans, so you must be careful. Xiao Ge reminded him. Chen Han nodded, not particularly concerned. His gaze turned to Xiao Yuyan, who showed him her bamboo slip. Xiao Yuyan was assigned to the central region of Lingzhou. Perhaps due to being a direct disciple, Yang Yifeng arranged such a favorable location for her. Being in contact with the major forces of Lingzhou will undoubtedly benefit her future cultivation path. Alright, you can travel together for mutual support. After Yang Yifeng finished speaking, she stepped away. Xiao Yuyan waved to Chen Han before leaving with her senior sister. With a senior sister looking out for him, Chen Han felt reassured. Damn it, why did I get assigned to Left Demon City? This is so unlucky. Sai, I heard that last year the disciples sent to Left Demon City either died or were severely injured, all caused by the demon clan. I hope we don't have such a miserable fate of encountering demon clans. A few gathered together, all showing helpless expressions. Chen Han approached. Are you all going to left Demon City as well? They looked over, nodded, and seeing Chen Han's humble attitude, spoke in a friendly tone. A newcomer, a new disciple, recently joined the sect. Chen Han smiled faintly. I did just join the sect not long ago, and I was drawn to go to left Demon City this time. Several people hurried over, comforting him. Junior brother, do not fear. Although Huaxia City is indeed perilous, with senior brothers here we will surely take care of you. Chen Han was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, senior brothers. The abilities of these disciples were not to be underestimated. Perhaps due to the dangers of Huaxia City, even the weakest among them was at the 9th stage of the Spirit Lord realm. After chatting for a while, Chen Han set off towards Huaxia City with several senior brothers. Huaxia City is located at the border between Lingzhou and the demon race, far from Lingxiao sect. It took the group several days to reach Huaxia City. Upon entering Huaxia City, they found the streets surprisingly deserted, nothing like a large city. What happened to Huaxia City? Why is there no one on the streets? The speaker, named Xin Fang, was the strongest among the group. The other disciples looked to Chen Fang as their backbone, following his lead. Let's head to Jiyue Gate first. Senior brother Bai Bei is waiting for us there. Everyone nodded and hurried towards the direction of Jiyue Gate. Jiyue Gate is a major force in Huaxia City, and Bai Bei is a disciple from Lingxiao sect and also the deputy master of Jiyue Gate. His strength was already at the king realm. In Huaxia City, Bai Bei was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. Who goes there? The guards of Jiyue Gate brandished their weapons as they saw Chen Han and the others approaching. Chen Fang quickly spoke up. We are disciples of Lingxiao sect, here to look for senior brother Bai Bei. The guards blinked. Bai Bei was the deputy master, so they naturally recognized him. Moreover, it was not the first time Lingxiao sect disciples came to Jiyue Gate, so they let them pass. Once inside Jiyue Gate, a tall and imposing man quickly approached. It was Bai Bei, the deputy master of Jiyue Gate. Junior brothers, I have been waiting for you. Bai Bei grasped Chen Fang's hand, his expression filled with excitement. Chen Han and the others clasped their hands respectfully. We meet again, senior brother Bai Bei. As a senior brother and a powerhouse of the king realm, Bai Bei naturally required respect. Bai Bei waved his hand. No need for such formalities, let's discuss this inside. He led Chen Han and the others into a back room where a cold and beautiful woman in blue was seated. The eyes of Chen Fang and the others were immediately drawn to her. This woman was stunningly beautiful, a true gem even within Lingxiao sect. Brother Bai Bei, who are these people? The woman in blue looked at Chen Han and the others with a displeased expression. Bai Bei chuckled awkwardly. Mulan, these are the junior brothers from Lingxiao sect I mentioned to you. With their help there will definitely be no problem. Mulan scanned Chen Fang and the others, snorted coldly. The people sent by Lingxiao sect aren't that impressive. There's even a guy at the 6th stage of the Spirit Lord realm. Stepping onto the stage would be courting death. She was naturally referring to Chen Han as he had the lowest cultivation level. Chen Fang coughed. Junior brother Chen Han has only recently joined the sect, so it's understandable that his cultivation is low. But with us here we can surely help Jiyue Gate out of its predicament. Mulan rolled her eyes, indifferent to Chen Fang's words. Let me be clear, this is not Lingxiao sect. Once you step onto the killing stage, life and death are not guaranteed. Moreover, the opponents are all top talents from the demon race. Previous disciples have participated and it ended in either death or injury. At her words, many faces showed solemn expressions. Last year those who went to Huaxia City ended up on the killing stage. If one truly dies here, it would be too much of a loss. Bai Bei quickly interjected. Mulan, hold your tongue. My junior brothers have come to assist us, that is already a great favor. Why scare them away? Mulan snorted coldly. I speak the truth. If you lack strength, it's better to leave early and not embarrass yourself later. Although our GUS sect is short on manpower, we won't send useless individuals into the fray. The expressions on the faces of Chen Fang and his group became quite awkward. If they left now, wouldn't it mean they were looked down upon? Senior brother, we were sent here with a mission and will certainly do our utmost to assist the GUS sect. Chen Fang took a deep breath and looked at Bai Bei. Bai Bei smiled and nodded. Rest assured, my junior brothers, it is killing arena while perilous. I will ensure your safety. If we encounter an enemy we cannot handle, I will intervene. Chen Fang and the others nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Mulan disdainfully turned her head away. Aside from Chen Fang, she didn't regard the others at all. Especially that guy at the 6th stage of the Spirit Master realm. Entering the killing arena would be akin to seeking death. Chen Han frowned slightly, realizing it would be a battle against the demon race. Senior brother, what is the situation regarding this killing arena? Could you explain it to us? Bai Bei nodded. As you know, our left demon city is located on the border between Lingzhou and the demon race, with both sides often competing for resources. To avoid a full-scale war, left demon city has reached an agreement with the demon race to decide ownership of certain resource areas through competitions held in the killing arena every year. Due to the scarcity of experts at the King Realm, we dispatch spirit masters to engage. However, our left demon city has lost for 3 years, and this year's situation does not appear promising either. But do not worry, my junior brothers, if there truly is danger, I will step in. Chen Han and the others nodded. This was no longer just the trial of Lingxiao sect. It involved the conflict between the human race and the demon race. As members of the human race, they naturally had to lend their full support. Bai Bei continued to explain the rules of the killing arena, but the more detailed he became, the more serious the expressions on Chen Fang and the others grew. The killing arena is another form of a beast fighting ground where one or several participants from both the human and demon races enter to battle. Once inside, even experts at the King Realm find it difficult to intervene. However, both sides tend to spare each other's King Realm experts and refrain from killing blows. But if one is lacking in strength, being severely injured is unavoidable. That sounds terrifying, one disciple hesitantly spoke up. Mulan snorted coldly. If you're afraid, don't come. Our GUS sect does not need cowards like you. What did you say? The disciple stood up in a fit of anger. Sit down. Chen Fang spoke sternly. A few disciples exchanged serious glances. Chen Han sat quietly to the side, feeling little agitation. Since the opponents were only at the Spirit Master realm, he didn't need to worry too much. Junior brother Chen Han, this killing arena is exceedingly dangerous. Your cultivation is relatively low. It would be best not to participate. Chen Fang looked at Chen Han as he spoke. Mulan sneered again and couldn't help but say, so Lingxiao sect even sends over a burden. It would be better not to come. It only brings shame to our human race. Chen Han couldn't help but furrow his brow, turning his gaze towards Mulan. Why so much talk? Are you sick? What do you mean? Mulan stood up in a huff. Mulan, you go outside. Bai Bei, unable to tolerate it any longer, shouted at Mulan. Mulan glared fiercely at Chen Han before quickly walking out of the room without looking back. Bai Bei gave Chen Han a helpless smile. Junior brother, don't take it to heart. Mulan was spoiled as a child, that's why she has such a bad temper. Chen Fang quickly added, senior brother, you worry too much. Our Lingxiao sect disciples are not that petty. Bai Bei smiled and nodded, but a hint of depth flickered in his eyes. This killing arena would not be easy to deal with. Soon the day agreed upon by the human race and the demon race arrived. Bai Bei led Chen Han and a few others to the killing platform. The killing platform was established in a wild area outside Suiyao City, a massive battleground covered in blood. These were remnants from before. This battle would likely stain it with blood once more. Bai Bei, are your disciples reliable? The speaker was Mulan, the leader of the GU sect. Within Suiyao City he held absolute power. Other factions naturally respected Mulan as well. Bai Bei nodded. Rest assured, big brother, my disciples are all elites of the Lingxiao sect, absolutely trustworthy. Mulan rolled her eyes but said nothing further this time. Mulan smiled and nodded, his gaze shifting to the opposite side. The demon race had sent their representatives, led by a fearsome figure with a four-cornered head. Behind him were not only many demons but also a host of demon beasts. The demon beasts roared, their voices shaking the heavens. Mulan, this year you're going to have to give up this resource area. The Lin Kuei spoke with a grin. Mulan let out a cold snort. Lin Kuei, don't think I don't know what you're plotting. You must have discovered quite a few good things in that place in Nanshan. Lin Kuei couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, I can't hide it from your eyes. I'll tell you, we demons have found a millennium spiritual spring in Nanshan. But even if you know what uses it, that Nanshan still belongs to us demons. The demons burst into laughter, completely disregarding the humans. Mulan's tone was icy. We haven't even started. Where does your confidence come from? The outcome is still uncertain. Lin Kuei grinned. Tisk with the trash from Zuoyao City. Do you dare to challenge us demons? This time you will lose terribly. The young demons behind Lin Kuei unleashed powerful auras. There are actually 2 young demons with 9th grade bloodlines. Many people showed expressions of shock. In the demon race, bloodline represents everything. The stronger the demon, the higher the grade of their bloodline. 2 young demons with 9th grade bloodlines are definitely the most troublesome existence. Without further ado, let the skills speak for themselves. Mulan's face was grim, uncertain if they could seize the opportunity. If they cannot secure ownership, Suiyao City would be extremely passive in the future. A millennium spiritual spring is a precious resource for warriors. Soon someone from both sides rushed onto the killing platform and engaged in battle without a word. The fight was brutally simple, a clash of flesh and blood. The human side wore solemn expressions. The powerful beings from the demon race brought forth formidable strength. Winning for Zuoyao City would be extremely difficult. Before long the warrior who had ascended the stage was knocked off the killing platform. The demons erupted with laughter full of disdain. "Ill go." Mulan furious tried to step forward but was stopped by Mulan. Mulan was Mulan's trump card, how could she be sent out recklessly? "Let me take a shot at it." A disciple from the Ling Xiao sect stepped forward. Bai Bei looked at him and nodded, "Junior brother, if you find it difficult, do not force yourself." The disciple nodded and leaped onto the killing platform. Compared to the average spiritual realm warrior from Zuoyao City, the disciple of Ling Xiao sect was undoubtedly superior. In less than 10 exchanges the opposing demon was defeated and Zuoyao City erupted in cheers. Lin Kuei couldn't help but smirk. "You think just because we let you win you truly believe you have triumphed? Bai Kuei, you go and strive to take them all down." With that a young demon clad in white stepped onto the killing platform exuding a formidable aura. 8th grade bloodline, quite formidable. Bai Bai's face turned ashen. The young man sent by the other side was undoubtedly among the top 5 in the spirit lord realm of the demon race. Such a terrifying young demon was indeed not easy to deal with. As expected, the disciple of Ling Xiao sect was defeated by the opponent within 3 moves. Is this the strength of the Ling Xiao sect disciples? Quite pathetic indeed. Bai Kuei spoke indifferently, clearly regarding Ling Xiao sect with disdain. "If you can't even handle this waste, you are indeed incompetent." Mulan snorted coldly. However, this remark caused awkwardness between both sides. Was Mulan speaking for Ling Xiao sect or for Bai Kuei? Waste. Incompetent. Chen Han couldn't help but chuckle that this woman was truly interesting. "Let me handle this, you are no match for them." Chen Fang took a deep breath and stepped forward. A dense aura of sword energy enveloped him, bringing a strong sense of threat to the demons. "Oh, you do have some skills." Bai Kuei smiled and punched towards Chen Fang. Chen Fang slashed down with his sword, but it only left a white mark on Bai Kuei's body. Indeed, the physique of the demon race was terrifying in its strength. On the killing stage the battle reached a fever pitch. Many onlookers were uncertain of the outcome. Whoosh! 2 figures retreated simultaneously and fell off the killing stage. This battle ended in a draw. The demon side let out a series of sighs, leaving Bai Kuei's face extremely awkward. On the side of Zuoyao City, however, everyone wore ashen faces. The disciples from Ling Xiao sect indeed possessed considerable strength, but they still fell short compared to the demon race. I will personally take action." Mulan disregarded the objections and directly stepped onto the killing stage. The demon side seemed to have been waiting for this moment and immediately sent forth a young demon with a 9th grade bloodline named Niu Ling. Tisk, a delicate and tender woman, she looks quite tempting." Niu Ling grinned at Mulan, his eyes filled with greed. Mulan snorted coldly and struck out with a knife. If she could fight, she would definitely not hesitate. The battle between both sides was intense and Mulan surprisingly gained the upper hand for a time. In this battle Miss Mulan should be able to win. She is our only hope. The disciples of GUS sect spoke up one after another. Mulan had a grave expression on his face. He was more concerned about Mulan's safety than the outcome. Chen Han narrowed his eyes, constantly watching the developments on the killing stage, but shook his head helplessly. "She will lose." Those nearby who heard Chen Han's words revealed expressions of anger. "You, a kid in the 6th stage of the Spirit Lord realm, what do you understand? Miss Mulan is a genius of our GUS sect. How could she possibly lose?" "Right, Miss Mulan is currently gaining the upper hand. Why don't you explain how she will lose?" "Everyone don't pay attention to him. He's just a guy seeking attention. Why bother with him?" Bai Bei furrowed his brows and turned to Chen Han. "Chen Han, please explain why you think she will lose." Chen Han replied calmly, "Indeed, Mulan's offensive is fierce, but it consumes too much spiritual power. The opponent seems to be retreating step by step, but has hardly used any spiritual power. The demon race excels at physical combat. Once Mulan's spiritual power is exhausted, she will have no chance of winning." Chen Han's words elicited many gasps, but there were also those who disagreed, believing Mulan would quickly defeat me. Not long after Mulan began to retreat due to the exhaustion of her spiritual power, she could not compete with Niu Ling with just her physical strength. "Impossible. I can't go down." Mulan held on desperately. If she lost, the resources of Nanshan would fall into the hands of the demon race. Quite tenacious. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Niu Ling sneered coldly as he threw a punch of immense power. Mulan's eyes widened. If she should flee now, for taking this blow would mean certain death or severe injury. But if she ran, wouldn't that be defeat? She couldn't flee. Later. Come back. Mulan wanted to intervene, and the Demon Clan's royal realm experts were also stirring restlessly. Scale Viper grinned. Mulan, why are you so anxious? We won't kill your daughter. But whether she can continue cultivation after this battle I cannot say. You. Mulan clenched his teeth, knowing he could not act. If he did, this would no longer be merely a spirit venerate realm conflict. At that moment a sword aura surged toward Niu Ling. Startled, Niu Ling quickly withdrew his punch to defend. Who goes there? Niu Ling bellowed, staring incredulously toward the human side. The power of this sword strike made him sense the breath of death. Chen Han stepped forward directly onto the killing platform. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The formidable sword strike had been unleashed by the unremarkable Chen Han. Not only the people of Left Demon City, but even Qin Fang and his companions wore expressions of disbelief. Could that strike have been an embodiment of sword intent? Wait, wasn't there talk of a new disciple who had comprehended sword intent at the third elder's place? Could it be Chen Han? Qin Fang and the others swallowed hard. They finally understood why Chen Han, only 3 months in the sect, had been sent to Left Demon City. His strength was in no way inferior to the veteran disciples. Step down. Leave this to me. Chen Han glanced at Mulan and said. Mulan bit her red lips, her expression reluctant. No, I haven't lost yet. Chen Han couldn't help but roll his eyes. This woman was beyond help. With a flick of his finger a spirit array coalesced around Mulan, and in an instant she vanished, teleported directly to Mulan's side. A teleportation spirit array. That's a formation only an 8th grade spirit array master can wield. The crowd exclaimed in shock. This Chen Han was simply too monstrous. Mulan gazed at Chen Han, a gleam of hope shining in his eyes. This battle on the killing platform might just have a new turning point. Niu Ling shook his head, locking his gaze onto Chen Han. I didn't expect there to be an expert like you among the humans. This suits me perfectly. Niu Ling pounded his fists together, his muscles bulging as he erupted with tremendous power. Chen Han looked at Niu Ling and shook his head. Your physical body is indeed formidable, but your weaknesses are also obvious. You are no match for me. Niu Ling froze, his face turning ashen. Stop boasting. Take this punch. Chen Han raised his eyes, and the dragon's roar sword in his hand slashed down swiftly. The blade struck Niu Ling's fists. A sharp cry escaped Niu Ling as he stumbled back several steps. A deep wound appeared on his palm. A casual sword strike that could breach his physical defense. Chen Han's strength was far from as simple as he had imagined. Niu Ling, don't underestimate him. Li Shua, another Demon Clan youth with 9-grade bloodline, roared. Chen Han's power was undoubtedly among the pinnacle existences in the spirit venerate realm. If Niu Ling grew careless, he would die a miserable death. Niu Ling gritted his teeth as the wound on his palm healed at a visible rate. Kid, I underestimated you. But this time, you won't be so lucky. Niu Ling clashed his fists together, unleashing his full barbaric aura. At this moment he was like a raging bull ready to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Han. Clang! Sword aura radiated in all directions as Chen Han casually swung his blade, unleashing the sword grave intent. It surged across the entire killing platform. It is the essence of human martial arts. The Lin Kuei exclaimed in astonishment. As a king-level expert of the demon race, he naturally understood the concept of human martial arts. Hearing that even king-level experts might not comprehend this essence, why could this human possess it? Li Shua's expression darkened. Niu Ling has lost it. He cannot break free from this sword technique. Lin Kuei nodded. At this moment Niu Ling was completely on the defensive. Although he possessed an incredibly powerful physique, he could not withstand the sharp edge of his opponent's sword. The wounds on his body were increasing, and the speed of recovery could not keep up with the growth of the injuries. Go! Chen Han said indifferently as countless sword energies surged toward Niu Ling. With a loud roar, Niu Ling attempted to shatter the sword energy, only to find his assault instantaneously erased by it. The sword energy pierced through Niu Ling's body, causing him to collapse directly to the ground. Chen Han had shown mercy. With the flesh of a demon he would not die. However, it was likely that Niu Ling would need a year and a half to fully recover. Victory! A loud cheer erupted from the side of Suoyao City. They could never have imagined that the one to turn the tide in the end would be a disciple of Ling Xiao's sect at the 6th level of the Spirit Lord realm. Mulan looked at Chen Han with a sense of guilt. She had previously scolded him for being useless and now it was truly a slap to her own face. If it hadn't been for Chen Han's Luoyao City would have suffered a terrible defeat this time. Chen Han sheathed his sword looking indifferently at Li Shuai. There's no need to let others take the stage, you can come up directly. The demon side exchanged glances astonished at Chen Han's arrogance. After finishing with Niu Ling he was still eager to challenge Li Shuai. Li Shuai's strength was a whole level above Niu Ling, the human race would suffer greatly. Human brat, you are indeed beyond my expectations. But it ends here, I will defeat you and this resource will still belong to our demon race. Li Shuai grinned, his body slowly floating up to the killing platform. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. The aura Li Shuai emitted was even more terrifying than Niu Ling's. If Mulan were to face Li Shuai she would probably not last 3 rounds. Chen Han examined Li Shuai's body, a blood demon fashioned from blood itself. Among the demon race he could be considered noble. Too much nonsense. With that Chen Han drew his sword and sword energy surged forth. Li Shuai's eyes narrowed as he quickly conjured 2 blood blades in his hands, slashing down. The two engaged fiercely on the killing platform, fighting fiercely. Many spectators were astonished by the two. This battle was far more exciting than the previous one. This Chen Han disciple is surprisingly strong. Bai Bei smiled bitterly, wondering how long it had been since he returned to Ling Xiao sect and now the new disciples had become this formidable. Beside him Chen Feng awkwardly smiled. Bai Bei, Chen Han's qualifications for entering the sect are among the top tier and he even received a 9th grade mansion upon entry. He had also grasped the essence of the third elder recently. The genius that Chen Han displayed was not something we could fathom. The other disciples of Ling Xiao sect nodded in agreement. Chen Han was indeed dazzling among the new disciples. Even some seasoned disciples might not be his match. Such a talented genius, if he does not meet an untimely end, will surely dominate Ling Zhou in the future. Boom. The entire killing platform was enveloped in dust. 2 figures appeared hazily within the dust, followed by powerful martial skills colliding as spiritual energy surged outward like waves. How can this human brat have such abilities? Lin Kuei's expression darkened, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes as he observed Chen Han. He must seize ownership this time. The 1,000-year spiritual spring must belong to him. On the killing platform the two quickly retreated. Chen Han raised his gaze, looking at the panting Li Shuai with a smirk. You have no other tricks, right? Li Shuai gritted his teeth. Chen Han's strength was indeed astonishing. However, he had an advantage in cultivation and he might not lose. Chen Han couldn't help but smile and his aura suddenly changed. 8th stage of the Lingzuan realm. Chen Feng was shocked, his eyes wide open. How could Chen Han reach the 8th stage of the Lingfu realm so quickly after only 3 months in the Lingxiao sect? Li Shuai's face turned pale. Chen Han had been hiding his cultivation all along. How despicable. Come on. Ling sword art. Falling wild geese, 1,000 flies. With Chen Han's 2 angry roars, the Longyin sword in his hand slashed out wildly. Li Shuai was overwhelmed, stepping back several paces. Li Shuai. The Lingyu shouted angrily from below, his eyes cold. The demon clan must win this battle, otherwise the 1,000-year spiritual spring would be taken by the human race. Li Shuai gritted his teeth, expecting this killing platform to be very easy. Yet he never anticipated encountering such a prodigy as Chen Han. It was truly a headache. Ha! Li Shuai exhaled lightly, raising his gaze to look at Chen Han with cold eyes. The icy blood aura around him gradually became fiery. It's the bloodline martial arts of the blood demon, Bloodthirst. Li Shuai is about to transform into his true form. Mulan spoke with a serious expression. The blood demon is undoubtedly a top force among the demon clan. The most monstrous blood demons possess a top-tier bloodline talent. Although Li Shuai is not the most outstanding genius among blood demons, he is certainly not weak. When a demon clan summons its true form, its strength will surge tremendously. In this case, even a newly ascended King Realm powerhouse may not be a match for Li Shuai. A hint of seriousness finally appeared on Chen Han's face. The blood demon constructed from blood is extremely troublesome. Buzz. Chen Han sheathed his sword and quickly inscribed a spirit formation. The crowd looked at Chen Han in shock. Wasn't it too late to inscribe a spirit formation now? Simply laughable. Even if you inscribe an 8th grade spirit formation, it won't be able to stop Li Shuai. The Lingyu burst into laughter, filled with absolute confidence in Li Shuai. Roar. With Li Shuai's furious roar, his entire body was enveloped in blood. At this moment Li Shuai resembled a bloodman, his form shifting endlessly. TSK, I want to see how you block me. Li Shua laughed maniacally, his entire body transforming into a blood sword stabbing towards Chen Han. Chen Han's eyes sharpened, the Longyin sword flew out, transforming into 12 flying swords slashing at Li Shua. However, upon contact with Li Shua's body, he split into two without any effect. Before long, Li Shua reassembled and continued to attack Chen Han. Chen Han hurriedly retreated. If he could heal after being cut in half, wasn't Li Shua invincible? Ha ha ha. Run. I want to see where you can escape. Li Shua's laughter echoed through the skies. The faces of the people from the left demon city revealed a serious expression. How could such a powerful Li Shua be defeated? Rise. Chen Han took a deep breath, slapping his palm on the ground, and a powerful spiritual force surged upwards. The ground trembled. An 8th grade grand formation directly shrouded the killing platform. The crowd was astonished. Chen Han had actually inscribed an 8th grade grand formation. Do you really think you can win against me with just a spirit formation? Li Shua laughed heartily. He had no fear of Chen Han's grand formation. Right now no one beneath the king realm could rival him. Chen Han smiled, then raised his hand, gathering a powerful spiritual force in his palm. Array rise. This exclamation left everyone utterly astounded. Could there be another grand array? Chen Han stood at the center, the gentle breeze constantly ruffling his robes. Since one spirit array is not enough, I shall present you with 10. Rise. Buzz buzz buzz. A series of crisp sounds erupted as 10 8th grade spirit arrays burst forth together, encircling Li Shua within them. Damn it! Li Shua roared in fury. 10 8th grade spirit arrays formed a prison, firmly confining Li Shua within. Li Shua began to break the arrays, repeatedly crashing against them. The onlookers watched only to find Li Shua's progress in breaking the arrays was excruciatingly slow. Though the Blood Fiend could ignore many attacks, its own strength was greatly diminished. To shatter 10 spirit arrays, Li Shua would have to expend considerable effort. Chen Han stood outside the arrays, directly sat down, and began to regulate his internal energy. Li Shua roared from within the arrays, if you've got guts, undo these arrays and face me, heathen. Despicable human, are you afraid? Fight me? Li Shua bellowed, but Chen Han paid him no heed, gazing indifferently into the arrays. The demon clan immediately cried out, claiming Chen Han's use of spirit arrays was the act of a coward. Mulong, your human race is so despicable, trapping Li Shua with spirit arrays. Can you still claim to be honorable? Lin Kuei shouted loudly. Mulong merely chuckled. Spirit arrays are also one of the human race's powers. Since your demon clan cannot use them, do not call it a despicable tactic. Lin Kuei's face turned ashen, for Mulong's words were undeniably true. Spirit arrays were indeed a capability of the human race, and the demon clan had no answer to that. Amid the clamor, Chen Han suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on Li Shua within the arrays as he took a deep breath. Almost there. Chen Han spoke calmly as a surge of power stirred within him. Clang. Li Shua, having also broken through the arrays, glared at Chen Han in fury. When had he, Li Shua, ever been so humiliated? I'll kill you. Li Shua roared, charging at Chen Han with large strides. Chen Han lifted his gaze, and the dragon's roar sword in his hand slashed out swiftly. 10,000 turns golden arc. 10,000 shadows sword arc. Chen Han uttered softly, and the dragon's roar sword erupted with an immensely powerful aura. The charging Li Shua felt as if he had fallen into a sword tomb. Countless flying swords surged toward him madly. Ah! A single scream from Li Shua and he was sent flying backward, crashing off the killing platform. Everyone was stunned. Chen Han's strike had far exceeded what Li Shua could withstand. Chen Han sheathed his sword. Guo Fengshen's ultimate technique was indeed formidable, but the 10,000 shadows sword art consumed too much spiritual energy. He feared that only upon reaching the king realm could he wield this sword art with ease. Haha. Lin Kuei, what else do you have to say now? Mulong laughed heartily. With the victory over Li Shua, had not the left demon city triumphed? Lin Kuei's face was ashen. He snorted coldly and led his men away. Cheers erupted in left demon city as the crowd shouted Chen Han's name. We owe this victory to our young friend Chen Han. Mulong approached, gazing at Chen Han with gratitude. If not for Chen Han, they would surely have lost this time. Chen Han quickly shook his head. This is what I ought to do. Everyone laughed. Brother Chen Han is truly skilled. If not for him, we would have been defeated. Yes, without Chen Han we wouldn't have stood a chance against the demons. Chen Han is the great hero of left demon city. We must celebrate properly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Had the Lingxiao sect not sent Chen Han, left demon city would not have had the slightest chance to win. Mulong spoke with a smile. From now on, the place we agreed upon with the demon clan belongs to Left Demon City. In a few days we'll visit the southern mountain to see the 1,000-year spirit spring the demons have prepared for us. Everyone burst into laughter, as the demon race would never have expected that the millennium spiritual spring they discovered would become a bridal gown for the human race. After a round of cheers, Mulong led everyone away. In this battle, Zuoyao City emerged victorious, and the days ahead would surely improve. Returning to Zuoyao City, a grand banquet was held and everyone was immersed in the joy of victory. Although Chen Han was a meritorious minister, he did not participate and stood alone on the city wall of Zuoyao City. Junior brother Chen Han. Chen Fang approached, looking at Chen Han standing there alone with a puzzled expression. Chen Han glanced indifferently in the direction of the demon race. Senior brother Chen Fang, do you think the demon race will willingly give up the millennium spiritual spring? Chen Fang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly. Junior brother Chen Han, Zuoyao City has an agreement with the demon race and both sides will abide by it. Besides, this is a matter for Zuoyao City, and the strong ones in Zuoyao City will worry about it. We are merely here to lend a hand and need not take it to heart. Chen Han frowned, turning to look at Chen Fang. I am not worried about that, but rather concerned about the millennium spiritual spring. A treasure like that, isn't senior brother tempted? Chen Fang was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. The millennium spiritual spring is something even the powerful in the king realm desire to obtain. How could he not be tempted by such a precious treasure? However, Senior Mulong mentioned that once the millennium spiritual spring is mined, they would also receive a portion. In that case, there would be no grievances and it would still be a good harvest. However, if the millennium spiritual spring were taken by the demon race, Chen Fang would feel somewhat uncomfortable. So what do you plan to do, junior brother? Chen Fang furrowed his brows and spoke. Chen Han curled his lips. I wish to go see the millennium spiritual spring in the South Mountain. Chen Fang hurriedly waved his hand. Junior brother, that won't do. If the demon race truly intends to act, we would not be a match for their strong ones in the king realm. Moreover, the millennium spiritual spring belongs to Zuoyao City. If you go there rashly, it would surely displease Senior Mulong. Chen Han couldn't help but chuckle. Senior brother, rest assured, I am just casually mentioning it. If the demon race really intends to make a move on the millennium spiritual spring, individuals like us with such cultivation can hardly be of any help. Chen Fang let out a sigh. Since it was merely a casual remark, he felt relieved. He was genuinely worried that Chen Han might go impulsively and get captured by the demon race, which would be troublesome. Then I will go find senior brother Bai Bei and the others. If you have nothing to do, you can come and play together, Chen Fang said with a smile. At this moment, Zuoyao City was filled with laughter and joy. Who would have thought that the demon race had already made a move on the millennium spiritual spring? Chen Han watched Chen Fang's departing figure, narrowing his eyes before his entire figure vanished into the night. The South Mountain, located to the south of Zuoyao City, is a lush forest rich in many precious herbs. Thus this area is considered one of the more prosperous places near Zuoyao City. At the foot of the South Mountain, voices could be heard from a cave. Ha, foolish human race, I heard they are already drunk beyond measure. How could they think that we would come to the millennium spiritual spring tonight? A large demon laughed. The leading demon glared fiercely at the large demon, releasing the oppressive aura of the king realm. This demon was a powerful one named Fei Xi, a great demon beside the scale viper with considerable strength. Stop saying useless things, it does you no good. Fei Xi snorted coldly and continued. The other large demons nodded in agreement. Their strength was all at the pinnacle of the spiritual master realm. They came alongside Fei Xi this time to assist in taking all the millennium spiritual spring. Just as they were still mocking the foolishness of the human race, a figure quietly followed behind them. Ding! Within the cave, a crystal-clear blue spiritual spring revealed itself before everyone. The millennia-old spring emanated an immense and overwhelming spiritual energy. If one could cultivate within the millennia-old spiritual spring, even a fool could reach the king realm within a century. Tsk, this is indeed the millennia-old spiritual spring, truly a treasure. Several great demons grinned broadly, their eyes gleaming with eagerness as they prepared to leap into the spring to test its power. Fei Xi cast them a cold glance, his tone icy. Be cautious. The spring has not been fully tapped yet. Rash entry may affect your demon core. The great demons nodded in agreement. After all, reaching the spiritual lord realm was no small feat, and to have their demon cores damaged would be a grievous loss. Very well, let us begin. Keep a vigilant watch around. Fei Xi spoke calmly, then produced several bones, placing them by the edge of the spring. The bones gradually emitted a golden radiance, intricate runes appearing upon them. The figure who had just followed and observed the millennia-old spring within the cave with keen interest. A black-grade spiritual treasure like this was not to be missed. Replication successful, obtained black-grade spiritual treasure, millennia spiritual spring. Evolution successful, obtained sacred grade spiritual treasure, 10,000 years spiritual spring. Chen Han could not hide his astonishment. He had not expected that above black grade was sacred grade. Sacred grade treasures were so rare that even king realm powerhouses might never have encountered one. The 10,000 year spiritual spring condensed into a sapphire blue droplet within which surged a mighty spiritual energy. Chen Han gazed curiously at the droplet before absorbing it into his body. An enormous surge of spiritual energy instantly filled his entire being. At this moment Chen Han seemed as if crowned by a powerful force. The aura within him shifted drastically. Who goes there? Naturally this disturbance was detected by Faisai and the others. They had been so cautious, yet someone still managed to follow them. However, Chen Han remained motionless, seated quietly as a dense spiritual energy radiated from his body. Is that you? Faisai's expression turned to shock. He never expected Chen Han to have tracked them here. Chen Han's daytime feats had already alarmed the demon clans. If Chen Han were given time to grow, he would surely become a great menace to the demon race. Many powerful demons had long proposed to eliminate him but found no opportunity. Now that Chen Han appeared before them, how could Faisai let such a chance slip away? Since you've delivered yourself here, don't blame us. Kill him. Faisai whispered sharply. Several great demons launched their attacks. All were top-tier spiritual lord realm demons. Together could they not subdue Chen Han? Boom. A sudden spiritual energy fluctuation erupted from Chen Han, instantly repelling the advancing demons. Faisai frowned deeply. He could see that Chen Han was undergoing some breakthrough. If Chen Han succeeded in this breakthrough, matters would only become more troublesome. You others stand down. I will kill him myself. Taking a deep breath, Faisai strode toward Chen Han. Though he had only entered the king realm for several decades, Faisai's strength was by no means weak. Dealing with a spiritual lord realm, Chen Han was well within his capacity. Die! Faisai swung his fist, striking Chen Han. Yet an invisible force directly blocked Faisai's blow. The entire South Mountain trembled violently with a tremendous rumble. Bang! Faisai was sent retreating several steps, staring at Chen Han with incredulity. He was a king realm powerhouse yet could not penetrate Chen Han's defense. How was this possible? Chen Han remained seated serenely, completely unfazed. I refuse to believe this. Your turtle shell is that tough. Faisai roared furiously, his hands transforming into two sharp spikes lunging to pierce Chen Han. Face's original form is that of a divine mantis possessing extraordinary strength. This pair of mantis arms is sufficient to contend with a 9th grade divine artifact. He exerted all his power, still believing he could not kill Chen Han. Ding! To Face's astonishment, his arms pierced into Chen Han's body as if they were striking against a copper wall and iron bastion, unable to penetrate at all. How is this possible? What on earth is this kid's situation? Faisai was completely stunned. His assault actually failed to injure Chen Han. How could this be possible? Boom! Just as Faisai was feeling frustrated, Chen Han's body suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Following that, Chen Han slowly opened his eyes, releasing a sharp and formidable aura. Faisai hurriedly retreated as he sensed a hint of threat emanating from Chen Han. This is... Looking at the rising Chen Han, a look of disbelief appeared on Face's face. He could not be mistaken. This was the aura that only a king realm expert could possess. Impossible. How could you reach the king realm so quickly? Faisai shouted furiously, glaring at Chen Han with a roar of anger. The other demons retreated, their faces showing expressions of fear. How could they be any braver? Chen Han clenched his fists at the early stage of the king realm. He was very pleased with this unexpected gain. You all intend to take away this Millennium Spirit Spring, don't you? Chen Han said with a calm smile, his gaze icy. He had already felt the benefits of the Millennium Spirit Spring. There was no way the demon clan could obtain it. Faisai gritted his teeth. Even if Chen Han reached the king realm, so what? He had just arrived at the king realm and he might not necessarily lose. Kill. With a roar, Face's entire body transformed into a giant mantis, aiming to completely slay Chen Han here. Chen Han shook his head. What's the rush? Are you eager to send yourself to death? Chen Han drew the Shuriying sword and a vast sword energy surged forth. 10th grade divine artifact. The demons displayed expressions of despair. What kind of background does Chen Han have to possess a 10th grade divine artifact? Slash. With the combination of his intent, Chen Han effortlessly cleaved Fei Xi in two. The remaining demons were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. If even a king realm level Fei Xi could be slain with a single sword, did they still have the ability to resist? Chen Han swept a glance at these demons, casually swinging his sword, causing them to turn to ash. One demon core after another fell into Chen Han's hands. These cores were incredibly valuable. Chen Han glanced again at the bones on the ground. These bones were likely used by Fei Xi to contain the Millennium Spirit Spring, and they were a good item. Kid, can you give me this? Suddenly Yuan Peng in the spirit mansion spoke up. Chen Han couldn't help but frown. What are these bones? Tell me about them first. Yuan Peng smiled. These are Taotai bones. Using this bone, many troublesome things can be contained, and it can even seal an unparalleled powerhouse. However, for me this is an excellent supplement that can restore a lot of my strength. Chen Han blinked, then picked up the bones and tossed them into the spirit mansion. Yuan Peng quickly took the Taotai bones and swallowed them directly. Yuan Peng's body began to change, then he crawled on the ground quietly waiting. Chen Han knew that after Yuan Peng swallowed the bones he would regain a significant amount of strength. He didn't know who Yuan Peng really was, but his past strength must have been formidable. After glancing at the Millennium Spirit Spring again, Chen Han strode away. His worries were indeed not unfounded if the Demon Clan would come to stir trouble with the Millennium Spirit Spring. Fortunately, he discovered it in time, otherwise all his gains would have been lost. Upon returning to Zuiao, Chen Han acted as if nothing had happened, conversing with others. On the second day, Mulong led his team to Nanshan to observe the Millennium Spiritual Spring. Little did he know that if it weren't for Chen Han's intervention last night, the Millennium Spiritual Spring would have been lost. Meanwhile, doubts arose among the Demon Clan. Fei Xi had not returned for a long time, and Zuiao City had released no news. Could it be that Fei Xi had run off with the Millennium Spiritual Spring? But no one would have thought that Fei Xi would die at Chen Han's hands. In this trial I will report truthfully, and my fellow disciples performed exceptionally well, and I will try to write some good words about you. Before leaving, Bai Bei smiled at Chen Han and the others. Chen Fang cupped his hands. Thank you, senior brother Bai Bei. If there's a chance, don't forget to come back to Lingxiao sect so we can have a good gathering. Bai Bei laughed heartily. Definitely. You all must pay attention to safety on your journey. Chen Han and the others stepped into the air, marking the end of this trial. After Chen Han and the others left, Mulan walked up to Bai Bei and asked, Brother Bai Bei, can I go to Lingxiao sect to cultivate? Bai Bei was taken aback and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mulan, didn't you say before that Lingxiao sect isn't worthy of accepting you as a disciple? Mulan's cheeks flushed slightly. That was because I didn't know much about Lingxiao sect. Who would have thought there are such powerful people in Lingxiao sect? Bai Bei laughed heartily. It's not that you can't go to Lingxiao sect. They'll write a letter back to the sect, and if an elder takes a liking to you, you can go to Lingxiao sect. Mulan was delighted. Thank you, Brother Bai Bei. Disciples from Lingzhou do not need to pass through the peak of the 100 dynasties to enter Lingxiao sect. However, the requirements for entering Lingxiao sect are even more stringent. Only those recognized by the elders of Lingxiao sect and accepted as core disciples can gain entry. Those exceptional talents recognized by the elders are the pride of various factions and naturally do not care about being disciples of Lingxiao sect. Thus in Lingzhou few are willing to join the three major sects. A few days later, Chen Han returned to Lingxiao sect. The entire sect was abuzz with discussions about this trial. Many mentioned the name Dai Zicheng. It was heard that Dai Zicheng performed exceptionally well in this trial and was accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Liu. With Elder Liu's guidance, Dai Zicheng would soon reach the king realm. Hearing this news, Chen Han merely smiled casually. He wasn't concerned. Dai Zicheng indeed had some background, as his family was a powerful one near Lingxiao sect. But none of this posed a threat to Chen Han, for he had already reached the king realm. With such strength he would be respected no matter where he went. After returning to Lingxiao sect, Chen Han directly sought out Xiao Yuyan. However, he learned that Xiao Yuyan had not yet returned, leaving him with no choice but to turn back. Just as Chen Han was preparing to return to his residence, a figure suddenly called out to him. Are you Chen Han? Chen Han frowned and turned around only to see a person clad in golden armor exuding remarkable poise. Are you from Jinling Guard? Chen Han inquired, wondering why Jinling Guard would come to find him. The Jinling Guard member quickly replied, Young Master Chen Han, I am Li Mu from the left guard of Jinling. I have come to summon you and the second prince back to Jinling dynasty. There are important matters to discuss. Chen Han couldn't help but frown. He remembered that the left guard was established by the second prince Guiyuan and was more focused on the quality of its members than the right guard established by the first prince. However, after Guo Yuan entered Ling Xiao's sect, he handed the left guard over to Guo Lingxin. So Li Mu's visit must be per Guo Lingxin's instructions. What has happened in Jinling dynasty? Chen Han asked with a serious face. If there were no urgency, why would Guo Lingxin send Li Mu over? Li Mu's expression was filled with worry. The emperor has discovered the trace of Guo Yin, and after pursuing fought against Guo Yin for an entire day and night. Both sides suffered considerable injuries. King Yingshan is relying on this matter to directly control the Jinling imperial palace. He intends to rebel. Chen Han couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Guo Wuying truly had the audacity to instigate a rebellion. However, from what Li Mu said, Guo Wuying was merely taking advantage of Guo Fengshen's injury to imprison him. If he were to openly rebel, Guo Wuying would not gain any support. I asked young master Chen Han to accompany me to find the second prince. If the only one who can save the emperor now is the second prince. Li Mu quickly spoke. Chen Han was puzzled. What about the first prince? Li Mu lowered his head. The first prince was also involved in this incident, and it is precisely the Jinling right guard who is watching over the emperor. Chen Han's face grew darker. Forming an alliance with the Night Ming sect while colluding with the first prince, Guo Wuying truly played a good hand. Without saying more, Li Mu led Chen Han to find Guo Yuan. Guo Yuan had been cultivating at Li Yan Peak all along, and it was uncertain what level of cultivation he had reached after so many years. Li Mu, what brings you here? Guo Yuan, clad in a black robe and wielding a black sword, was practicing amidst the rocky forest. Even with Chen Han and Li Mu's arrival, he showed no intention of stopping. Li Mu hurriedly recounted the events to Guo Yuan. Guo Yuan sheathed his sword and turned his gaze to Chen Han and the others. Even if Guo Wuying forces my father to abdicate, that throne still belongs to my elder brother. Given that it is Guo's family's world, what is there to worry about? Guo Yuan displayed an unconcerned expression. If he truly cared, he wouldn't have been cultivating here for so many years. Li Mu appeared troubled. He genuinely did not know how to persuade Guo Yuan. At that moment, Chen Han stepped forward, looking at Guo Yuan and speaking. Are you truly willing to let Guo Zhan stand above you? Guo Zhan, of course, refers to the first prince. Guo Yuan chuckled. He has always been above me. That has never changed. Moreover, even if I were to return, what would change the current situation? Guo Wuying has allied with Guo Zhan, and along with the Night Ming sect possesses 5 powerful beings at the King realm. What can I possibly do if I go back? Guo Yuan shook his head and continued to practice his sword. Chen Han stepped closer, fixing his gaze on Guo Yuan. What are you cultivating for? Guo Yuan replied, what for? If I knew, I wouldn't be at Ling Xiao sect, nor would I spend my days facing these worthless stones. Guo Yuan suddenly roared, his demeanor resembling that of an enraged beast, instilling fear. Due to Guo Zhan's troublemaking nature, Guo Fengtian was deeply disappointed, leading to all hope being placed on Guo Yuan. Guo Yuan had grown up according to Guo Fengshen's wishes. However, 7 years ago Guo Yuan changed and began to ignore Guo Fengshen's words, even refraining from conversing with others. The only one he could converse with was Guo Lingxin. He disliked the life planned for him by Guo Fengtian. Thus Guo Wuying's rebellion held little significance for Guo Yuan, as it allowed him to shed all burdens. Chen Han narrowed his eyes. The former Guo Yuan was undoubtedly Guo Fengshen's most favored heir. Yet the current Guo Yuan was hardly fit to be an emperor. Return to save your sister. Is that reason not sufficient? Chen Han took a deep breath. Guo Yuan couldn't help but pause, tightly gripping his sword in silence. Chen Han continued, given Guo Zhan's nature, you are well aware of what he would do to Guo Lingxin. She is your sister. Can you bear to see her being bullied by Guo Zhan? Guo Yuan took a deep breath, his aura gradually erupting. Chen Han couldn't help but widen his eyes. After 5 years of cultivation at Ling Xiao sect, Guo Yuan had surprisingly reached the midstage of the King realm. Such a speed of cultivation undoubtedly surpassed his brother Guo Zhan. Guo Yuan took a deep breath, his aura gradually erupting. Chen Han couldn't help but widen his eyes. After 5 years of cultivation at Ling Xiao sect, Li Mu's face revealed an excited expression. If the second prince was returning to court and the emperor was saved. The 3 of them swiftly ascended into the air, heading towards the direction of the Jinling dynasty. The news of Guo Wuying's imprisonment of Guo Fengtian had already reached the ears of the rulers of various dynasties. There were far more spies placed in the Jinling dynasty than one could imagine. All the dynasties were watching the movements of the Jinling dynasty with amusement. Regardless of the outcome, the strength of the Jinling dynasty would be significantly weakened after this. In this way, they had the opportunity to swallow the Jinling dynasty. Only the common people of the entire Jinling dynasty remained unaware of this matter. In the imperial capital of the Jinling dynasty, 3 shadows quietly entered the Xiao family estate. To Guo Wuying, the Xiao family posed no threat. Even Chen Han was insignificant in Guo Wuying's eyes. After all, reaching the king realm was not an overnight endeavor, and he naturally would not waste effort dealing with them. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Han chose to return to the Xiao family first. Other places in the imperial capital were not safe. Before long, several figures successively entered the Xiao family estate. What is the situation inside the palace? Chen Han frowned as he looked at Donglin Jun. Donglin Jun had returned from the Nightshade sect and had already been in the imperial capital for several days. With his status as the royal son-in-law, he should know more about the palace. Donglin Jun sighed softly. Guo Wuying sent people to control the emperor and Lingxin. Everyone in the palace is under Guo Wuying's command. Chen Han narrowed his eyes. This situation indeed posed a significant challenge. Guo Yuan sat silently with his sword, not intending to speak. He only wished to save his sister Guo Lingxin. Everything else was irrelevant to him. Where is the national master? Chen Han furrowed his brow. When Guo Wuying entered the palace, he sent a king realm powerhouse to capture the master, but the master was rescued by Wang Zhiting, so he should be safe from harm. Wang Yinshen has also begun to gather troops, but with our current manpower it is still difficult to deal with Guo Wuying. Saying this, Guo Wuying shook his head helplessly. Their side, including Guo Yuan, had only 3 king realm warriors. Meanwhile, Guo Wuying had as many as 5. Such a gap was impossible to bridge. If they could not win in the king realm contest, no matter how strong they were in other realms, it would be of no use. Chen Han took a deep breath. What level are the 5 king realm warriors on the opposing side? Donglin Jun was taken aback. He had never expected that Chen Han already possessed the strength of the king realm. Guo Wuying and Guo Yin are both at the late stage of the king realm, on the same level as the emperor. Guo Zhan was at the mid-stage of the king realm, while the other 2 king realm warriors from the Nightshade sect were at the early stage. Chen Han nodded. It seemed that Guo Wuying and Guo Yin were indeed the real troubles. If Guo Fengtian was not rescued, this battle would indeed be difficult to fight. In the main hall of the palace there is a secret passage. That passage was dug by my people and no one knows about it. Guo Yuan suddenly spoke. Chen Han and the others looked at Guo Yuan. A secret passage. If we enter the secret passage, won't Guo Wuying discover us? Ma Yi blinked, somewhat confused. If only king realm warriors enter, Guo Wuying and the others should not be able to detect it. Guo Yuan shook his head and replied. Wang Zhiting and Wang Yinshen cannot go, as their movements would surely be monitored by Guo Wuying. Donglin Jun took a deep breath and said, I will go. Guo Yuan said indifferently, his face showing no emotion. Everyone exchanged glances, realizing that hope rested solely on Guo Yuan. As long as they could bring Guo Fengtian out, there was still a chance in this battle. At the very least, they would gain a top-tier combat force. I will go with you, Chen Han spoke up. Guo Yuan frowned and looked at Chen Han. I said that only someone at the Wang realm will not be discovered by Guo Wuying. Chen Han chuckled, then released his aura. Shock appeared on everyone's faces. It had not been long yet Chen Han had actually reached the Wang realm. Guo Yuan swallowed hard. If Chen Han had just entered the Lingxiao sect this year, then he had only been cultivating for 3 months. To reach the Wang realm in just 3 months was an incredibly terrifying talent. Okay, the 2 of us will enter the palace. Donglin Jun, you contact Yinshen Wang and Zhiting Wang and let them wait for an opportunity near the imperial capital. If we are discovered, a battle is inevitable. Everyone nodded in agreement. With Chen Han at the Wang realm plus Guo Fengtian, they would have 5 at the Wang realm. Such combat power could indeed turn the tide. After discussing their strategy, Chen Han and Guo Yuan quickly headed to the secret passage. This passage had been secretly constructed by Guo Yuan, and it was further concealed by an 8th grade spirit array. When Guo Yuan built this secret passage, he only intended to escape the palace. He did not wish to stay there. Even someone at the Wang realm would find it difficult to detect. As for those who knew about this secret passage, in the main hall of the palace several figures sat within looking uneasy. Besides Guo Fengtian and Guo Lingxin, there were also Guo Fengshen's trusted aides and the left guard of Jinling. They were all imprisoned here, unable to leave. If Guo Fengtian forced his way out, he could not possibly protect Guo Lingxin against the 5 Wang realm experts. Father, must we just sit here and wait for death? Guo Lingxin bit her red lips. Being trapped in the palace for several days, continuing like this would only become more difficult. Guo Fengtian raised his gaze, looking deeply at the palace doors. Your royal brother will come to rescue us. Guo Lingxin was taken aback, then nodded. The others lowered their heads, revealing expressions of disappointment. The sound of knocking drew Guo Fengshen's attention. Suddenly a small door appeared on the ground in front of him, and as it opened, Chen Han and Guo Yuan leaped out. Everyone looked at Chen Han and Guo Yuan in astonishment. How could there be a secret passage here? Guo Yuan glanced at Guo Fengtian and immediately walked towards Guo Lingxin. We need to go. Brother. Guo Lingxin looked at Guo Yuan in surprise, her expression complicated. Guo Fengtian narrowed his eyes, staring at Guo Yuan without speaking. Guo Yuan's expression was impassive. He was here to rescue Guo Lingxin and nothing else mattered. Chen Han shook his head and then looked at Guo Fengtian. Your Majesty, let us leave first. Guo Fengtian nodded. Follow us into the secret passage. Everyone sprang into action. This was a good opportunity to escape. Guo Yuan took Guo Lingxin's hand and led her into the secret passage, with the others hastily following. Just then there was a disturbance outside the door. Not good. Guo Fengxian's expression darkened as he stepped forward. The door swung open, revealing Guo Wuying and Guo Ying just in time to see everyone fleeing. The two trembled at the corners of their eyes. Who would have thought there was a secret passage inside the main hall? Guo Fengtian, do you think you can escape? Guo Wuying gritted his teeth in anger and strode towards Guo Fengtian. Guo Fengtian let out a cold snort and punched out to meet Guo Wuying. Guo Ying immediately joined in, and the two worked together to confront Guo Fengtian. Guo Fengxian's strength was also formidable. Even facing the two's siege, he could maneuver seamlessly between offense and defense. You all take them out first. Guo Fengtian spoke, his voice booming. Three figures exchanged blows, directly breaking through the roof and stepping into the air. If they were to fight on the ground with the strength of the Wang realm, they could easily level the imperial palace. The loud noise immediately attracted the attention of those nearby. Guo Zhang, leading the Jinling right guard, arrived late and saw the fleeing crowd. He let out an angry roar and charged forward with his men. By Chen Han's side, the Jinling left guard drew their weapons, declaring they could not flee while the emperor was fighting. A bunch of clumsy fools, do they really think they can stop me? Guo Zhang snorted coldly, the powerful aura of the Wang realm fully revealed. Bang! At that moment another overwhelming aura erupted as Guo Yuan leaped out from the secret passage, crashing towards Guo Zhang. Guo Yuan. Guo Zhang's eyes filled with rage. Everything he did was because of Guo Yuan. Without Guo Yuan, how could he possibly stand alongside Guo Wuying? Guo Yuan must die. Guo Yuan looked coldly at Guo Zhang, slowly raising his sword. Jinling left guard, listen up. Follow me to slay the traitors. The two sides immediately clashed together in battle. Chen Han narrowed his eyes, looking up at the sky where several figures gathered. All were experts of the Wang realm. With the support of Wang Wanzu and Guo Fengxian's, pressure was immediately reduced. However, on the other side, Guo Yinshan was holding back the master of the Yeming sect, while another Wang realm expert from the Yeming sect leaped down directly. Want to escape? Can you? Xiao Miao grinned, knowing that all the Wang realm experts had already joined the fray. Who below could be his opponent? Once he captured Guo Lingxin, Guo Fengtian would surely submit. Whoosh! A sword intent suddenly blocked Xiao Miao's path. Xiao Miao couldn't help but glance over. The one blocking him was Chen Han, a trivial junior. Senior Xiao Miao, leave this person to us. Guo Mao and the others landed in front of Xiao Miao, their gazes towards Chen Han filled with coldness. Xiao Miao smiled lightly, thinking that with just Chen Han, a junior, how could they possibly be stopped? Chen Han, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for standing on the wrong side. Otherwise, with your talent, you would surely become a Wang realm expert in 10 years. Guo Mao said with a chilling smile. Chen Han glanced at Guo Mao indifferently, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising. 10 years. Sorry, I can't wait that long. After speaking, a powerful aura erupted from Chen Han's body. Chen Han swung his sword and the expressions on everyone's faces changed dramatically. Whoosh! With just one sword strike, Guo Mao and the others were sent flying, blood spilling from their mouths. Injured severely? Everyone was shocked. Even the several Wang realm experts above revealed expressions of astonishment. Chen Han was also a Wang realm expert? Such a young Wang realm expert, how monstrous was this talent? Damn it, how could you possibly be at the Wang realm? Xiao Miao gritted his teeth as he looked at Chen Han, initially believing that the opponent had no Wang realm strength and that no one could stop him. But he did not expect that Chen Han would suddenly emerge, catching him off guard. Too much nonsense, receive my sword. Chen Han spoke calmly as the intent of the sword tomb erupted instantly. Intent. The expressions on everyone's faces became even more complex. Chen Han had just reached the Wang realm, yet he had already condensed his intent. Such talent was truly overwhelming. Puff! Xiao Miao could not withstand Chen Han's onslaught any longer and began to retreat step by step. Black old ghost. If you don't come out, I'm going to die. Xiao Miao shouted loudly. Immediately after, a stout figure leaped out from the air. This person had dark skin, a rugged appearance, and had also reached the early Wang realm. Chen Han couldn't help but frown. Who was this person? Are you Chen Han? The man looked at Chen Han coldly. Who are you? Chen Han couldn't recall. Ha ha ha. What a joke, you stole the heritage of the AO family and still don't recognize me. Ridiculous. The man laughed heartily. AOMO, why waste words with him? Let's join forces and quickly kill this child. Xiao Miao gritted his teeth. He had long realized the terrifying talent of Chen Han. If Chen Han is not killed today, he will surely become a great threat in the future. AOMO nodded. He had been hiding in the dark thinking he wouldn't need to act, but did not expect such a freak as Chen Han to emerge. If he were to fight Chen Han unknown, he truly had no confidence. The two joined forces to attack Chen Han. Wu Fengtian glanced at Chen Han, revealing a solemn expression. Chen Han was not of royal blood. Assisting the royal family was indeed a stroke of luck for them. Phoenix flies with 12 swords. Chen Han shouted lightly as 12 shadow-devouring swords flew out. A top-tier artifact. Upon sensing the aura of the shadow-devouring swords, everyone showed expressions of shock. Could this sword be the one that Chen Ming used back in the day? Slash. The 12 flying swords surged towards Xiao Miao and AOMO. The two struggled to resist, only to find themselves at a disadvantage. This kid has just entered the king realm. How can he be so strong? AOMO gritted his teeth. Every strike from Chen Han brought him a sense of deadly threat. This feeling was completely unlike that of a junior. Let's use our full strength. I don't believe we can't handle this kid. Xiao Miao took a deep breath, gathering terrifying power in his palm. Night Dark Divine Art. Black Dragon devours heaven. The two unleashed their respective 9th-tier martial arts in an instant. The immense spiritual power spread outward. An ordinary king realm expert would never dare to take on these two martial arts. If taken hidden, they would surely be injured. Chen Han took a deep breath, tightly gripping the shadow-devouring sword. Falling geese, 1,000 flies. Sword energy coalesced into thousands of falling geese soaring into the sky. Then it dove down, the immense power of the three forces colliding. Break! Chen Han roared once more. The sword energy erupted, sending forth waves of spiritual energy. Xiao Miao and AOMO's faces showed expressions of shock as they staggered back several steps, their internal spiritual energy in chaos. Chen Han's sword was unexpectedly powerful. Puff! AOMO couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Miao panicked. Despite their combined efforts, they still couldn't handle Chen Han. This Chen Han was simply too monstrous. Chen Han raised his gaze, sword in hand. Moonset. Whale swallow. Sun extinction. Each sword stronger than the last. The shadow-devouring sword was like a cold-blooded killing machine, striking repeatedly at the two. The onlookers had already witnessed it. The two high-ranking king realm experts had no room to resist under Chen Han's might. Damn it. Guo Wuing and the others wore heavy expressions. Who could have imagined that a single Chen Han possessed such power? Swish. As the sword fell, the two king realm experts collapsed to the ground, covered in wounds. Run. Escape. Xiao Miao, no longer caring about anything else, scrambled to flee. Meanwhile, AOMO had already lost the chance to escape, all his meridians severed by Chen Han. Escape. Chen Han smiled as the sword flew from his hand, instantly piercing through Xiao Miao's body. However, the physical body of a king realm expert was not that fragile. Even after being pierced by the sword, Xiao Miao still struggled to escape. As long as he could flee, he wouldn't die. Chen Han stepped forward, his gaze towards Xiao Miao as cold as ice. In your next life, don't be so shameless. Sword comes. Swish. Two crisp sounds rang out and both of the king realm powerhouses perished here. Everyone's gaze was filled with shock. How old is Chen Han? Such a young king realm, his future achievements are bound to be limitless. Useless, unable to deal with a mere junior. Guo Wuing gritted his teeth, looking down at Chen Han with immense anger. Two king realm experts were actually slain by a junior. If this got out, it would truly be laughable. Guo Wuing, your plan has failed. Surrender now. Wu Fengtian spoke indifferently, his booming voice resonating throughout the palace. Guo Wuing's men all showed expressions of embarrassment. They never anticipated Chen Han emerging like this. Now Guo Wuing was left with only 4 king realm experts. Could they still resist? Guo Wuing let out a cold laugh. Wu Fengtian, even if I die, I will take you down with me. As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from Guo Wuying's entire being, enveloped in a radiant light resembling a fallen deity. The remaining King Realm experts saw Guo Wuying's transformation and quickly distanced themselves. No one dared to face the desperate counterattack of a late-stage King Realm powerhouse. Guo Ying looked grimly at Guo Wuying. If the Night Demon sect's support for Guo Wuying was merely to seize absolute power in the Northern Territory. With the plan now failed and the loss of a King Realm expert, he no longer had the heart to fight. Die! Guo Wuying roared, a powerful aura sweeping in all directions. Chen Han gazed into the air. This was the strength of a late-stage King Realm expert, and with his current abilities he feared he would struggle to withstand it. Retreat from the palace. Chen Han took a deep breath and shouted loudly. The left guards of Jinling exchanged glances and began to withdraw. This scene was already beyond what they as Spirit Venerable or Spirit Mansion experts could handle. Guo Fengtian looked indifferently at Guo Wuying, spreading his arms wide as boundless spiritual power surged towards him. Leave the Imperial Array. Guo Fengtian. You actually merged this array with the Spirit Mansion? Guo Wuying was taken aback. The Imperial Array was a 9th-grade array left by the previous emperor for the Jinling dynasty with astonishing power. However, after the previous emperor died, no one had been able to activate this array. Though Guo Fengtian couldn't activate it, he had merged with the array. Had he known this earlier, how could he have dared to act in the palace? Guo Wuying, today I will leave you with a complete corpse. Guo Fengtian took a deep breath, and then the entire palace was enveloped in golden light. Guo Ying and the others, upon seeing this, immediately began to retreat. Within the Imperial Array, Guo Fengtian was nearly invincible. Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the skies. Following that, the golden light dissipated and everyone rose from the ruins. At that moment, the palace hall had completely disappeared without a trace. A body fell to the ground lifeless. It was Guo Wuying. Guo Fengtian slowly descended, standing on the ruins with a grim expression. Yin Chen Wang and Ji Ting Wang took action, capturing the remaining rebels. The leader of the Night Demon sect was killed on the spot by Ji Ting Wang, and Guo Zhan was captured. The highest-ranked Guo Yin escaped into the sky after sustaining severe injuries. Father. I was momentarily bewitched, which is why I listened to Guo Wuying's words. I acknowledge my crime. Guo Zhan was brought before Guo Fengtian, having lost all his previous arrogance. Guo Fengtian glanced at Guo Zhan and spoke indifferently. Put him in the dungeon. Guo Zhan's face showed a look of despair, but at this point what could he do? If he was spared, it was merely because Guo Fengtian could not bring himself to kill his own flesh and blood. Eliminate all of Guo Wuying's remaining followers. Guo Fengtian took a deep breath and spoke. The king of Ji Pavilion and the king of Yinshan clasped their hands in salute and retreated. You from this day forward there would be no king of Eagle Mountain. Guo Yuan wore a cold expression devoid of any emotion. Seeing Guo Fengtian looking at him, he calmly spoke. Merged into the royal array, you will forever remain in the palace. Guo Fengtian nodded. This was indeed the price. Guo Wuying had staged a grand performance, causing heavy losses to the Jinling dynasty. Had it not been for Chen Han slaying the two King Realm opponents, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Chen Han. Guo Fengtian's gaze slowly turned to Chen Han. Your Majesty. Chen Han bowed respectfully. Guo Fengtian smiled lightly. Thanks to you, this battle was salvaged from disaster. I have heard that you have a grudge with the Night Shadow sect. With Guo Yin severely injured, it is impossible for him to return to the Night Shadow sect, so how to deal with the Night Shadow sect will be up to you. Chen Han raised his eyes, smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. Guo Yuan looked at Chen Han indifferently, then added, take the Jinling left guard with you. They can help you save a lot of trouble. Chen Han nodded and led the Jinling left guard into the air. Guo Fengtian let out a light breath and turned his gaze back to Guo Yuan. Guo Yuan looked at Guo Fengtian, his expression serious. I do not wish for this kind of life. Guo Fengtian shook his head. He indeed could not persuade Guo Yuan. When Pinger returns from his travels, I will talk to him, Guo Fengtian said calmly. Guo Zhan's rebellion makes it impossible for him to become the emperor of Jinling. Guo Lin and Guo Qi are also Guo Zhan's younger brothers. If they were to ascend the throne, the risks would be too great. Regarding the matter of inheriting the throne, Guo Fengtian could only rely on Guo Ping, who was traveling outside. Guo Ping was Guo Fengtian's youngest son with equally outstanding talent. After leaving the palace, Chen Han took people directly to the Night Shadow sect. If he guessed correctly, Lin Mo and others were still waiting in the Night Shadow sect for the sect master to bring back news of victory. The people of the Night Shadow sect would never expect that besides Guo Yin, the other two King Realm warriors had already perished. This would deal a fatal blow to the Night Shadow sect. From today onward there will be no Night Shadow sect in the northern frontier. The Night Shadow sect is heavily guarded. Although only a few Spirit Master realm strongmen were left to guard, they are still a top-tier force in the northern frontier. Ha ha ha, once the sect master returns victorious, the northern frontier will belong to our Night Shadow sect. A group of proud disciples from the Night Shadow sect laughed in unison. With such a well-planned scheme, they still did not believe they could not take down Guofeng Tian. Boom. Suddenly the entire Night Shadow sect shook and everyone stood up. What is happening? Lin Mo exclaimed in shock. How could the Night Shadow sect tremble? Someone is attacking. Mao Hang quickly said, his face filled with anxiety. We will soon be the kings of the northern frontier. I want to see who dares to lay their eyes on the Night Shadow sect. Lin Mo snorted coldly and led his men outside. Upon exiting, they found the entire Night Shadow sect being slaughtered by squads of golden-armored soldiers. These were all criminals who could not be left alive. Jinling left guard. How could they come to the Night Shadow sect? The crowd exclaimed, their expressions heavy. If the Jinling left guard was here, could it mean that the sect master and the others had failed? Chen Han. Lin Mo spotted Chen Han's figure. Chen Han stood alone in midair looking down at the Night Shadow sect, his gaze filled only with indifference. How is this possible? With the King of Eagle Mountain and Elder Guayin here, how could we lose? Lin Mo could not believe it. Chen Han's gaze fell upon the crowd below as he slowly raised his hand and brought it down. The aura of the King Realm erupted in full force, crashing toward Lin Mo and the others. The expressions on Lin Mo and his companions were filled with despair. Chen Han had actually reached the King Realm. How could this be? But they had no time to dwell on it. With a single palm strike from Chen Han, Lin Mo and his group were reduced to ashes without any chance to resist. After clearing out the rabble from the Night Nether sect, Chen Han directly plundered their treasury. There were quite a few good things here. On to the next place. Chen Han spoke calmly. The Jinling left guard followed him, and their next destination was the Black Dragon City. A series of golden figures caused the people of Black Dragon City to step aside. The Jinling left guard, the most elite force of the Jinling Imperial Dynasty. This single force was enough to annihilate the top powers of Black Dragon City. Boom. With a palm strike from Chen Han, the Black Dragon City's Lord's mansion was reduced to rubble. His gaze swept over the ruins, and with a reach of his hand he seized a figure who landed in his grasp. It's you. Ao Feng recognized Chen Han instantly, and inescapable terror etched on his face. The palm strike just now had been Chen Han's doing, and it was so terrifying. I told you I would come to visit in person, Chen Han said coldly. He tightened his grip, and with a miserable scream Ao Feng fell to the ground. The people of Black Dragon City watched this scene, their faces filled with disbelief. Chen Han was so young, yet he could annihilate the Black Dragon City's Lord's mansion with a single hand. What level of power was this? With matters settled, Chen Han led the Jinling left guard directly back to the imperial capital. Thus only one member of the Ghost Shadow remained. What waves could he stir up? The Zhiding King was still pursuing the Ghost Shadow's whereabouts, and the turmoil in Jinling had come to an end. However, the Jinling Imperial Dynasty was now in ruins. If foreign enemies invaded, it would be difficult to resist. Guofeng Tian ordered all spirit array masters to construct spirit arrays along the borders. Even if another dynasty invaded, it would give the Jinling Imperial Dynasty a chance to catch its breath. Moreover, with several of Guofengtian's main forces still alive, other dynasties would have to think twice before attacking Jinling, weighing whether they could bear the losses. Once everything calmed down, Chen Han returned alone to the Lingxiao sect. Although Guiyuan claimed he didn't want to interfere with the Jinling Imperial Dynasty, he still stayed behind to help it recover before setting out for training. Inside his residence, Chen Han sat cross-legged in meditation, the aura of his king realm gradually stabilizing. Junior brother Chen Han. Xia Ge's voice came from outside the door. Xia Ge had now become Ling Yi's messenger. Chen Han walked out to find Xia Ge smiling at him. What is it, senior brother Xia? Chen Han asked with a frown. Xia Ge quickly said, Junior brother, the Lingxiao sect will be sending some disciples to the central region of Lingzhou. Senior sister Ling will be accompanying the sect master. Senior sister Ling wants me to ask if you're willing to go with us. Chen Han looked at Xia Ge in surprise. Go to the central region of Lingzhou? Is there something important happening in the central region of Lingzhou? Chen Han asked. Xia Ge blinked. Nothing major, mainly to let the sect's outstanding disciples come into contact with the prodigies of Lingzhou. As one of the three great sects, we can't let other forces in Lingzhou look down on us. Chen Han nodded. Alright, you'll go along. Xiao Ge grinned. Oh, and your wife Xiao Yuyan will be going too. I heard the place where they last trained was the central region of Lingzhou. Maybe she can introduce you to some friends. Chen Han was taken aback for a moment then nodded. The next day Chen Han set out with Ling Yi and the others. Walking alongside Xiao Yuyan he immediately drew the attention of many disciples. Xiao Yuyan excelled in her training and was a direct disciple of the Grand Elder Yang Yifeng. Naturally she attracted the attention of many male disciples, but it was rumored that Xiao Yuyan was already married to Chen Han, which displeased several disciples. A flower was placed atop a mound of cow dung. The central region of Lingzhou is also the most prosperous place in Lingzhou. Among these the 6 great families are the most thriving. The Xing family is one of the 8 great families standing at the pinnacle of Lingzhou. In addition to the 6 great families there is also a sect known as the 3 Pavilions, which is a top-tier force. These 4 forces are not at all inferior to the 3 great immortal sects. Upon reaching the central region of Lingzhou the rich spiritual energy caught Chen Han's attention. Such concentrated spiritual energy might even rival a 7th grade spiritual formation. Let's first visit some of the forces and the disciples can stroll around Lingyue City, but be sure not to cause any trouble. The sect master Ling Dongyi spoke calmly then led the elders in another direction. The disciples of Lingxiao sect hurriedly left eager to enjoy this rare opportunity for leisure. Lingyue City is the territory of the Yin family, which is also one of the 6 great families. Xiao Yuyan said. Chen Han was taken aback realizing this was the territory of the Yin family. Among the 6 great families there are varying strengths. The Xing family is absolutely one of the top 3 while the Yin family is relatively weaker, ranking at the bottom. Why don't you take me for a tour? Chen Han said with a smile as he wrapped his arm around Xiao Yuyan's slender waist. Xiao Yuyan smiled, covering her face. Last time I came here for training I found an interesting place that you will definitely like. Chen Han looked at Xiao Yuyan in confusion, wondering what this interesting place could be. Xiao Yuyan led Chen Han directly to a garden. Chen Han was astonished to see that all the visitors there were couples. What is this place? Chen Han blinked and asked. Chen Han was slightly surprised if the Holy Realm is a level above the King Realm. Strolling through the Sun and Moon Garden was quite relaxing. Chen Han gazed at Xiao Yuyan with tenderness in his. Chen Han was slightly surprised if the Holy Realm is a level above the King Realm. Strolling through the Sun and Moon Garden was quite relaxing. Chen Han gazed at Xiao Yuyan with tenderness in his eyes. Xiao Junior sister. At this moment a voice sounded from behind. The two turned to see several figures looking at Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan in surprise. The one who spoke was a young man wearing a luxurious blue robe. This is the 3rd young master of the Yin family, Yin Baitian, Xiao Yuyan whispered to Chen Han. Chen Han couldn't help but frown, sizing up Yin Baitian's physique. As expected of a scion of the Yin family, he was quite young yet already possessed King Realm cultivation. I have met young Master Yin. Xiao Yuyan said politely. Yin Baidian nodded, but his eyes were fixed on Chen Han. Xiao Junior sister, who is this person? As he spoke a hint of coldness appeared on Yin Baitian's face. Chen Han sensed this coldness. It seemed that Yin Baidian had some feelings for Xiao Yuyan. But his woman was not someone else could touch. I am Chen Han, a disciple of Lingxiao sect and Yuyan's man. Chen Han said with a smile as he wrapped his arm around Xiao Yuyan. Yin Baitian's face turned ashen. The woman he had his eye on was already taken. However, since the other party was a disciple of Lingxiao sect, he still had to give him some face. Yin Baidian smiled. So you are Xiao Junior sister's man. Since we are all friends, why not travel together? Xiao Yuyan frowned slightly. She did not want Yin Baidian to tag along. No need, young Master Yin. Chen Han and I are just here to browse and will be leaving soon. Yin Baidian smiled and said, how could that be? We have at least known each other for a while. Since you have come to the Yin family's territory as the host, I naturally must treat you well. Xiao Yuyan raised her gaze towards Chen Han, who chuckled. Since young Master Yin has said so, how could we spoil his good intentions? Yin Baidian smiled indifferently. Then it's settled. Today I will host a banquet at Sakura Sea Tower. As soon as he spoke, those around him revealed excited expressions. As expected of young Master Yin inviting us to Sakura Sea Tower, today is truly a stroke of luck. Sakura Sea Tower is the largest restaurant in Lingyue City, accessible only to the influential. A meal there costs at least 10 million spirit coins. For ordinary forces that is a considerable sum. Chen Han smiled faintly, holding Xiao Yuyan's hand to follow Yin Baidian. He wanted to see what kind of scheme Yin Baidian would concoct. Upon entering Sakura Sea Tower, many maids came out to greet them. To Chen Han's surprise, these maids possessed the cultivation of the spiritual mansion realm. As expected of one of the main cities in Lingzhou, it was truly an eye-opener. Seeing the astonished expression on Chen Han's face, Yin Bai Tian let out a cold laugh. How could a disciple of the Yin family be afraid of an ordinary disciple from the Lingxiao sect? Even if Xiao Yuyan has a man, I can still win her over. Sister Xiao and brother Chen have come from afar, so everyone should show their appreciation. At the table, Yin Bai Tian held up a cup, smiling at Chen Han. The others stood up one after another, looking at Chen Han with smiles. If it weren't for brother Chen today, we wouldn't have such a delicious feast, thanks to brother Chen. Tisk tisk tisk, I truly envy brother Chen for having such a beautiful wife. Indeed, I think today we should thank Sister Xiao instead. If it weren't for Sister Xiao, young Master Yin wouldn't have lowered himself to dine with us. As these words were spoken, all eyes turned to Chen Han, filled with mocking intent. An ordinary disciple of the Lingxiao sect has no right to join them at the table. If it weren't for Yin Bai Tian's interest in Xiao Yuyan, would Chen Han even be here? If he had any sense, he should leave early and not be an eyesore here. Hearing these words, Chen Han smiled and said, "This dish is quite good, comparable to a 5th grade pill. It truly is a restaurant in a grand city." Yin Bai Tian and the others heard this and revealed mocking smiles. What a country bumpkin! I must ask Sister Xiao, how did you come to know brother Chen? Yin Bai Tian smiled at Xiao Yuyan. Xiao Yuyan replied, I have known Chen Han since childhood, we are mutually affectionate. Chen Han echoed, yes, I married into the Xiao family for Yuyan. If it weren't for Yuyan, my life would be quite difficult. Hearing this, Yin Bai Tian's heart chuckled coldly. So he is a man who lives off a woman, doesn't that give him even more opportunities? Before Yin Bai Tian could speak, the woman beside him, Qi Lili, sneered and said, Sister Yuyan, I'm not trying to criticize you. If you are looking for a man, at least find someone decent. Xiao Yuyan frowned slightly, then what do you consider a decent one? Chen Han smiled on the side, eating without saying a word. Qi Lili disdainfully glanced at Chen Han. Decent men are rare in this world, and excellent ones are even scarcer. But I have one by my side, don't I? Young Master Yin is the 3rd young master of the Yin family with a superior status. Countless women desire a man like him. If it weren't for my prior engagement, I would have pursued young Master Yin long ago. Yin Baidian smiled and waved his hand, saying, Lily, you flatter me. I don't consider myself exceptional, but I suppose I am somewhat better than certain useless individuals. Chen Han could naturally understand their words. Wiping his mouth, he looked up at Qi Lili and said, Yin Gongzi is indeed quite remarkable. If you like him so much, why not break off the engagement and marry him instead? With the Yin family's power, they wouldn't refuse, right? Chen Han's words made Qi Lili's face turn crimson with anger. Was Chen Han trying to make things difficult for her? Yin Baidian snorted coldly and spoke, Brother Chen, please refrain from speaking. I have always regarded Lily as my sister, how could I marry her? Chen Han nodded in apparent understanding. Oh, I see now, understood. Qi Lili's expression grew increasingly ugly as she slammed her hand on the table and stood up, saying, Who do you think you are to speak here? Xiao Yuyan also stood up in response, He is my man. Qi Lili sneered, a full-grown man hiding behind a woman, truly shameless. The others nodded in agreement, eager to berate Chen Han and make him lose face. Since we are not welcome, then we shall leave. Chen Han stood up casually, flicking his hand, then took Xiao Yuyan's hand. Wait. Is it that easy to come and go as you please in a situation I, Yin Baiqian, have set up? Yin Baidian spoke indifferently. Chen Han turned back, What do you want? You can leave, but Xiao Shimi must stay to accompany us. I only invited Xiao Shimi, your presence was merely out of respect for her. You have already ruined the elegance of this banquet, I will not hold it against you. Chen Han protected Xiao Yuyan behind him, gazing indifferently at Yin Baiqian, then smiled, Sorry, but if you want to invite my wife to dinner, you are not worthy. Looking for death. The few followers beside Yin Baiqian immediately stood up, a mere ordinary disciple of the Lingxiao sect daring to speak so boldly in front of him. Did they really think they were invisible? Boom. All of them were at the 10th stage of Spirit Master, just one step away from King Realm. Get lost. Chen Han said coldly, his spiritual energy surging forth, directly repelling them. Seeing Chen Han release the aura of the King Realm, surprise flickered across Yin Baiqian's face. This Chen Han was merely an ordinary disciple of the Lingxiao sect, yet possessed the strength of the King Realm. Anyone who hits me is seeking death. Yin Baidian lunged at Chen Han, fully releasing the aura of early King Realm. Chen Han punched out, his strength exceedingly fierce. Yin Beishan's eyes narrowed at Chen Han's aura actually posed a threat to him. Bang! Yin Beitian staggered back several steps looking at Chen Han with a pale face. Chen Han looked at Yin Beitian speaking coldly, I don't wish to kill, but if you continue to be insolent even the Yin family cannot protect you. With that Chen Han took Xiao Yuyan's hand and stepped away. Yin Beishan's face darkened, he had been careless. What a bold claim to disregard the Yin family. Young Master Yin, we absolutely cannot let this guy go. Qi Lily huffed in anger. Yin Beitian sneered coldly, don't worry. Anyone who dares to oppose me only has death awaiting them. Indeed, young Master Yin, this fellow named Chen Han will definitely not escape your grasp. And Xiao Yuyan as well, once we capture this woman she will surely taste our wrath. However, Xiao Yuyan is a disciple of Yang Yifeng, so it is better to avoid conflict with her if possible. What are we afraid of? Our Yin family is not inferior to a mere Yang Yifeng. Anyone who dares to provoke young Master Yin will have no good end. On the second day, Ling Dongyi brought the disciples of the Lingxiao sect to visit the Yin family. The Yin family is the largest force in Lingyue City with strength surpassing that of the Lingxiao sect. Naturally, the Lingxiao sect had to show their stance and befriend the Yin family. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan followed behind the group. After offending Yin Baitian yesterday, he would certainly not let it go. Master Ling. A figure approached them with a smile. This person was Yin Luan, the second elder of the Yin family and one of the many powerhouses at the king level. Although the Lingxiao sect was not as powerful as the Yin family, it was still a major force in Lingzhou. The Yin family naturally had to treat them with sincerity. How have you been lately, Elder Yin? Ling Dongyi smiled as he approached. As the second elder of the Yin family, Yin Luan was a person of considerable authority. Yin Luan smiled lightly, I have been quite well. Today, upon learning that Master Ling is visiting, I am even more delighted. The two exchanged pleasantries as they entered the inner room while the disciples of the Lingxiao sect waited in the outer hall. As expected of the Yin family, one of the 6 great families, they are indeed powerful. I have heard that the Yin family possesses a saint-level powerhouse, which is why they have ascended to become one of the 6 great families. If our Lingxiao sect also had a saint-level powerhouse, our status would change dramatically. It is precisely because the Lingxiao sect lacks a saint-level individual that we are overshadowed by the 6 great families and the 3 sects. Although the Lingxiao sect does not have any saint-level powerhouses, having a few peak figures like Ling Dongyi makes them no ordinary sect. Disciples of the Lingxiao sect, I have long admired your reputation. Several figures approached led by a person adorned in splendid attire. Yin Baitian was also among this group. However, judging by their status, the few individuals in front seem to hold a higher position than Yin Baitian. The leader is Yin Wanlin, the eldest son of the Yin family, and the woman beside him is his wife Huang Yanyan. Xiao Yuyan whispered to Chen Han. Chen Han nodded. It seemed these individuals had ulterior motives for being here. A person from the Lingxiao sect also stepped forward. He was Lu Ruan, the eldest disciple of Yang Yifeng and also Xiao Yuyan's senior sister. Miss Lu, it is quite a coincidence to see you again after our last farewell. Yin Wanlin looked at Lu Ruan with a calm smile. The last time Xiao Yuyan and the others came to Lingyue City for training, it was Lu Ruan who brought them. Lu Ruan had met Yin Wanlin a few times, so they were somewhat acquainted. Lu Ruan smiled lightly. This visit of the Lingxiao sect to the Yin family can be seen as a gesture of goodwill between the two major forces. The disciples of the Yin family are all exceptionally skilled, which is something our Lingxiao sect needs to learn from. Elder Lu is being modest. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect are also remarkable. Since you have come to our Yin family today, why not have a sparring match between our two families to strengthen the bond between our forces? As he said this, the individuals behind Yin Wanlin were eager to try. In the eyes of the disciples from the major families, they looked down on the mixed forces. Even though the Lingxiao sect possessed extraordinary strength, to them it was still nothing out of the ordinary. A disciple of a sect, no matter how strong his talent, was still considered an outsider. Compared to the family forces like the Yin family, the background of the Lingxiao sect disciples seemed somewhat diminished. Upon hearing Yin Wanlin's intention to spar with the disciples of the Lingxiao sect, Lu Ruan's expression gradually became neutral. To come here and immediately seek to spar with the disciples of the Lingxiao sect, the people from the Yin family, indeed seemed somewhat high and mighty. However, as disciples of the Lingxiao sect, how could they be afraid of the Yin family's offspring? Fellow junior brothers and sisters, the Yin family wants to test the strength of our Lingxiao sect's younger generation. Is anyone afraid? Lu Ruan smiled at Chen Han and the others behind her. A group of disciples rose one after another, standing behind Lu Ruan. I have long desired to compare myself with the disciples of the 6 great families, and today that moment has finally arrived. Our disciples from Lingxiao sect are not inferior to anyone. If it's a spar, then let the battle begin. Yes, our disciples from Lingxiao sect fear no one. Lu Ruan smiled calmly, her gaze turning to Yin Wanlin. It seems our disciples from Lingxiao sect also wish to spar with the Yin family disciples. Yin Wanlin raised the corners of his mouth. That suits me well, but let's keep it light so as not to spoil the atmosphere. Lu Ruan replied with a smile, of course. Yin Wanlin called out loudly, who will fight in this battle? A figure immediately stepped out from the Yin family disciples. Big brother, will do it. Yin Li grinned and strode towards the people of Lingxiao sect. Yin Wanlin nodded with a smile. Yin Li was indeed one of the more outstanding juniors of the Yin family. Young as he was, he already possessed peak strength in the spiritual sovereign realm. It wouldn't be long before he could reach the king realm. Yin Li smiled at the disciples of Lingxiao sect and then spoke, who among you will fight me? Don't worry, I will hold back. The disciples of Lingxiao sect exchanged glances, feeling a surge of anger. Did Yin Li think he was invincible? Immediately they sent out a disciple of comparable cultivation. In their clash, after less than 10 exchanges, the disciple from Lingxiao sect was sent flying by Yin Li. Junior brother. Those nearby hurried to help him, and everyone looked at Yin Li with shock. How could there be such a large gap in strength despite equal cultivation levels? Yin Li couldn't help but smirk. The disciples of Lingxiao sect are nothing special. Let me tell you, in the Yin family I can barely rank. If you can't even defeat me, perhaps Lingxiao sect should disband early. After he finished speaking, the Yin family disciples burst into laughter. Naturally, those inside the house, including Ling Dongyi, heard the commotion outside, but they would not intervene. This was a matter between the juniors, and their interference would be somewhat embarrassing. Alright, Yin Li, come back. I think this sparring session should end here. We don't want to embarrass the people of Lingxiao sect too much, Yin Wanlin said with a calm smile. Who says it's over? I will fight you. Ling Yi angrily stepped out. She couldn't bear to hear others speak ill of Lingxiao sect. How could she tolerate the excesses of the Yin family's juniors? Oh, so this is Ling Zongzu's daughter. I wonder how many of my moves you can withstand. Yin Li grinned. Ling Yi snorted coldly, wielding a sharp sword in her hand. The two clashed, neither willing to give way, the outcome uncertain in an instant. The crowd looked serious, unsure of who would win this battle. Ling sword technique. Ling Yi struck back against Yin Li, her sword energy surging incredibly fierce. The members of the Yin family showed serious expressions upon seeing this sword. As expected of Ling Zongzu's daughter, she indeed had some strength. Although she defeated Yin Li, Ling Yi had exhausted her spiritual energy, and Lu Ruan quickly called her back. If they were to battle again, how would Ling Yi have any hope of victory? Not bad, there are still a few disciples of Lingxiao sect worth watching. A figure slowly emerged from among the Yin family disciples, looking at the disciples of Lingxiao sect with a smile. Sensing the aura of the king realm from this person, the faces of the Lingxiao sect disciples turned serious. Had they sent out a disciple with king realm cultivation so soon? The Yin family was taking this too seriously. Someone from Lingxiao sect immediately stepped out as well, both sides rising into the air. The battle of the king realm was extremely powerful, and they couldn't afford to damage the Yin family's property. Boom! The loud noise attracted the attention of nearby powerful beings. They all knew that the Lingxiao sect was visiting the Yin family. It was only natural for the younger generation of both sides to spar. Many forces were eager to discover who among the heirs of the Lingxiao sect and the Yin family would ultimately prevail. Get down! With a light shout, Yin Du sent that disciple of the Lingxiao sect flying, crashing directly to the ground. The Lingxiao sect disciple spat out blood, clearly in a bad state. Lu Ruan and the others all raised their eyes, looking at Yin Du with anger. Yin Du, your methods seem a bit too harsh. Yin Wanlin smiled indifferently, yet he quite appreciated Yin Du's actions. Yin Du chuckled. I thought the disciples of the Lingxiao sect were not to be underestimated, but it seems they are quite pathetic, unable to withstand even my one move. The expressions of the Lingxiao sect members grew heavier. How could Yin Du mock them? Lu Ruan glanced back, her expression grave. The disciples brought this time were already few in number, and those at the Wang realm were even scarcer. Were they really going to concede like this? They'll go. Ling Yi gritted her teeth. She could not allow the Lingxiao sect to lose face. Slap. Chen Han caught Ling Yi shaking his head helplessly. This girl truly feared nothing. The opponent possessed the strength of the Wang realm, and Ling Yi would only get beaten. Let me give it a try. Chen Han said with a calm smile. Lu Ruan and the others showed expressions of astonishment. Chen Han, you have only just entered the sect for less than half a year. How can you face someone at the Wang realm? They had heard of Chen Han's excellent performance during his training. However, the opponent was at the Wang realm and the gap in realms was like a chasm. Chen Han smiled. Don't worry, senior sister, I know what I'm doing. With that he stepped forward, releasing the full aura of the Wang realm. Feeling the initial aura of the Wang realm from Chen Han, the expressions of the Lingxiao sect disciples became increasingly complex. To have reached the Wang realm in less than half a year of joining the Lingxiao sect was truly a remarkable talent. Ling Dongyi and Yang Yifeng, who were inside the house, exchanged astonished glances. They naturally knew of Chen Han's talent, but they did not expect it to be even more monstrous than they had imagined. Chen Han's future achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Upon seeing Chen Han make his move, Yin Beidian couldn't help but smirk. He was determined to retrieve all the humiliation from yesterday. Chen Han stepped into the air, looking at Yin Du with an indifferent expression. Did you just say that our Lingxiao sect disciples are unworthy? Yin Du was taken aback, then raised the corner of his mouth. Your Lingxiao sect disciples are simply unfit to be compared with our Yin family children. Chen Han smiled. One move. Everyone looked at Chen Han in astonishment. What did he mean by one move? Did he really intend to defeat Yin Du with just one move? Yin Du's face darkened. Did Chen Han really think he could defeat him in one move? Kid, you can eat recklessly, but you shouldn't talk recklessly. With a cold snort, Yin Du hurled a punch at Chen Han. Chen Han smiled. I said one move, just one move. With a surge, a powerful aura coalesced in Chen Han's palm as he punched out. Spiritual energy surged, pressing toward Yin Du. Yin Du's eyes widened. He actually felt a sense of helplessness from Chen Han's punch. Bang! With a cry of pain from Yin Du, he was sent flying. However, Chen Han had shown mercy and Yin Du did not sustain serious injuries. Everyone stared at Chen Han in shock. He had truly defeated Yin Du with a single punch. Chen Han glanced down at the disciples of the Yin family, slightly raising the corner of his mouth. It seems that the people of the Yin family are not as formidable as I had imagined. Yin Wanlin and the others were pale. They never expected that Chen Han was such a figure within the Lingxiao sect. A single punch had defeated Yin Du, completely overwhelming him. Such arrogance. Yin Beidian scoffed coldly and stepped into midair. Upon seeing Yin Beidian take action, a smile appeared on Yin Wanlin's face. With Yin Beidian taking the stage, this battle should not end in defeat. Among the younger generation of the Yin family, Yin Beidian's talent was undoubtedly top tier. Even 10 Yin Dus would not necessarily be a match for Yin Beidian. Yin Beidian leapt before Chen Han, his eyes filled with rage. He had not forgotten the humiliation of yesterday. Chen Han, I will take back everything from yesterday today. Yin Beidian spoke coldly, his tone domineering. The crowd looked at Chen Han and Yin Beidian in astonishment. Had these two known each other for a long time? Lu Ruhuan and the others turned their gazes towards Xiao Yuyan. Having trained alongside Xiao Yuyan, they could naturally see that Yin Beidian had paid considerable attention to her. However, Xiao Yuyan had Chen Han and had rejected all advances. Upon seeing Chen Han, Yin Beidian was naturally furious. With his pride, he would surely make Chen Han taste some bitterness. Chen Han looked at Yin Beidian and couldn't help but smile. You are truly pathetic. Yin Beidian was taken aback, his anger flaring as he retorted, Chen Han, do not be so arrogant. Today I will let you know my might. With that, Yin Beidian summoned a 9th grade demon sword, its power astounding. Chen Han furrowed his brows. As expected of a disciple from one of the 6 great clans, he could produce a 9th grade treasure. Although he possessed the Shuriying sword, Chen Han did not wish to reveal it just yet. With a 10th grade divine weapon, even the Yin family would be tempted. With the long Yin sword in hand, Chen Han swung it with a single strike. Yin Beidian let out an angry roar, also slashing out a blade, and the two clashed in midair with equal force. Watching this scene, Yin Wanlin's expression turned serious. If Yin Beidian could not swiftly deal with Chen Han, then Chen Han, if left unchecked, would surely become a figure of great power within the Lingxiao sect. However, with the Lingxiao sect protecting Chen Han, resolving him would require considerable effort. 100 Eyes Blade Technique. Yin Beidian roared, unleashing a flurry of blade strikes towards Chen Han. Chen Han swung his sword and the Lingjian art erupted instantly. Bang! Both sides retreated several steps, still evenly matched. Yin Beidian raised his head, his gaze towards Chen Han, icy cold. I underestimated you, but you will definitely not withstand this sword. With a thunderous roar, the demon sword in Yin Beidian's hand emitted a chilling aura. 9th grade blade technique. Yin Mountain Blade Technique is one of the supreme martial arts of the Yin family. Lu Ruhuan spoke with a serious expression. That Yin Beitian had actually summoned such a blade technique made things difficult for Chen Han. Chen Han gazed at Yin Beitian indifferently, the long Yin sword in his hand faintly resonating with dragon sounds. Die for me? Yin Beitian smirked. This strike was sufficient to annihilate Chen Han. As the blade descended, a terrifying phenomenon appeared in the heavens and earth. Chen Han took a deep breath, standing his ground, and then a powerful sword aura erupted from his body. Intent. Upon seeing the change in Chen Han, many onlookers revealed serious expressions. A mere ordinary disciple of the Lingxiao sect had actually comprehended the intent. Chen Han's talent was indeed frightening. Not only the younger generation but even several prominent figures inside the building showed expressions of surprise. Even in the entire Lingzhou there were only 100 people who could comprehend intent. Among those who could release intent at such a young age there were even fewer than 10. If Chen Han were not to meet an untimely end, he would undoubtedly become a peak figure in the Lingxiao sect. Sword Tomb Intent. Go! With a whoosh, the sword energy dispersed, swirling around Chen Han. The gazes of the crowd towards Chen Han immediately became rich with meaning. The depth of this realm was unfathomable. How had Chen Han managed to cultivate to such an extraordinary level? With a shout of slash, countless sword intents clashed against Yin Baitian's demonic blade. A thunderous boom echoed as the entire sky transformed. Following a resounding explosion, both figures staggered backward. In midair, Chen Han stood firm, his expression indifferent. In contrast, Yin Baitian appeared disheveled, his clothes tattered. Yin Baitian, come down. Yin Wanlin stated coldly. It was clear to everyone that Yin Baitian had been defeated, vanquished by Chen Han's profound realm. Possessing a profound realm, Chen Han was nearly invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Thanks to Chen Han, the younger generation of the Yin family had gained a new understanding of the disciples from the Lingxiao sect. After all, among the younger generation of the Yin family no one had been able to comprehend such a realm. This disciple named Chen Han has comprehended a profound realm at such a young age. He is truly a prodigy. With such a talent in the Lingxiao sect, the sect master of Lingxiao must have acquired a peerless genius. Yin Luan stated with a smile. At this age, to grasp a profound realm was undoubtedly top tier among the younger generation in Lingzhou. It wouldn't take long for the Lingxiao sect to possess an incredibly terrifying genius. Ling Dongyi remarked with a smile. Indeed, Chen Han is quite a promising talent, even I am surprised. However, the younger generation of the Yin family is also very exceptional. They will surely become the backbone of the Yin family in the future. Yin Luan chuckled. Although the Yin family was one of the 6 great families, they were still at the bottom. To compare with those families ranked higher, the Yin family still had a long way to go. In midair, Yin Baitian glowered at Chen Han. How could he have anticipated that Chen Han had comprehended a profound realm? Faced with an opponent possessing a profound realm, he couldn't muster even a shred of fighting spirit. The two sides could no longer be judged by the same standards of combat power. Yin Baitian gritted his teeth and retreated behind Yin Wanlin. This battle had resulted in a complete defeat for the Yin family. Yin Wanlin waved his hand. Let's call it a day. We've witnessed the skills of the esteemed disciples of Lingxiao sect, and they are indeed remarkable. Lu Ruhan smiled lightly. The disciples of the Yin family are also commendable. This exchange has indeed brought great gains to our Lingxiao sect. Yin Wanlin returned a smile and led his people away. Chen Han nonchalantly returned to his spot. Having taught Yin Baitian a lesson, he hoped that this fellow would remain quiet for a while. Junior brother Chen Han, you are truly impressive, reaching the king realm at such a young age. Your future is bound to be limitless. And having comprehended a profound realm, senior brother Chen Han is undoubtedly invincible in the early stages of the king realm. The crowd echoed in agreement, asserting that Chen Han's talent would surely lead him to become a powerful figure in the future. Should they be able to build a good relationship with him, it would be beneficial for them. Chen Han smiled. It's just good luck, merely good luck. Xiao Yuyan chuckled softly beside him, looking at Chen Han with warmth. Before long, Ling Dongyi and others emerged, smiling and nodding at Chen Han. Chen Han understood that with Ling Dongyi and the others' cultivation levels, they had witnessed the battle just now. His victory over Yin Baitian had also earned face for the Lingxiao sect. After bidding farewell to the Yin family, Ling Dongyi led the disciples back to the Lingxiao sect. The news of Chen Han relying on his profound realm to defeat Yin Baitian quickly spread throughout the Lingxiao sect. Some were envious while others were worried. How could Chen Han have reached the king realm so quickly? Inside the residence, Ning Lian gritted her teeth, expressing her frustration. Yin Wanlin and the others were pale. They never expected that Chen Han was such a figure within the Lingxiao sect. A Opposite Ning Lian, Xia Yuan was drinking tea with an indifferent expression. Ning Lian gritted her teeth and spoke, "Senior brother Xia, what shall we do? That Chen Han has reached the king realm and will surely act recklessly above us. But having just stepped into the king realm, even if he has comprehended the essence, could he truly be invincible?" Ning Lian blinked. "Are you planning to personally teach Chen Han a lesson?" Xia Yuan squinted his eyes. "Chen Han is merely an ordinary disciple, not worth my concern. In a few days my father will propose to the sect leader. Once I become the son-in-law of the sect leader, what is Chen Han to me?" Ning Lian was taken aback for a moment, forcing out a smile. "Then I congratulate you, senior brother Xia. Marrying Ling Yi will surely elevate your status in the Lingxiao sect." Xia Yuan smiled. "From now on the entire Lingxiao sect will be mine." A few days later, several figures entered the Lingxiao sect. These individuals were all powerhouses of the king realm, with the strongest among them having reached the late king realm, definitely top tier within the Lingxiao sect. They were members of the Xia family who were the most powerful in the vicinity aside from the Lingxiao sect. Upon entering the Lingxiao sect, the Xia family members directly sought out Ling Dongyi. Ling Dongyi naturally understood Xia Yuan's intentions towards Ling Yi, but he knew that Ling Yi did not like Xia Yuan. "Sect leader Ling, what do you think about my son's matter?" Xia Chen, the head of the Xia family, smiled as he spoke. If Xia Yuan could marry Ling Yi, the Xia family's status would rise significantly. In the future there would be opportunities to gain great power within the Lingxiao sect. Ling Dongyi smiled. "As long as they are willing, I will not interfere in the matters of the younger generation." Xia Chen smiled. "With sect leader Ling's words I am at ease. Why not call Ling Yi over so we can discuss this now?" Ling Dongyi couldn't help but frown. Ling Yi's character was too straightforward. She would never hold back her thoughts. If she came over, it would only worsen the relationship between the two families. Just as Ling Dongyi was about to decline, he saw two figures hurriedly approach. "Xia Yuan, I told you I will not marry you." Ling Yi's loud voice echoed throughout the great hall. The members of the Xia family furrowed their brows looking at Ling Yi. It seemed that Ling Dongyi's daughter did not wish to marry into the Xia family. Xia Yuan's expression grew serious. "Ling Yi, in this region only my Xia family is worthy of the Lingxiao sect. If you won't marry me, then who will you marry?" Ling Yi rolled her eyes at Xia Yuan. "Even if I remain unmarried for life, I will never marry you." The atmosphere in the great hall suddenly became awkward. Xia Chen instinctively looked at Ling Dongyi only to see him avoiding eye contact, managing a forced smile. Xia Chen frowned and looked at Ling Yi, coughing lightly. "Ling Yi's my Xia family has always had a good relationship with the Lingxiao sect. Matters of marriage cannot be rushed, and you need not reject Yuan so quickly." Ling Yi coldly snorted. "No matter whom I marry, it will never be Xia Yuan." Xia Chen's expression turned serious. "Do you think my Xia family is beneath you? What a daughter of the sect leader of the Lingxiao sect, truly arrogant." Ling Dongyi narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. "Xia Chen, when has my daughter ever expressed such intent? She does not wish to marry. I cannot force her to wed Xia Yuan. If there is nothing else, you may leave. I will give you a response." Xia Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Sect leader Ling, are you sending us away? My Xia family has done quite a bit for the Lingxiao sect. Are we to let today's matter end just like this?" Ling Dongyi frowned slightly, not expecting the Xia family to turn the tables. However, Lingxiao sect was not to be trifled with. As one of the three immortal sects, how could they fear a mere Xia family? Xia Chen truly does not wish to marry Xia Yuan. Are you forcing her for some ulterior motive? Ling Dongyi spoke indifferently. Ling Dongyi was known for being protective, otherwise Ling Yi wouldn't be acting like a little tyrant in Lingxiao sect. Xia Chen looked at Ling Dongyi with a stern expression, and while he said this, he knew that the Xia family was indeed inferior to Lingxiao sect. "Master Ling, that is not my intention. My son is infatuated with your daughter. Do you really intend to discard the Xia family?" Ling Yi immediately interjected. "I don't like him. Why should I be forced to marry him? Father, I would rather die than marry." Ling Dongyi bitterly smiled. He had no way to handle this little ancestor Ling Yi. Forcing Ling Yi to marry was something Ling Dongyi clearly understood her character would lead her to act out. The hall fell silent and Xia Yuan suddenly spoke. "Master, how about this? We hold a martial arts competition for marriage within the sect. I, Xia Yuan, consider myself to be exceptionally talented within Lingxiao sect. If someone can defeat me, proving to be more worthy of Yi, I will willingly withdraw." Ling Dongyi contemplated. Xia Yuan's strength was indeed top tier among the early stage Wang realm. If a martial arts competition were to happen and Xia Yuan emerged victorious, would that not put Lingxiao sect in a disadvantageous position? Before Ling Dongyi could respond, Ling Yi boldly exclaimed, "Let's compete. If you lose, don't bother." Xia Yuan curled his lips in a smile. He knew Ling Yi would agree to this. His position in Lingxiao sect was respectable and he knew many top disciples. As long as he gave the word, those capable would definitely refrain from intervening. In this way Ling Yi would have no choice but to become his woman. Ling Dongyi shook his head with a smile. "Then it's settled. We will hold the martial arts competition 3 days later within the sect. What do you think, Xia family head?" Xia Chen grinned. "If Master Ling has no objections, how dare I say anything? I just hope that Master Ling won't go back on his word." After saying this, Xia Chen led the Xia family members away. Ling Dongyi looked down at Ling Yi, shaking his head helplessly. "Yi, you are still too impulsive." Ling Yi furrowed her brows tightly. "I know someone who can defeat Xia Yuan." Ling Dongyi chuckled and shook his head. "Girl, I know you are talking about Chen Han, but he already has a wife. How could he agree to such a thing?" Ling Yi clenched her fists and rushed out of the hall. "He will agree." Watching Ling Yi's retreating figure, Ling Dongyi squinted. Chen Han's strength was indeed impressive, but against Xia Yuan it was not a guaranteed victory. Now all they could do was wait to see if Chen Han would agree. The news of the martial arts competition for marriage quickly spread throughout Lingxiao sect. Many people displayed shocked expressions, not expecting Lingxiao sect to clash with the Xia family to this extent. However, given Xia Yuan's exceptional talent and his strong background, many disciples were reluctant to offend the Xia family. Even if Ling Yi searched through all the disciples of Lingxiao sect, few would be willing to offend Xia Yuan for her. Chen Han naturally heard about this matter and couldn't help but feel anger towards the Xia family. The Xia family is truly excessive. How could they force Ling Yi to marry Xia Yuan? Xiao Gu shouted angrily while drinking. Chen Han looked at Xiao Gu and shook his head helplessly. The Xia family's actions are surely for the sake of power in Lingxiao sect. If Xia Yuan really becomes the son-in-law of Lingxiao sect, our lives will not be easy. The others nodded in agreement. Having followed Ling Yi for many years, how could they allow her to marry someone she did not? Junior brother Chen Han, there are rumors outside that you are the biggest rival of Xia Yuan this time. If you take action, there might still be hope. A disciple said hesitantly. Chen Han took a sip of wine, his brow slightly furrowed. Xiao Gu waved his hand. No, junior brother Chen Han already has junior sister Xiao. How can he participate in the martial arts matchmaking? The others sighed in unison. This matter was indeed troublesome. In recent days Ling Yi had been silent, as if she had given up and no one could find her. On the day of the martial arts matchmaking, the entire outer Yan Peak was filled with people. They also wanted to see who would ultimately marry Ling Yi. Xia Yuan, dressed in a red shirt, stood alone in midair, fully prepared for victory. If he could not marry Ling Yi, then no one else could. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan also arrived at this place, standing at the back of the crowd. Xiao Yuyan grasped Chen Han's hand, her expression solemn. She knew that when they first entered the sect, Ling Yi had helped Chen Han a lot, and it was only right for him to help her. Don't worry, don't think too much about it. Chen Han smiled indifferently, ruffling Xiao Yuyan's hair. As the competition began, Xiao Gu and the others indeed rushed onto the stage. Although their strength was weak, they could not just watch Ling Yi marry like this. A bunch of useless fools, do you think you can block my path? It's simply laughable. Xia Yuan scoffed coldly and struck down with his palm, unleashing the full power of the King Realm. Xiao Gu and the others could not withstand it at all and were sent flying, their faces revealing expressions of unwillingness. The crowd shook their heads. It seemed the outcome was already decided and Ling Yi would inevitably marry Xia Yuan. Some King Realm disciples witnessing this scene sighed helplessly. Although they had reached the King Realm, they were unwilling to clash with Xia Yuan. Whether in strength or background, they were far inferior to him. If they were to win, it would be fine. With the Lingxiao sect as their background, they would not fear Xia Yuan. However, if they failed, they could be targeted by Xia Yuan, endangering their lives. More disciples took the stage, all of whom were repelled by Xia Yuan. This made those who were still hesitating even more reluctant to compete, as they knew they could not win. Some disciples' gazes suddenly fell on Chen Han. Chen Han naturally noticed these people. His name had long been a hot topic in the Lingxiao sect. As Ling Yi's most capable junior, it would be unreasonable for him not to take action. Xia Yuan smirked, his gaze towards Chen Han filled with mockery. If you're scared, you don't have to come here. Ling Yi is my woman. No one can take her away. Chen Han narrowed his eyes while Xiao Yuyan beside him suddenly shook his arm. I dislike this person. Chen Han couldn't help but smile. All right, I'll help you teach this guy a lesson. The crowd looked at Chen Han in astonishment. Could this really be done? Xia Yuan's face darkened. What did Chen Han take him for? Bang! Chen Han stepped onto the stage causing quite a commotion. In the shadows several figures also looked over. Their expressions were complex and they had different thoughts about Chen Han taking the stage. You really dare to come up, but can you justify this to junior sister Xiao? Xia Yuan smiled indifferently, his expression cold. Chen Han shrugged. Yuan said she doesn't like you and doesn't want to see you standing here. Xia Yuan burst into laughter. Ridiculous, do you really think that just because you take action you can stop me? Then let's give it a try, how would you know? With that sword she surrounded Chen Han. Xia Yuan snorted coldly, taking out a 9th grade spirit sword. For this battle he had brought out the family treasure of the Xiao Clan, he could only win and not lose. Upon seeing Xia Yuan draw out the 9th grade sword, many gasped in astonishment. The 9th grade sword is a top-tier weapon that even many disciples at the King realm do not possess. Without a moment's hesitation the two drew their swords simultaneously, unleashing a powerful aura that swept in all directions. In midair the sword energies burst forth and the clash of swords continued unabated. Such formidable sword intent. Truly Xia Yuan is impressive, he will likely reach the midstage of the King realm soon. Chen Han's sword skills are not weak either, but he has just broken through to the King realm. If he doesn't unleash his intent he may not be able to defeat Xia Yuan. Indeed, but Xia Yuan is not to be underestimated. Even if Chen Han were to invoke his intent, victory is not guaranteed. The discussions among the onlookers were fervent as this martial contest is crucial for the daughter of the Lingxiao sect's master. Regarding who can marry Ling Yi, the disciples of Lingxiao sect each have their own thoughts. In midair the two continued to clash, their endless sword energies colliding with astonishing might. Ling Sword Art. They unleashed the Ling Sword Art simultaneously and the overwhelming sword energy erupted, producing an astounding wave of spiritual energy. Incredible! The exclamations from below were ceaseless, such a duel is indeed rare. Neither of them held back, granting the spectators ample enjoyment. Cough! Both retreated simultaneously with a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of Xia Yuan's mouth. He could not comprehend how Chen Han, who had just entered the King realm, possessed such strength. You have forced me to use my full strength. Xia Yuan took a deep breath and the sword intent within him erupted like a volcano. It is the 1,000 Flying Swans. Senior brother Xia Yuan has cultivated it to perfection. Chen Han will surely be unable to withstand this move. The 1,000 Flying Swans is a renowned technique of Elder Wu's disciple, and who would have thought Xia Yuan could cultivate it to such an extent? Truly impressive. After all, senior brother Xia Yuan is a direct disciple of Elder Si, gifted beyond measure. Although Chen Han is not weak, he has spent too little time in Lingxiao sect. How could he possibly be Xia Yuan's opponent? Many agreed Chen Han had only joined Lingxiao sect for less than half a year and had not yet been exposed to many martial arts. If he does not invoke his intent, how can he compete with Xia Yuan? Humph! I want to see if you can withstand this sword. Xia Yuan roared, his sword bursting forth with formidable sword energy directly threatening Chen Han. Chen Han glanced up indifferently, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at Xia Yuan's attack. Do you think I cannot execute this move? Xia Yuan was taken aback. Could it be that Chen Han also knows the 1,000 Flying Swans? Boom! Before Xia Yuan could react, Chen Han unexpectedly unleashed the same sword move. Moreover, Chen Han's 1,000 Flying Swans bore a distinct flavor that surpassed Xia Yuan's. Is this truly my 1,000 Flying Swans? Elder Wu stared at Chen Han in astonishment. The 1,000 Flying Swans was indeed his creation, designed for the disciples of Lingxiao sect to learn. Yet Chen Han's rendition of the 1,000 Flying Swans was even more formidable than his own. This Chen Han is truly a genius in martial arts. Elder San Ling Weiyan chuckled. The other elders nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of inferiority as they watched Chen Han. After all, many elders still could not invoke their intent, including Elder Wu. How is this possible? Upon witnessing Chen Han's 1,000 Flying Swans, Xia Yuan's expression finally changed, becoming exceedingly solemn. Bang! With a crisp sound, Xia Yuan's body was sent flying backward, barely managing to stabilize himself. The crowd was shocked. Chen Han's strength was truly terrifying. Against Xia Yuan he even held the upper hand. It was simply frightening. Xiao Yuyan watched Chen Han's back, unable to help but smile while covering her face. Chen Han is destined to stand at the pinnacle of Lingzhou, unstoppable by anyone. Damn it! Xia Yuan stepped into the air once more. He could not afford to give up like this. Chen Han narrowed his eyes, gazing at Xia Yuan with a furrowed brow. Judging by Xia Yuan's demeanor, he was clearly unwilling to surrender. I underestimated you, but with this move I cannot possibly lose. Xiao Yuan tightened his grip on the ninth grade treasured sword, condensing spiritual energy in his palm. Discovered a gold-grade martial art, the three moves of the firmament. Copy successful, evolution successful. He obtained a black-grade martial art, the four moves of the firmament. Chen Han was slightly astonished. The three moves of the firmament were precisely the most supreme sword techniques of the firmament sect. Even some of the elders had failed to master the third move. What shocked Chen Han even more was that beyond these three moves there was actually a fourth. Yet this fourth move was likely known only to him. Sword come. Xiao Yuan raised his blade and the surrounding spiritual energy transformed into countless sword intents converging toward the sword in his hand. The crowd was stunned. Xiao Yuan's technique was none other than the firmament sect's ultimate art. Fourth brother, did you simply teach him the three moves of the firmament like that? Ling Weitian frowned, turning to fourth elder Sumu. Sumu smiled. Xiao Yuan wished to learn. I could hardly refuse him. Still, this boy's talent is truly extraordinary. He mastered the second move in less than a year. If he were to become our firmament sect's son-in-law, it would be a perfect match. Ling Weishan's brow furrowed. Xiao Yuan's talent was indeed remarkable, having learned the second move in such a short time, something many elders of the sect could not achieve. But he did not like Xiao Yuan, nor did he wish for Ling Yi to marry him. Chen Han prepared to die? Xiao Yuan laughed maniacally, his face twisted with ferocity. He swung the ninth grade treasured sword downward with terrifying might. It's the first move of the three moves of the firmament, the gathering form. Senior brother Xiao Yuan is truly formidable, mastering the three moves of the firmament in such a brief period. The three moves of the firmament are a ninth grade martial art. Chen Han is doomed now. Even with his artistic conception he cannot withstand this strike. Alas, Chen Han's time at the firmament sect has been too short. If he had another half year, I believe he could also learn the three moves of the firmament. The crowd murmured among themselves. Xiao Yuan had been at the firmament sect for a full decade. Compared to Chen Han, a new disciple who had joined less than half a year ago, he had learned far too much. If Chen Han were given another 6 months, the outcome of this battle might not be certain. In the sky a powerful sword intent gathered. Soon all that sword intent would descend upon Chen Han. Chen Han lifted his gaze. Even Xiao Yuan's use of this move possessed such formidable power. What if he himself were to wield it? Clang! The dragon's roar sword pointed at the sky, the gesture strikingly similar. Ha ha ha, what is Chen Han trying to do? Does he think that mimicking the form alone means he can execute the three moves of the firmament? Alas, it seems Chen Han has given up all hope. Just copying a pose, how could he possibly perform the three moves of the firmament? How utterly ridiculous! If Chen Han can actually unleash the three moves of the firmament, he'll eat this sword on the spot. The crowd roared with laughter. The requirements for the three moves of the firmament were extremely stringent. How could Chen Han master it with just a glance? Buzz! Suddenly an anomaly appeared in the sky and the laughter ceased at once. Behold, the dragon's roar sword in Chen Han's hand erupted with an aura no less formidable than Xiao Yuan's. Everyone turned to the disciple who had vowed to eat the sword. He lowered his head, a wry smile on his face. How is this possible? How can you know the three moves of the firmament? Xiao Yuan exclaimed in shock. He had studied the three moves of the firmament for a whole year before mastering the second move. Chen Han had joined the firmament sect less than half a year ago. He couldn't possibly have been exposed to the three moves of the firmament. How did Chen Han learn it? Chen Han cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yuan. Do you truly believe everyone is as inept as you? Xiao Yuan clenched his teeth. How dare Chen Han call him inept? Humph. Merely bluster. First form of the Lingxiao Triad, entry and condense. With a roar of fury, Xiao Yuan slashed his sword toward Chen Han. Chen Han moved in unison, entry and condense. As the technique unfolded, gasps erupted from the crowd below. Chen Han truly mastered the Lingxiao Triad? In the shadows several elders exchanged glances, their faces alight with disbelief. Could it be that elder sect master himself taught this technique to Chen Han for this duel? Yin Fengyan gave a bitter smile. Ling Weitian chuckled softly. If indeed so, then Chen Han's talent borders on the terrifying. To grasp the first form within 3 days, even I could not achieve that. The elders nodded in silent agreement. Thankfully it was only the first form. Were Chen Han to wield the second, they would have no face left to show before the sect. Second form, entry and soul? Two light cries echoed midair, sending the elders' eyes wide with shock. Chen Han truly commanded the second form, and his cultivation of it rivaled Xiao Yuan's perfectly. This. Yin Fengyan fell speechless. What manner of prodigy had Lingxiao sect just taken in? Impossible. Impossible. Staring at Chen Han, who matched him blow for blow, Xia Yuan bellowed in raw disbelief. He had trained relentlessly to reach the second form, how could Chen Han master it in such fleeting time? Chen Han smiled faintly. Nothing is impossible. Third form entry and spirit. His next words stilled the entire arena, their expressions shifting wildly across awe, shock and utter incredulity. Chen Han wielded the third form. The very form even elders scarcely mastered. Blast! This little monster has mastered the third form too. Yin Fengyan burst out in exasperation. Ling Weitian cleared his throat lightly. Elder 5, calm yourself. This youth grasped the essence of my sword-grave realm at first glance. I've grown accustomed to his uncanny aptitude. The elders exchanged wry, rueful smiles. Chen Han's talent, it seemed, far surpassed even their most fevered imaginings. No. Impossible. Before Chen Han, Xia Yuan abandoned all composure, shrieking outright. Then he vanished, swallowed whole by Chen Han's sword art. Boom. When the sword light faded, Xia Yuan lay sprawled upon the arena platform, eyes wide, still unable to accept what he had witnessed. Chen Han had held back, choosing not to slay Xia Yuan. Yet in his current state, Xia Yuan was utterly incapable of further combat. My son. Xia Chen rushed onto the platform, his expression darkening as he gazed upon Xia Yuan. He had never imagined Chen Han could defeat his son. Confident the outcome was assured, he now seethed with bitter resentment. How could fate so cruelly overturn his certainty? What a Lingxiao sect, bullying the Xia family with sheer might. Is there any justice left in this world? Xia Cheng cried out, feigning grievance. Xia Cheng? You agreed to this martial duel as marriage betrothal, why twist truth now? Ling Dongyi strode forward, voice thunderous with indignation. Xia Cheng ground his teeth. I suspect you colluded with this boy, deliberately barring the Xia family from entering Lingxiao sect. Ling Dongyi narrowed his eyes. It seems you seek quarrel where none exists. The Lingxiao sect has long withdrawn from worldly affairs. Do you truly think us easy prey? Xia Cheng laughed bitterly. Ah, withdrawn from worldly affairs. His gaze locked onto Chen Han, cold and venomous. Chen Han, you have made an enemy for life. And Lingxiao sect, you will regret this day. With that, Xia Cheng turned and departed, leading his clan away in silence. Xia Yuan was also taken away, and the outcome was unexpected. No one would have thought that the head of the Xia family would be so unreasonable. However, without the support of the Xia family, the status of the Lingxiao sect would be affected, but with Ling Dongyi around, this impact is negligible. The disciples stared at Chen Han in a daze. Since Chen Han won the competition, doesn't that make him the son-in-law of the Lingxiao sect? Ling Dongyi's son-in-law? Ling Dongyi looked at the disciples and coughed lightly. Everyone, let's disperse for now. After dismissing the disciples, Ling Dongyi directly called Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan to the main hall, his expression tense. Seeing Ling Dongyi with a furrowed brow, Chen Han couldn't help but ask, Master, has something happened? Ling Dongyi smiled bitterly and said, regarding the matter of Xia Yuan, I must thank you. My daughter and I are sincerely grateful. However, just yesterday Ear disappeared without a trace, leaving only a letter behind. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan exchanged glances, looking at Ling Dongyi in surprise. Master, where has senior sister Ling gone? Chen Han asked. Ling Dongyi shook his head. I don't know where she went. She only said she was going out to train and probably won't be back for a while. Then why not send someone to look for her? Xiao Yuyan asked in confusion. I know Ear's personality. She doesn't want me to send someone to find her, but I suspect she has gone to some place in Lingzhou. You needn't worry, she has my token on her. If there is any danger, I will be able to reach her in time. Ling Dongyi sighed. Chen Han nodded. Since that is the case, he need not worry about Ling Yi. Ling Yi is Ling Dongyi's daughter, and even among the 6 great families, anyone who wishes harm upon her must tread carefully. Chen Han, your performance today has surprised many elders of our Lingxiao sect, Ling Dongyi said with a smile. Chen Han's use of the Lingxiao 3 styles left even him astonished. If nurtured properly, Chen Han's future achievements will certainly not be inferior to his own. Thank you for your praise, Master. Chen Han replied with a smile and a bow. Take this core disciple token, it will allow you to enter Huayanfeng for training. I hope that before long our Lingxiao sect can produce a generation of prodigies that will shock Lingzhou. Ling Dongyi laughed heartily. The 3 great celestial sects are still somewhat inferior compared to the 6 great families and the 3 pavilions. If Chen Han can reach the Saint Realm in the future, it will elevate the status of the Lingxiao sect in Lingzhou. I will remember this. As a disciple of the Lingxiao sect, Chen Han naturally bears a responsibility to revitalize the sect. By the way, in a month the three great celestial sects will head to the central part of Lingzhou to discuss matters concerning the demon clan with the other major powers. At that time I will definitely let the disciples take action to assess the strength of the disciples from each faction. I hope you can go with us and bring honor to our Lingxiao sect. Ling Dongyi smiled. Chen Han's strength being at the early stage of the king realm is definitely at a top tier. Even those from powerful families might not be his match. If Chen Han can stand out there, it will be of great benefit to him. I am willing to go, Chen Han said without hesitation. At that time the Xing family will also definitely be present. This is an excellent opportunity to make contact with the Xing family. Ling Dongyi nodded and gave a few more instructions before concluding the discussion. After leaving the main hall, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan headed straight for Huayanfeng. Xiao Yuyan told Chen Han that Huayanfeng is the best training ground of the Lingxiao sect. In addition to the spiritual energy that is no weaker than a 9th grade mansion, there are also many spiritual formations that enhance combat power. Most importantly, the second elder of the Lingxiao sect resides at Huayanfeng. If he can receive guidance from the second elder, he will undoubtedly gain a lot. Huayanfeng is the highest peak of Lingxiao sect, a place where ordinary disciples are forbidden to tread. The disciples who cultivate here are the most elite among Lingxiao sect, filled with pride. Upon entering Huayanfeng, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan saw very few figures. This is because a 9th grade formation has been set up on Huayanfeng, which exerts immense pressure on the disciples. Even disciples at the Wang realm level find it difficult to endure for a month under the formation. Thus Huayanfeng is highly suitable for training oneself, yet due to the formation the number of entrants is significantly reduced. Staying in Huayanfeng for a long time would greatly harm the disciples, making it not worth the effort. This Huayanfeng truly is a great place for cultivation. Chen Han exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yuyan nodded. She had been to Huayanfeng a few times, but the longest she stayed was only 3 days. It was precisely the cultivation in Huayanfeng that allowed her to quickly reach the 8th stage of the spirit respect realm. Such a speed of cultivation had astonished quite a few senior sisters. I will first report to my master and come back to find you next time, Xiao Yuyan said with a gentle smile. Chen Han nodded. Unlike him, Xiao Yuyan did not have ample time. With numerous rules imposed by Yang Yifeng, it is precisely because of this that Xiao Yuyan could progress rapidly. Walking alone on Huayanfeng, Chen Han felt an immense pressure. This pressure came from the 9th grade formation of Huayanfeng, and the architect of this formation was none other than Qi Mingdong, the second elder of Lingxiao sect. A 9th grade spirit formation master is quite rare even in Lingzhou. Where did this go wrong? A sense of confusion caught Chen Han's attention. Chen Han quickened his pace and saw an old man sitting on the ground carving the spirit formation. Talent for the Golden-Grade Spirit Formation discovered. Replication successful, evolution successful, acquired Black-Grade Spirit Formation Talent. A 10th grade Spirit Formation Master? Chen Han exclaimed. If he became a 10th grade Spirit Formation Master, then the old man before him must be the second elder Qin Mingdong. Taking a step forward, Chen Han's movement was noticed by Qin Mingdong. Which disciple is this? Step aside and do not disturb this elder, Qin Mingdong called impatiently. Second elder, I believe this formation can be carved like this, Chen Han said with a smile, casually pointing at Qin Mingdong's formation. A beam of light radiated and the second elder, I believe this formation can be carved like this, Chen Han said with a smile, casually pointing at Qin Mingdong's formation. A beam of light radiated and the 9th grade spirit formation rose majestically. Qin Mingdong's face was filled with astonishment. A problem that had troubled him for months was unexpectedly solved by a disciple. Good lad, you have some skill. Qin Mingdong spoke with a smile. I have been carving this 9th grade spirit tempering formation for quite some time, and I never expected to have it corrected by you. What is your name? I quite like you. Chen Han smiled lightly. Disciple Chen Han, who just entered Lingxiao sect this year. Qin Mingdong was slightly surprised. A disciple who just entered the sect possessing Wang realm cultivation was truly remarkable. Kid, I see you are also a spirit formation master. What grade are you? Qin Mingdong inquired tentatively. Chen Han's ability to resolve his confusion indicated a high level of skill in spirit formations. Chen Han wiped his nose. Disciple has just reached 9th grade, which is insignificant in front of the second elder. Qin Mingdong could not help but roll his eyes at reaching 9th grade at such a young age and still calling it insignificant. At Chen Han's age, Qin Mingdong had not even reached 7th grade. This kid was undoubtedly a prodigy. 9th grade spirit formation master, not bad at all. Our Lingxiao sect is unlike Huangming's sect which enjoys engaging in spirit formations. There are very few spirit formation masters in the entire Lingxiao sect. Your arrival is timely, let us explore spirit formations together. The old man sighed, I have been here for nearly a decade yet I cannot find a single disciple who enjoys working with spiritual formations. Chen Han bitterly smiled. It was no wonder Qin Mingdong preferred to negotiate with his disciples. It turned out to be an elder obsessed with spiritual formations, however his strength as a 9th-rank spiritual formation master was undoubtedly among the best in Lingzhou. For an entire month Chen Han immersed himself in Wuyan Peak discussing spiritual formations with Qin Mingdong. Many disciples were astonished upon witnessing this scene. The second elder was notorious for being difficult to get along with, yet Chen Han managed to get along famously with him, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Chen Han, we need to prepare to go to Lingzhou. Xiao Yuyan approached informing him that the sect was ready to head to the central part of Lingzhou and Chen Han could no longer stay here. Qin Mingdong chuckled as he looked at Chen Han, little brother, your woman is here again. Stop dawdling and hurry along. Chen Han bitterly smiled. After a month with Qin Mingdong he had grasped many insights into spiritual formations. These insights could not be replicated by the system. Second elder, I shall take my leave now. Chen Han clasped his hands and spoke. Qin Mingdong nodded, continuing to sketch his spiritual formation. As Chen Han exited Wuyan Peak he noticed that many disciples had gathered at Liyan Peak. These disciples were all core and direct disciples with quite a number of Wangjing disciples as well. They were the most elite juniors of Lingxiao sect, and this trip to Lingzhou was meant to showcase the strength of Lingxiao sect to the other forces in Lingzhou. Now that we have arrived, let us set off, Ling Dongyi stated calmly. Everyone took to the air together heading toward Lingzhou. Meanwhile the other forces in Lingzhou were also mobilizing. In addition, over 100 dynasties sent their representatives. The assembly location was in Lingfeng City, a domain of the Mo family, one of the 6 great families. The Mo family ranked among the top of the 6 great families and wielded absolute power in Lingzhou. Upon arriving at Lingfeng City, Ling Dongyi led the group to the Mo family. In the vast grounds of the Mo family, people from various forces had already gathered. Ling Dongyi and several elders were invited into the Mo family while the other disciples followed the Mo family's young members to the martial arena. The disciples of Lingxiao sect were led by Bai Mashing, a direct disciple of Ling Dongyi. Bai Mashing was recognized as the strongest among the disciples of Lingxiao sect. With a cultivation level at the late Wangjing stage, even some elders might not be his match. It's the people from Lingxiao sect if they have arrived. TSK Tisk, it really is Bai Mashing leading the team. As expected of the top disciple of Lingxiao sect, his aura is indeed extraordinary. And no matter how great Lingxiao sect is, they lack a Saint Realm powerhouse. How can they compare with us? As everyone noticed the arrival of the Lingxiao sect disciples, discussions erupted. Brother Bai, Lingxiao sect is right in this area, said Mo Han, a young member of the Mo family, respectfully. Bai Mashing nodded, saying, thank you for your trouble. After that Mo Han quickly left to lead the younger generation from other forces to this location. Bai Mashing waved his hand and the disciples found their places to sit. The entire martial arena was arranged in a circle with a martial stage in the center where the young members of the Mo family would compete and spar. Those across from us are from the Xing family, Xiao Yuyan whispered to Chen Han as she drew closer. Chen Han narrowed his eyes, shifting his gaze to see that the disciples of the Xing family were all dressed in red robes. The leader among them was handsome and robust. His cultivation level had even reached the late Wangjing stage. Though he was also at the late stage of the Wang realm, Chen Han could tell that this person's strength was likely greater than Bai Mashing's. This person is named Xing Yedao, the son of the head of the Xing family. On the Lingzhou Qing list he ranks 3rd. Xiao Yuyan spoke softly. Qing list. Chen Han was slightly taken aback. Xiao Yuyan blinked, realizing that Chen Han didn't even know about the Qing list. The Qing list is a ranking compiled by the Zhitian Pavilion, one of the 3 pavilions. To be on the Qing list there are 2 requirements. First, the age must not exceed 40 years, and second, the individual's strength. For instance, senior brother Bai Mashing only ranks 18th on the Qing list. Xiao Yuyan explained to Chen Han. Chen Han nodded, surprised by Bai Mashing's relatively low ranking. Indeed, compared to the 6 major families, Lingxiao sect still lagged behind somewhat. Boom! Suddenly a fierce aura swept into the martial arena. The attention of the crowd was immediately drawn to these individuals. These people were muscular and handsome, with a killing intent on their faces that was unlike that of ordinary folks. These are members of the Lei Lin sect, which specializes in gathering body refiners from Lingzhou. Their physical bodies are likely the strongest in all of Lingzhou. Xiao Yuyan shook her head as she spoke, finding the appearance of such individuals somewhat jarring. Chen Han's gaze fell upon the leader of the Lei Lin sect. This person's body seemed to be enveloped in lightning, exuding a dangerous aura. They possess a precious martial art, the Lei Tian body refinement technique. Chen Han was slightly astonished, and no wonder the members of the Lei Lin sect all had such terrifying physiques. The 9-rank body refinement technique is quite rare. If one can practice it to perfection, they can withstand artifacts below the 9 rank solely with their physical body. Evolution successful. Chen Han took a deep breath, realizing that the power of this Lei Tian body refinement technique was even more formidable than the Huaxia destruction divine body. If he were to use this technique in a duel with Xia Yuan would definitely be unable to withstand 3 moves. Xing Yedao, how come you arrived so early? The leader of the Lei Lin sect, upon seeing Xing Yedao seated there, immediately approached him with a cheerful smile. Xiao Yuyan hurriedly leaned closer to Chen Han, knowing that Chen Han was particularly interested in the affairs of the Xing family. This disciple of the Lei Lin sect is called Lei Han's Han. He ranks 4th on the Qing list and often challenges Xing Yedao to competitions in order to seize the 3rd position. Chen Han chuckled, realizing that even the 3rd-ranked Xing Yedao had his own troubles. The various factions had gathered with over 10 forces seated in the martial arena. All present were the most elite juniors of Lingzhou. Stamp. A figure stepped into the center of the martial arena. This person was named Mo Yu, a talented disciple of the Mo family, ranking 2nd on the Qing list. Since everyone is here as the host, I naturally need to express my sentiments first. Mo Yu spoke with a smile. This gathering of major forces is to discuss matters concerning the demon race with the aim of consolidating the strength of our human race. As juniors of Lingzhou, we must lend our full support. Before Mo Yu could finish, Lei Han's Han interjected with a smile. Mo Yu, don't say anything unnecessary. Strategies should be discussed by the elders. I came here today just to fight with those present, don't you all agree? The members of the Lei Lin sect shouted, eager for battle and not fond of idle talk. Looking at Lei Hanshan, Mo Yu smiled bitterly. Just by looking at Lei Han's demeanor, one could guess how the leader of the Lei Lin sect would react. Lei Hanshan, if you don't want to listen, you can just stand aside. There's no need to interrupt Mo Yu. Yi Mingfeng of the Yi family spoke coldly. Yi Mingfeng ranked 1st on the Qing list, considered the top genius of Lingzhou. He also represented the pride of Lingzhou. However, the combat power among the top 10 of the Qing ranking is not significantly different, so facing Yi Mingfeng, the 1st on the Qing ranking, Lei Han's Han shows no signs of fear. Yi Mingfeng, since you are not convinced, let's have a duel. After all these years, I've long wanted to test your strength. Lei Han's Han clashed his fists, producing a metallic sound. The disciples from various forces watching nearby all revealed bitter expressions. These powerful figures, they dared not speak a word. Enough, Lei Hanshan, stop messing around. Yu Linfei from the Yu family frowned and spoke up. Although she is a woman, her strength is not in the least inferior to Lei Han's Han and the others. On the Qing ranking, Yu Linfei ranks 5th, just after Yu Linfei. Seeing a group of Qing ranking talents chatting happily, the other disciples dared not utter a word. Even someone like Bai Masheng had no intention of speaking up. The top 10 of the Qing ranking are in a completely different league compared to those who are not. The 3 great immortal sects lack both the talents from the top 10 of the Qing ranking and any sacred realm powerhouses, so their confidence naturally wanes a bit. Well, since we are gathered here, it would be unsatisfactory not to gauge everyone's strength right. Mo Yu smiled and shook his head. He was well aware of these guys' intentions. If it weren't to test the strength of others, they certainly wouldn't have come along with their elders. The talents on the Qing ranking all raised the corners of their mouths. It was finally about to begin. But who will start first? Mo Yu furrowed his brow. Lei Han's Han and the others exchanged glances. Even though they said they wanted to fight, no one took the first move. Allowing others to assess their strengths first would only bring discomfort. Mo Yingya's gaze suddenly fell upon the Yin family. The leader Yin Wanlin frowned, sensing something amiss. Mo Yu grinned and said, I heard that a month ago the Lingxiao sect visited the Yin family and the younger generation sparred, resulting in a crushing defeat for the Yin family. Upon hearing Mo Yingya's words, many gasped in shock. The Yin family is one of the 6 families, and Yin Wanlin is the 8th-ranked talent on the Qing ranking. How could he lose to the Lingxiao sect? Many gazes turned to the Lingxiao sect, whose strongest disciple Bai Masheng only ranks 18th. How could he contend with Yin Wanlin? Yin Wanlin snorted coldly. It was just a careless mistake in the battle. It cannot be considered a major defeat. Is my Yin family really inferior to the Lingxiao sect? Yin Wanlin's words caused the disciples of the Lingxiao sect to grow solemn. However, they had no countermeasures if the Lingxiao sect still couldn't hold its ground against the Yin family. Mo Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Yin Beidian lost due to carelessness. I've heard otherwise. I heard that the Lingxiao sect has produced a monstrous talent. Before reaching the King realm, he comprehended the concept. In less than half a year since joining the sect, he achieved the King realm. Such a monstrous figure, it's no loss for Yin Beidian to be defeated. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Yin Wanlin's face turned an even darker shade, for Mo Ying's words meant that Chen Han had trampled on the Yin family, presenting them before the forces of Lingzhou. To comprehend the concept before reaching the King realm, it seems no one has achieved that in a century, right? Not just a century, but in a millennium, no one has reached such a level. That person is undoubtedly a genius. In less than half a year since joining the sect, he reached the King realm. Such cultivation talent astounds us all. Not only the ordinary disciples, but even figures like Lei Hanshan, who are considered monstrous, developed a strong interest. If given a few more years, wouldn't he be able to compete with them? All eyes fell on the disciples of the Lingxiao sect. Meanwhile, the protagonist mentioned by Mo Yu remained calm, practicing aside and digesting the insights from Qin Ningdong's spiritual formation. Bai Masheng said with a gentlemanly smile, "Where is Mo Xiong's transmission so miraculous?" Junior brother Chen Han merely had good fortune, and under the guidance of elder Ling Wei, he comprehended the realm. Mo Yu chuckled, "Good fortune? Then why don't we have such good luck? Bai Xiong, why not let your junior brother Chen Han come out? I believe many would be interested in him." Bai Masheng's face turned pale. He did not want Chen Han to face such a situation. Junior brother Chen Han has just entered the sect for half a year. His cultivation is still shallow, and I believe it is unsuitable for him to compete. If compared, Bai would be glad to accompany you. Bai Masheng said nonchalantly. As the elder brother, he naturally had to take care of his junior brothers. Chen Han, who was standing behind, naturally heard Bai Masheng's words. No wonder Bai Masheng is highly regarded in Lingxiao sect. He truly is a good senior brother. Bai Masheng, stop spouting nonsense. Rest assured, we will only send out disciples at the initial stage of the King realm. Quickly let that kid Chen Han come out. I want to have a good look. Lei Han cursed loudly. Bai Masheng wore a worried expression and glanced towards Chen Han, only to find that Chen Han had already stood up. I didn't expect to be this popular. If I don't come out, wouldn't that spoil everyone's interest? Chen Han smiled indifferently and stepped onto the martial arena. Everyone turned their gaze to Chen Han. Is this the talented disciple of Lingxiao sect? He seems no different from anyone else. Mo Yu assessed Chen Han, slightly raising the corners of his mouth. You dare to come out? Are you not afraid that someone stronger than you will defeat you? Chen Han smiled indifferently and replied, sorry, there won't be such a person. Not now and never in the future. Chen Han's words elicited quite a few gasps. This kid is too arrogant. Does he really think that after defeating Yin Baiqian he can do whatever he wants? Just at the initial stage of the King realm, and he speaks so grandly. If he reaches the late stage of the King realm, wouldn't he look down on everyone in the Qingbang? I really want to see how this guy performs next. With so many talents present, I don't believe no one can handle him. Ha ha ha. I like this kid, he's quite arrogant. Lei Han laughed heartily. A junior of Lingxiao sect dares to speak so boldly here. Perhaps even the sect master Ling Dongyi wouldn't expect this. Yin Wanlin glanced at Chen Han with a cold smile. You don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. You'll have your moment of tears later. Chen Han stood at the center of the martial arena, hands behind his back, but his gaze unconsciously swept towards the Xin family. Xin Yedao naturally sensed Chen Han's gaze. Was he provoking? Tisk, such a bold attitude. I'm starting to appreciate you a bit. However, the strongest talents of Lingzhou are gathered here. If you can still stand here for long, that would be true skill. Mo Yu spoke with a smile, then looked towards Yin Wanlin's direction. Brother Wanlin, doesn't your Yin family want to regain some face? Everyone looked towards Yin Wanlin. Since Chen Han was this arrogant, wouldn't the Yin family send someone to take Chen Han down? Yin Wanlin's expression tightened. Yin Beixian's strength at the initial stage of the King realm was definitely not weak. If he sent someone else, he didn't know whom to send. Our Yin family does not wish to participate in this matter today. Yin Wanlin shook his head. He didn't want the Yin family to lose face again. Lei Han immediately burst into laughter. Yin Wanlin, you are too cowardly. If you won't go, then we from Lei Lin Men will. Which brother dares to step up and experience the prowess of a disciple from Lingxiao sect? Lei Han's words were clearly filled with sarcasm. Although the Lingxiao sect is one of the three great sects, it pales in comparison to these forces. Everyone watches the Lingxiao sect and Chen Han's bold words will likely bring them dire consequences. A mere Lingxiao sect dares to boast in front of the assembled sects not even worthy. I will go. A robust figure stepped onto the martial arena, his build imposing and his features rugged. Like Chen Han, he was also at the initial stage of the Wang realm. However, his aura was undoubtedly more formidable than Yin Bai Tian's. Kong Wen of the Thunder Gate here to challenge the esteemed disciples of the Lingxiao sect. I hope you won't fall with just one punch. Kong Wen grinned. As a top talent from the Thunder Gate, he regarded the disciples of the Lingxiao sect with disdain. Chen Han gazed at Kong Wen with indifference, clearly unfazed by his words. Noticing that Chen Han hadn't even drawn his sword, Kong Wen frowned. The Lingxiao sect is famous for its swordsmanship. Why do you not draw your sword? Against you there is no need to draw a sword. The crowd gasped. Chen Han clearly looked down on Kong Wen. Arrogant, let's see how you can block my fists. Thunder Wind Fist Technique. Kong Wen roared, unleashing a barrage of punches. The sounds of his strikes echoed terrifyingly. Chen Han swiftly evaded, his gaze fixed on Kong Wen's technique. Indeed, the Thunder Gate's martial arts were astonishing. Is dodging all you can do? The disciples of the Lingxiao sect are rather disappointing. Kong Wen laughed heartily. The other disciples joined in their earlier arrogance, fading as they could only dodge now. This so-called prodigy of the Lingxiao sect is nothing remarkable. Suddenly halting, Chen Han smirked slightly. Your fist technique is quite good. Kong Wen was taken aback, his face darkening. You're asking for it. He threw another punch, but this time Chen Han did not dodge. Instead, he struck back with a punch of his own. Thunder Wind Fist Technique? How can this Chen Han know it? The members of the Thunder Gate displayed shock. The Thunder Wind Fist Technique was their sect's ultimate skill. How could Chen Han learn it after just a few glances? Not only the Thunder Gate members but everyone present wore expressions of disbelief. To learn the ultimate skill of the Thunder Gate after just a few looks, Chen Han was indeed extraordinarily gifted. Boom! Kong Wen was sent flying, unable to match the disciple of the Lingxiao sect using his own sect's technique. What a disgrace! The way everyone looked at Chen Han changed immediately. With just a glance, he displayed a talent for martial arts that was rare even in Lingzhou. This Chen Han indeed has some skills. Xing Yi squinted. Although he didn't know why Chen Han held animosity towards him, he could tell from this clash that Chen Han's talent was extraordinary, even rivaling the top few in their ranks. If Chen Han were to reach the late stage of the Wang realm, he might indeed push someone out of the top 10. Who else is unconvinced? Step up. Chen Han smiled calmly, still exuding his previous arrogance. His earlier words were not mere bravado. Chen Han truly possessed such capability. Within the same realm, relying on his comprehension, Chen Han was in a position of invincibility. The disciples from various factions wore grim expressions. They hadn't expected Chen Han to be so capable. Contemplating attacking him required a careful assessment of their own strength. At this moment, a figure landed in the arena. Yi Qing from the Yi family, here to learn the sword techniques of the Lingxiao sect. This person wielded a green sword and was dressed in a white robe, looking exceptionally handsome. That's Yi Qingji, the younger brother of Yi Mingfeng. It is said that Yi Qing's talent surpasses even Yi Mingfeng's. At just over 20 years of age, he has already reached the Wang realm. He will surely be another top contender in the future. This Chen Han also appears quite young. I wonder who will emerge victorious in this clash. Are you sure you want to experience the sword of the Lingxiao sect? Chen Han drew the long yin sword, its blade trembling slightly. Yi Qing smiled calmly. My Yi family also practices the sword path, and I, Yi Qing, have considerable research in this regard. I truly wish to see how strong the swordsmanship of the famed disciples of the Lingxiao sect is. Under such circumstances, Chen Han's sword skill should indeed be quite superb. However, Yi Qing's swordsmanship is already well known in Lingzhou. It is said that Yi Qing specializes in swordsmanship and has sought numerous sword masters for sparring. Not a single match ended in defeat. Challenging the sword techniques of the Lingxiao sect would not be excessive for such a sword prodigy. Chen Han smiled and said, since you wish to see my sword, then let me show you. What sword does the Lingxiao sect possess? With that, Chen Han swiftly slashed down with the long yin sword. Yi Qing's expression changed instantly. Compared to the sword masters faced before, even a casual stroke from Chen Han could completely overwhelm those fellows. Is this what the sword of the Lingxiao sect is? The disciples of the Lingxiao sect could not help but reveal awkward expressions as they watched Chen Han. Indeed, Chen Han's sword was truly that of the Lingxiao sect. Yet this sword intent might be something even Bai Ma Shen could not unleash. No wonder Chen Han's reputation could overshadow by Ma Xing. His mastery of swordsmanship was entirely beyond that of ordinary disciples. On the martial arena, the two exchanged blows, an endless stream of sword intent radiating in all directions. Yi Mingfeng's face bore a heavy expression. He had been present for every one of Yi Qing's challenges against sword masters. Not a single individual could instill in him the sense of threat that Chen Han did. Chen Han's swordsmanship had already reached its peak, surpassing even some elders of the Lingxiao sect. The Lingxiao sect has indeed produced an interesting character. Yi Mingfeng squinted, suddenly taking an interest in Chen Han. Not only Yi Mingfeng but also Xing Yedao and others cast intrigued glances at Chen Han. If they were to compete at the same level, they did not have complete confidence in defeating Chen Han. Swish! On the martial arena, both retreated simultaneously. After exchanging several moves, there was no clear victor. Chen Han's sword was like a lone lion atop a cliff, each strike containing a chilling and domineering aura. In contrast, Yi Qing's sword resembled a rampaging bull, both offensive and defensive. Swish, swish, swish. After several exchanges, Yi Qing gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The crowd clearly noticed that Chen Han's swordsmanship was being refined with each clash. The advantages in Yi Qing's swordsmanship were completely countered by Chen Han. The sword techniques of the Lingxiao sect are indeed formidable. Yi Qing squinted, facing so many sword masters. Just by virtue of Chen Han's swordplay, he had gained Yi Qing's attention. You are not bad, but still a bit lacking compared to me. Chen Han grinned. Yi Qing smirked. Let me show you this sword of mine. With a soft shout, Yi Qing strode towards Chen Han, a powerful aura enveloping the entire arena. This is the Yi Gong sword technique, created by a former Saint Realm powerhouse of the Yi family. Yi Mingfeng spoke nonchalantly, his tone filled with pride. This was the foundation of the Yi family. A 9th grade sword technique created by a Saint Realm powerhouse would surely not be inferior to the sword techniques of the Lingxiao sect. Chen Han gazed at Yi Qing's sword, narrowing his eyes. In terms of foundation, the Lingxiao sect indeed fell far short. Slash! Yi Qing shouted, lightly slashing down with his sword. Chen Han remained motionless, the three styles of Lingxiao instantly unleashed. Within the Lingxiao sect, only the three styles of Lingxiao could contend with Yi Qing. I wonder how many forms of the Lingxiao three styles this Chen Han has mastered, Yi Mingfeng said with a calm smile, noting that the first two forms of the Lingxiao three styles might not be able to rival the Yi Gong sword technique. If Chen Han does not know the third form, then Yi Qing will win this battle? Third form, the entering spirit style? Chen Han exclaimed softly, raising his sword to defend. Two powerful auras clashed, unleashing an extraordinarily shocking wave of energy. Everyone was astonished. In the early stages of the King Realm, it seemed no one could rival these two. Just these two swords alone could likely overwhelm even some who are in the mid-stages of the King Realm. What a fine sword technique! Yi Qing laughed heartily as the treasured sword in his hand suddenly erupted with dazzling light. But my Yi family's sword is not inferior to your Lingxiao sect's. Looking at Yi Qing suddenly unleashing his sword intent, an expression of surprise appeared on Chen Han's face. Yi Qing's offensive power continued to surge. The Yi Gong sword technique was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated. Haha, Yi Qing has actually perfected the Yi Gong sword technique. I must see how this Chen Han will respond, Yi Mingfeng laughed. At that moment, Chen Han moved again. This action left everyone from the Lingxiao sect in shock. Fourth form, the entering demon style? Bloodlight overflowed from Chen Han's eyes, and the Longyin sword hummed ominously. Lingxiao three styles, is it still the fourth form? A question echoed in everyone's minds. The Lingxiao three styles had been used by the Lingxiao sect for many years, probably even the past sect masters only knew the first three forms. Where did this fourth form come from? Though puzzled, the power of Chen Han's sword was astonishing. Yi Qing, who initially had the advantage, retreated hastily, instantly defeated. I concede. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. He never expected Chen Han's sword to be so powerful. Chen Han sheathed his sword and looked at Yi Qing with a calm smile. Admit it. Everyone looked at Chen Han in shock. Was this truly his strength? Wasn't it a bit too monstrous? It seems that in a few years the Lingxiao sect will produce a genius ranked among the top 10 of the Qing list. This Chen Han is indeed a prodigy, and in the previous two battles he hadn't even released his intent. If he were to release it, wouldn't he be able to match a mid-stage King Realm expert? The Lingxiao sect is indeed hiding its strength. As one of the three sects, it seems it will soon surpass the reputation of the three sects. The crowd's expressions turned serious as they understood the implications of this statement. If the Lingxiao sect truly rises, it would bring tremendous pressure to the other two sects. Yi Qing left the stage and everyone looked at Chen Han murmuring among themselves. Mo Yu stepped onto the martial arena again and his gaze toward Chen Han changed instantly. Such talent was enough for him to take seriously. If they were of the same realm he would have to exert all his effort to withstand Chen Han's sword. Who else wishes to spar? Step forward together. Chen Han looked around at the various factions, his voice booming. Everyone exchanged glances. Having seen Chen Han defeat Yi Qing, they no longer dared to take the stage. It was initially thought that Chen Han was merely a joke and that the Lingxiao sect would never amount to anything. However, seeing it now, Chen Han indeed possessed extraordinary talent. In the future he might not be unable to reach the sacred realm. No one responded, but Lei Han Mountain from the Lei Lin men looked excited. If he were also in the early stages of the King realm he would have long since stepped up to contend with Chen Han. Chen Han smiled indifferently, his gaze shifting toward the Xing family. Everyone was taken aback. Was Chen Han about to provoke them? Xing Yi squinted, confused as to why Chen Han was targeting the Xing family. Did he really think they were easy to bully? I've long heard of the great name of the Xing family. Today I wish to seek some guidance. Chen Han puffed out his chest, his tone imposing.